for?
The equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Help! I'm being repressed!
That's too much, man!
What? Consequences.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Put your drum up.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Your name, please?
A fucking bitch.
What now?
Come on!
It's science.
I'm staying in the race.
Don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
Precision of language. Please.
When I go into the dry cleaner, that dry cleaning place becomes holy.
Jesus, I say that.
Aren't I a good guy?
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
So I just want to address something. I was wrong.
Welcome to Resistance.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I don't want reality.
It's science.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
I see that you know your judo well.
Are you not entertained? China? China. I have to have my China. China!
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Follow the rich white man. That's hot.
Oh, never occurred to me.
Interesting.
It's just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Don't be creepy.
This woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
He looks good. He looks good. He looks good. And he looks hard.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Welcome to the resistance. Winter is coming.
Cyclone Gina.
Give me a joke.
Close it up, just like my wife's vagina.
Rid of the Second Amendment?
What'd you drum up?
I made a huge tiny mistake.
Oh, girl, baby girl.
Climate and everything are the same word.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Phrasing.
I got boxes full of Pepe!
Well, here we are once again. floating somewhere between Earth and probably space. It's been an entire 24 hours since we've seen each other last, which means we've got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fams. So I suppose we better get right to it. As always, don't forget to buckle up those seatbelts, as it's safety first on these space flights. Good to see you all. Get some medals and shoutouts in here. Aaron W. first, Herman Horologist second, and Moa Noab third. George Waters a close fourth. Morbius Dragon, Orb Vroomer, Miskatonic, Petrol, and Soda Fountain. May Wormy, Jet, Sasha G. Series, Christy Z. Bob Carmody. Evan from Portland. Epi Mew. The Anti-Corporatist. Rob Skelts. Atticus Among Us. Scared Crow. Look Bovine. Even Nightbot's here. Del Sol Verde. I think I got everybody in there. If I didn't, I am sorry. These lists, these early shoutout lists are getting longer and longer. Well, you know what's up. Didn't stream yesterday, but today we are right back at it here. News on the Tues. You're in space. So much to do, so much to see, so much to talk about, but as always, we will start in a familiar place. Might be familiar with it yourself. It's called America. That's right. I guess we'll start off here with Forbes breaking news from yesterday. Apparently, things are getting weirder in New York, in our country, and some interstate feuds and legal actions have apparently started happening. Let's go here to start it off. Go here to start it off with.
Give a quick update to New Yorkers and American women on what is happening in our fight against Louisiana to stop the extradition of a New York doctor who did nothing more than simply prescribe telemedication abortion pills to a patient in the state of Louisiana. This has now taken a new level when the Attorney General of Louisiana calls this doctor a drug dealer. Illegal. I want all Americans to know exactly what that means. As a result of the Trump administration stacking the Supreme Court, overturning Roe v. Wade, which gave us protections that we took for granted for almost 50 years, that now doctors who are trained to protect the lives of women and give them the options and choices that they have as a right are now being called drug dealers. This fight is going to continue. I will continue to stand up and protect this woman and women all across this nation against where our country has gone. We must stand firm together. I will protect these rights and fight to protect not just this doctor, but the rights of women everywhere to be able to have control over their own bodies. Stay tuned.
Oh, we'll be staying tuned, Kathy. We will be staying tuned. I wonder... Now, this is fascinating, number of reasons, but I've just been wondering to myself what it is. I mean, is this the plan now? We're gonna have interstate lawsuits over abortion pills. That's the state of the union right now. It's the worst timeline. Engaged, 100%. I think we all know that this is absolutely ridiculous. That the governor of Louisiana, or I'm sorry, the attorney general of Louisiana is asking for an extradition of a doctor who prescribed legal medications. But this is, you know, what Republicans want. This is why they gutted the Supreme Court, stacked it with ideologues. And this is the state of things, you know, the overturning of Roe v. Wade. This is what they're hoping for. Lawfare between states over women's access to health care.
Illegal.
Let's stay with Kathy. She's been in the news a lot lately, and this is the main reason why she's been, we've been talking about her next. Let's talk about what's been going on with one Mayor Eric Adams. He was asked some uncomfortable questions recently about some of the things which Kathy has been working on in the background here regarding his mayorship. Let's stick with Forbes breaking news. This was also from yesterday. This is a little press conference he was holding at the mayor's mansion, or whatever this is. I forget what this is.
Mr. Mayor.
What's happening?
I'm okay. How are you?
Good.
So the governor last week put these proposed these new guardrails for your administration. I guess, first of all, what's your reaction to that? And then also, how does that affect your relationship with her? You've had a good working relationship with the governor. Does this say she's no longer confident in your leadership?
Yes.
No, we have
it
not
does.
had a good relationship. We've had a great relationship.
You're gonna correct him on the state of your current and or past relationship with Kathy, but you're not gonna immediately answer that question. Love it. I'll answer it. I'll answer it for Eric. Yes, it does actually speak to her belief in his ability to do the job. I think that's obvious to everyone. Ah, damn it.
No, we have.
It's too quiet. I'm so sorry. Oh, it's not a good start. It's my bad. Take two.
Mr. Mayor.
What's happening?
I'm okay. How are you?
Good.
So the governor last week put these proposed these new guardrails for your administration. I guess, first of all, what's your reaction to that? And then also, how does that affect your relationship with her? You've had a good working relationship with the governor. Does this say she's no longer confident in your leadership?
Yes.
No, we have not had a good relationship. We've had a great relationship. Every time I called on the governor, she was there. Subway safety plans. We needed another $1 billion to get past the city of Yes. What we've done around public safety to continue unprecedented decrease in crimes. She helped us get retain control of the schools. She helped our housing plan. I can go down the list over and over and over again. I stated there's no legal reason to do this because some of what she's asking, it must pass a law. And if you have to pass a law, that means right now it's not legal.
I love how Eric decides to completely evade this question. He's like, actually, we've had a great relationship. We've worked on so much stuff, which I think speaks to just how fraught this relationship is at this point. Because, yeah, the fact is Kathy Hochul has gone along with a lot of what Eric Adams, they've had a functional, working governor-mayor relationship up to this point. And I think it really speaks to just how little faith she has in him after learning that he's getting into quid pro quos over immigration policy with the Trump administration. Like, if anything, you know, I mean, he is certainly, you know, a very conservative Democrat. Many of us here would say he should just go to the Republican Party already. But, you know, up to this point, he's, you know, been kind of a neo-lib, right? With some conservative leanings, which Kathy has been generally fine with. But this corruption stuff, beyond the actual charges that were levied against him, this new one seems to have caused Kathy to lose all faith in Eric. And he just doesn't want to come to terms with that or answer any questions about that. So he's going to obfuscate and talk about a bunch of other random shit rather than just speaking to the fact that the governor of New York no longer believes he can do the job adequately. Now, this is the sort of thing that I would say is probably just another sign, another piece of evidence in all of this showing just where Eric Adams is now on all of this. Because up to this point, the place we're about to talk about has been a place for migrants to be sheltered. It speaks to how Mayor Eric Adams has completely, what's the word? Kowtowed himself to the Trump administration for this deal they have. This for that. This being Eric Adams gets those charges dropped, which still technically I don't believe have been dropped, even though the DOJ is doing everything they can to get them dropped. I don't think, if I'm not mistaken, those are still technically pending. But this shows you that he's already, even though it hasn't taken effect yet, he is living up to his side of the deal. That being cracking down on New York's sanctuary city status, doing everything to dismantle it. That being the closure of the Roosevelt Hotel as a migrant shelter, something it's been for a number of years now. Let's go here to ABC 7 New York on the story.
Mayor Adams today announcing the Roosevelt Hotel used to process and house migrants will soon be closing. Today, he also held his first news conference since Governor Hochul announced new guardrails against the mayor, this to try to protect the city from President Trump. Adams today again defending his relationship with the Trump administration and making it clear he is running for a second term as mayor. It's like a political soap opera, but the stakes here are ginormous. As Eyewitness News reporter NJ Burkett reports, he's live at City Hall tonight. Newt.
And that's right, Bill. Yes, the mayor is running for re-election as the mayor of New York City. He said as much today. And yes, despite everything that's happened here at City Hall in recent months, he still believes he can win, which is why he took on his critics today at every opportunity. Mayor Adams faced the City Hall press corps for his first open forum Q&A in 3 weeks. His first since his top deputy mayors resigned and Governor Kathy Hochul proposed checks on his authority. His first since the Trump Justice Department moved to dismiss his criminal case, and critics demanded his removal from office.
When I spoke to some of my colleagues, I was like, why are you calling for this? Like, what is the reason? Well, because they're putting it forward the possibility of dismissing your charges. That's a reason to take away the mayor of the largest city in America?
That's right.
If that
That's right, because it's a blatantly corrupt act. You fucking idiot. But why are my colleagues asking for my resignation after I do a second corrupt act after the first one? Really not the first one, the grouping of first corrupt acts, which he was charged with originally, that now are being, at least in the process of being dropped, due to an illegal, corrupt quid pro quo. Okay, Eric? That's why. Jesus Christ.
I don't want reality.
You're a mayor. These questions, I mean, they're fucking hilarious. Just pretending like this is just normal shit. It's just normal stuff people do. Love that. These coconuts keep landing on my head. Oh, God. All right, let's move away from Eric. We still have a lot to unpack with him, I'm sure, in the near future. But until more happens with all that, I think this is obvious what's happening here. Closing down the main place right now being used for processing and housing migrants. A place that was going to shut down before this all happened. The Roosevelt Hotel was going to, I'm pretty sure it was being sold off. And then I think Mayor Eric Adams was the one that I can't remember who actually did it. It might have been the one before. But yeah, I could have sworn it was Mayor Eric Adams who made it the migrant hotel himself. Now he's undoing it. He basically as much as admitted just now. I almost want to go back and rehear that, because he basically just as much as admitted as saying, yeah, I'm doing a quid pro quo. What's wrong with that? And why are my colleagues so upset over that? You know, I gotta keep myself out of butt stuff territory. Come on.
Come on!
Poor Eric Adams, stuck between a hard place and butt stuff. Now, let's go to one guy who has been just completely out of the news. We were talking about him, then we stopped talking about him, we were talking about him again, and now he's back for a third time, I guess. It depends on where you want to start. Let's talk about one guy who's apparently preparing himself. Not preparing himself, I guess in process of getting back out the trail. That's right. Rhymes with cake. One Vivek Ramaswamy is making a big announcement after being dropped from the hottest agency / non-agency.
So hot right now.
DOGE. I thought that he was going to go the way of the dodo. We would never hear again of this rapping phenom. But apparently he's going back out the trail for a new run. Let's go to this announcement. Forbes breaking news from yesterday. If you haven't heard, we got Vivek news incoming.
This is how legends are made. Wow. I love this. Good to be back home.
Still so incredibly awkward.
This is home for us. I was born and raised in our first home where we ever lived, probably a few miles from where we are right now. Butler County, the heart of America. And you know what? America is back, and it feels fantastic. Oh, we're just getting started.
It's back. It was gone, and now it's back.
We have a lot of work ahead, and this is just the beginning of that journey. Over the last 4 years, we went through a national identity crisis. Faith, patriotism, hard work, family, all but disappeared. Young people in this country were hungry to be part of something bigger than themselves. Yet so many couldn't even answer what it meant to be an American. Under Biden's presidency, less than 6...
Is there one right answer for what it means to be an American? I'm just wondering. I feel like Vivek has like a specific idea in mind of what it is to be an American, and some people are answering it wrong. I would point this out to everybody who doesn't know this. There is no right and wrong answer. That's what freedom is all about. But whatever.
10% of Gen Z said they were proud to be an American, and we had a 25% recruitment deficit in the U.S. military. That is unacceptable to me. And that's why I spent most of last year working tirelessly to help send Donald Trump back to the White House, because it was a fork in the road.
Yeah, what's up with that? Yeah, Vivek, you did all of the right things. All the right things. And you got your job taken from you. Ousted from his co-position at DOGE. Now he's being relegated to state government? Ooh, ouch. That hurts. Keep going, Vivek.
It was a fork in the road for the future of the country. And in November, we made the right decision by re-electing the greatest president of the 21st century by sending Donald Trump back. And now you can feel it. There's a fresh new enthusiasm, a new verve, a new energy in America. We can all see it. We can feel it, actually. I'm now more optimistic than I have ever been for the future of our country. We're on the cusp of a new golden age in America right now. A revival of conviction in what it means to be a citizen of this nation.
Yeah,
what does it mean
he
to
has
be
a very specific
it means
concept of what it means to be America.
That you get ahead in this country, not on the color of your skin, but on the content of your character and your
I heard a couple of boos in there. Did anybody hear that? Did anybody else hear the boos? Vivek trying to trot out the one thing that I think actually got him removed from DOGE, which was getting into online tiffs on Zitter and I think Truth Social as well about merit and how Americans weren't that meritorious. Remember that? Was it something about Boy Meets World? I can't remember it now, but it was silly and ill-conceived plan. And now he's trotting it back out. This time it's going to work.
It means we believe in free speech and open debate. And that means you get to express your view, whatever that may be, as long as you're...
Yeah, unless you say you're not proud to be an American, in which case Vivek has a serious problem with that. And that's the thing about this whole thing, right? They claim they want free speech, but then they're like, there is a specific answer we're looking for when we say, if you answer wrong on what it means to be an American, then you're using your speech wrong. That's not how you use free speech. You have to say you're proud to be American.
Neighbor gets to in return. And you know what? We can still get together at the dinner table at the end of it. That's what it means to be an American. It means we believe in the rule of law.
Oh, yeah.
And
aside from when it's constitutional law.
Son of legal immigrants to this country. That means your first act of entering this country cannot break
Get
the
to
law.
it, Vivek.
That too is what it means to be an American.
Get to it. I can't remember where he actually announces. You know, it's not important. We don't need the moment. But this was the vibe of his speech where he is announcing that he is launching a campaign to be governor of Ohio. Should be fascinating to see how that goes for him. Didn't manage to win that primary or even manage to keep his seat at DOGE, but maybe be able to convince Ohioans that he is right for them. By the way, Ohio, I wouldn't do it if I were you. Just saying. Not a good plan. It's going to Dogeify your state. All right. Now let's move on to some other people in politics. One guy who I'm pretty sure Vivek wholeheartedly supports being given this job. But apparently, one right-wing, aging social media commentator is getting a job. Seems like the podcast space is getting a lot of jobs in this administration right now. Sort of following with who got the director job of this agency. Not that shocking who's getting the assistant director job. Let's talk about the FBI real quick and who's going to be the assistant director of the FBI with Cash App Patel on the top of the ticket. Who's it going to be? By the way, if you want to help keep the stream alive, help me pay the bills for March, which is coming up real quick, you can contribute on Cash App, where I get the money immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
That's right. I'm going to keep doing it every time I say Cash App. Going to plug my Cash App. We have 40 likes. How is that physically possible? By the way, thanks to a number of donations, I'm much closer now to being able to pay all those March bills. So if you got it, do consider giving it. 1, 7, what's that? 15 and 11. 1, 17, 1, 7, 15, and 11. I think I know who all those are. What were we doing? Ah, yes, going to talk about the new assistant director of the FBI, Dan Bongino, whatever it is.
And today we are learning new details about what may have led to President Donald Trump selecting Dan Bongino, a right-wing podcaster and former Secret Service agent, as the new FBI deputy director. Now, the role is traditionally held by a career FBI agent, and FBI Director Kash Patel had previously told agents it should stay that way. So, what changed? It appears to be a recent standoff between interim FBI leadership and the Justice Department over demands for names of agents involved in the January 6th and Trump-related investigations. But there's a lot more to it. CNN senior justice correspondent Evan Perez joins me now. So, Evan, what more are you learning about how we got here?
Right. Everything was set for Robert Cassane. He is the head of counterterrorism in New York for the FBI, and he was brought down here as part of the interim leadership before Patel got named as a nominee, and everything seemed to be fine with him and Brian Driscoll, who is still the head of the Newark FBI office. And then there was this confrontation, which happened a couple of weeks ago, where Emil Bove, the acting Deputy Attorney General, was demanding these names of everyone who touched these January 6th and Trump-related investigations, and that's where things seem to go awry. So we now know, obviously from the weekend social media post from the president, that he has instead gone in the direction of Don Bongino, who is a very public supporter of the president. He's somebody who obviously would not necessarily stand up to the Justice Department if he's asked to do something he doesn't necessarily like, because everything that comes from them will probably be something he supports. So, you know.
Oh, yeah. I don't know if everybody's familiar with old Bongo, but this guy is sort of almost have the black hole in the center. Well, in a way, he kind of is. I mean, he's, you know, in terms of online, like social media, political commentators on the right, Dan Bongino is basically as old school as it gets on all of this. I feel like he's been a huge part of shaping sort of the political ideology on the right. Even if it's not been entirely organic, he's been injected with so much right-wing billionaire money. I don't even know. But you get what I'm saying. Like, he has been there, sort of involved in all of this sort of, you know, call it alt-right shit since the very beginning. And what I found fascinating is about this is that, you know, the people that they put in the interim in these jobs before the actual like the nomination for Cash and all this were loyalists, right? Or what they thought were going to be loyalists. But then when the assistant attorney general Bove came in to, you know, get all these names based on political grounds and nothing else, this guy had a problem with it, and so now they're trying to oust him, who was the basically the presumed assistant. He's now looks like he's getting replaced. You know, if you do anything that Donald Trump doesn't like, if you are there as a check and or balance to an illegal use of power, prepare for your job to get deleted or to be replaced. Oh, wow. Nadia Event Chambers. U.S. Marshals and or FBI will arrest the governors. Yeah, that's a bad vibe. It's a bad vibe. But it does feel like that. I mean, as they continue to politicize the FBI, probably in the possible cards there could be drawn. I don't know. It is a disturbing thought to think. Oh shit, that's what I should start before we get off, because I think if we get too far in here, we got like 100 vids. Take one day off and shit just goes out of control. Oh, I didn't finish making my thumbnail. Oh, I just left the standard. Oh, whatever. Alright, 3-hour timer. Give us all the content. Also, by the way, I will be accepting not just super chats and super stickers, but also contributions on PayPal and Cash App. Those links are in my bio. On YouTube, you just gotta go and click through that, and they very easy to find. But I will also post the links in chat in case you'd like to do that. Okay. Yesterday, there was, not like yesterday, whatever it was, Sunday, there was some amount of contention over my having started that goal late. People felt that I had robbed them of the opportunity to get it in sooner, and or that their chats had been wasted. I don't want people to feel that way, so I'm gonna get that started now. Okay. Now, if you're not familiar with Dan, I figured we'd just go here. Go back in time. 5+ years ago now, I think. Here's a blast from the past.
Couple of clips. You know, someone said to me, regular listener of the program, texted me and said, did you ever notice that whenever there is a mass shooting, one that has like permeated the media, I guess, threshold, because we have mass shootings, you know, technically probably every day in this country, sometimes more than one. But it usually takes like 8 or 9 people to be killed before you start to hear about it. Like 4, you don't hear. 3, you don't hear. 5, 6, 7, depending on where it is, you hear about it. And he said, did you ever notice that there's always a phone call that you get that is like that one that you got, where it's just like the talking points are very similar, like none of this is going to work. Why are you doing it? Which is odd. It does strike me as odd. Like that call yesterday was odd, right? I mean, it's odd. And I do know for a fact that back in the day, different organizations would pay people to call talk radio shows. I'm not saying that's the case in this instance, but I do know that that phenomena exists. So if you're one of those callers and you're getting paid to call into the program, good on you. You're very, very fortunate because you're getting to listen to one of the better programs.
It's true.
And getting paid for it. That's
science.
Pretty good.
Sounds like a win-win.
It is a total win-win for
win,
everybody
win.
involved. So
that would be an
but
interesting commissary conversation.
But let's go
Land
through.
of callers.
But let me. The reason why I preface it that way is because I just want to say, like, you're not going to have to do that because we're going to let your conservative Uber lords call into the show today with their arguments about why gun control shouldn't work or more effective things. Like,
interesting.
I want you to think of the proposal as outlandish as the idea of, let's say, closing the private sale loophole or, you know, universal background checks, which I will argue necessary, but definitely insufficient. Should get far more aggressive. But think of the most outlandish proposal you could imagine. What's going to be so expensive and so impossible? And then Sean Hannity will say, hold my beer.
I don't think it's because I thought of it. But look, let's stop school shootings. We'll start there. Let's stop mall shootings. We'll start there. I'd like to see the perimeter of every school in America surrounded, secured by retired police, which you are, retired Secret Service, which you are, military, and I want guys to donate 15 hours.
But is he just trying to get Bongino a job?
Exactly. It's Dan Bongino. Well, he's asking him to donate 15 hours. That's why Bongino gets thrown off there. He's like, wait a second. Am I going to get paid? I'm not going to get paid for all of it. So the idea is it's an all-volunteer force of military, Secret Service, and police veterans who go out with their service pistols.
Tier 1 operators.
And will form this all-volunteer army. Now, apparently, would you get the managers, I guess, would also be volunteers? Like, I just wonder how many billions of dollars it would cost to fully militarize and fortressize every school and every mall in the country. Great. And then presumably you'd also want to do that with every sporting event and any busy intersection.
Yep.
Right? I mean,
supermarket.
Don't forget the movie theaters.
The movie theaters, of course.
Yep.
Roller rinks, ice skating
playgrounds.
Rinks. I guess that's it. I mean, it would just be
great Rambo vehicle, I could see.
Yeah.
Right? Rambo gets pulled out of retirement again to guard the
right, exactly.
Oh, God, Michael. Pull Rambo out of retirement again. Oh, God. I miss him. God damn it.
On Hannity, knows him, and he's just like, I know that you just wanted to retire to farm,
but we need you.
We need you.
There's
absolutely nothing that we could do to stop school shootings.
We need you to guard PS 84 down on Anderson Street.
It's literally a force of nature. There's absolutely nothing we could do
that movie
to
would
ameliorate
have the M29.
That movie would have to have a big arsenal scene like in Tremors, where you look at all the guns and stuff that he uses to protect the kids.
Or you could also have the gun companies subsidize it because you'd sell them all the guns. Or would you just let them bring whatever gun you have, you bring down there? So if you have a service pistol, great. If you don't, you just have a shotgun.
Yes,
bring
exactly.
That down.
Rocket launchers. Grenade.
Here's let Hannity explain. Now Dan Bongino is going to, or whatever his name is going to add how he's going to do it like a triple negative here, but he's like basically saying like, I agree, but he doesn't quite say it that way.
To see the perimeter of every school in America surrounded, secured by retired police, which you are, retired Secret Service, which you are, military, and I want guys to donate 15 hours. I think we could cover every school, every hour, every day, add a metal detector, and I think we're going to have safer schools. Have one armed guard on every floor.
I love this. Like, I love how in the same breath as Hannity pretending to take school shootings seriously, his solution is a volunteer security service. Like, wouldn't want it to be big government. It's got to be voluntary.
All over every mall, the perimeter and inside every hall of every mall. Now, that gives us an instant response opportunity.
Pause it. Now, just in terms of instant response opportunity, remind you, instant response. Now, he doesn't actually mean half a second response, right?
We need a SWAT team in the food court.
Again, I will reiterate, the shooter in Dayton, Ohio, was dead within
21.
30 seconds of shooting his first shot. Within those 30 seconds, he had the ability to kill 9 people and injure 20 some odd.
Of every mall. Now, that gives us an instant response opportunity that we normally wouldn't have. Would that save lives in your your expert opinion?
Oh, humble.
Well, I find it interesting, Sean, that when it comes to protecting the people that matter, the President of the United States, obviously regardless of party, the leader of the free world. Did you notice when I was in the Secret Service, when we took President Obama back to Chicago, a violent city, Sean, nobody said, hey guys, disarm. Don't worry. It's Chicago. They have very strict gun laws here. It's not a joke. I say that because that's the proposal they want to propose for your kids in schools and out in public places.
There is no proposal to not have armed guards at schools because they already don't have armed guards there. So no one is like floating this idea. What if we pull back all the armed guards on every floor, or the Secret Service who surround? I mean, honestly, if these guys are using that as an example, then let's take them at their face. How many Secret Service protect the president at any given time from any party?
A couple of dozen, I think.
A couple of dozen?
I think it's a couple of dozen.
So what we're looking at is a couple of dozen per child.
Perfect model.
Per student. Here we go.
A couple of dozen George Zimmermans per child.
Look, it'll be great for the economy, okay?
Child.
Perfect model.
Per student. Here we go.
A couple of dozen George Zimmermans per
There'll be
child.
no one
They want to propose
unemployed.
for your kids in schools and out in public places.
We protect our politicians with armed guards. Hollywood
But, Sean,
stars can afford
that's my
armed
point.
security.
Right. My point is exactly that when it comes to protecting people that matter, elites, political leaders, what does the Secret Service and others do? Obviously, they have trained men and women with firearms out there to protect them. They don't say, oh, don't worry, Donald Trump is going to Washington, D.C. today. They have good gun control laws. Everybody in this Secret Service, take your weapons out and leave them here. You'd be openly mocked. Yet when that same...
You would be openly... Well, we're openly mocking you right now, Dan, for this, all these idiotic musings that you seem to be getting into. I love the idea of a guy like this being the assistant director of the FBI. He's got great ideas. Security guards for every child. We can't just have secure buildings. We need secure children. All right? Give a gun to every newborn baby. And an elite security guard, like a bond, if you will. Love that plan. This is a great plan from Dan. He's going to be the next director of the FBI. How great. Or, well, not director, assistant director. One step away from the directorship. Now, let's talk about a guy who's going to technically probably benefit from having people like Dan Bongino and Cash App Patel at the FBI. Enrique Tarrio. Oh shit, we have 50 likes.
Pardoned, excused, welcomed back into polite society, and he goes chasing people down the hallway to say things like that. People who were in
Excuse me.
seriously
Abby?
on January 6th.
And
I
you
don't
just
support
stop.
the Proud Boys. I don't
God
support
damn
what
it.
he did. And I think he's a hypocrite for saying what he said at his sentencing.
Why do you refuse? There we go. That wasn't wildly annoying. I was doing two things at once. Three things. Now, thanks to this super chat from Epi Mew. Thank you, Epi Mew, for the super chat. Sorry YouTube hacks away their cut there, quote unquote. But I've only Google's Pay app. Try out Ko-Fi. Use that regularly thanks to the in-depth digging from my distant perspective. Much appreciated, Epi. Are you a Scottish person? I never realized that. But I'm assuming you didn't just put that Scottish flag in the super chat unintentionally or just haphazardly. Awesome. Thank you very much. That gets us, started on this here goal. What was I about to do just now? Oh, right. I'm going to give you your other support character, which you've already earned. Getting more than 1 like per minute right now somehow. I'm not sure how that's possible, but we're doing it. what was I saying? Ah, yes, let's talk about Enrique Tarrio. And how basically ever since he got let out of prison by Donald Trump, he's been a menace to society.
Pardon? Excused, welcomed back into polite society, and he goes chasing people down the hallway to say things like that. People who were injured seriously on January 6th.
I don't support the Proud Boys. I don't support what he did. And I think he's a hypocrite for saying what he said at his sentencing, where he basically praised those same officers. When he was being sentenced, the day he was getting sentenced, he actually came out and said these were American heroes. Right? But
that was clearly a lie.
That makes him a hypocrite. You know who else is a hypocrite? It's Democrats who look at this thing, which was tame in comparison to what we see in America's big cities all the time.
I love this take. Joe Borelli, former Republican leader of the New York City Council, saying, regardless of what you might think of Enrique Tarrio, he's being inconsistent right now. How dare he undermine his own insane views about the Capitol Police by contradicting himself and saying the Capitol Police are heroes later on. He should stand by his values of being a fucking terrorist. That's right. I see. Focus on the important stuff. Thanks, Joe. Keep it going.
False equivalency between January 6th and someone that was convicted of conspiracy.
Joe, you know that there could have been a period at the end of the first. You know there could have been a period at the end of the first part of your sentence. There's actually no reason to create another scenario about this. It's either. I mean, I agree.
Democrats only care about the assaults on police when it happened on January 6th in front of the U.S. Capitol. If it happened on March 25th,
you don't have to make a comparison between that and something completely random.
Democrats don't give a fiddler's fart when it happens night after night after another.
Sorry, we are being repressed, suppressed by the deep state. Video is lagging. I see it. I see you chatters talking about those frames being dropped. I see your concerns. I feel those concerns. Personally, I am concerned. What is going on here? Why are we doing this right now? What's even open? Got those open, that's normal. These are open, that's all perfectly normal. Those litany of programs all open, but they're all necessary. Son of a... Why are we doing this? Well, I guess this has to happen. Hopefully this fixes it. Okay. I think we're good. Not sure what the cause of all that latency was, but seems to be back on track.
Let's not use that word on the air.
This
Go
was a conference that was happening this weekend. It was about freedom of speech. It was a conference where these 4 cops were. So
and you get protesters at conference.
Yeah,
when you speak, you get protesters. I've gotten protesters before too.
First of all, this is a guy who now feels that he is untouchable, right? He's got the president of the United States who's got his back and who pardons him no matter what he does. So he can go out and he can do this. This is also a guy who wants to increase his Twitter likes and increase his Twitter followers and have a higher profile and sell merchandise. And so he wants to create a moment.
Just 1 second, because I just feel like this needs to be said. This is what's wrong with our politics, is that we can't just say, it's wrong for a guy who participated in an attack on the Capitol to taunt the police officer who was viciously attacked on that day. Just
tasered to the point
right,
he almost
lost his life and just let it go. Right. I don't understand why in our politics we have to take that and then say, well, some other random incident over here is also bad, and so therefore nothing matters.
Hypocrisy should be called out on both sides.
Joe, hang on a second. You can just say it's wrong and leave it there. Why can't you just say that?
But hypocrisy should be called out on both sides.
Just a second. So if you saw somebody, let's call it a Black Lives Matter protester who assaulted a police officer, then go to where that police officer was of his own volition and harass that person, you would say, well, you know,
but I didn't say
bad
that. I said what he did was bad. I said what he did was bad.
That's bad, but
no,
it's also
what you
bad
said.
that Enrique Tarrio did this.
Right, that's not what he said. That's not what he said. No, he called him an inconsistent ideological individual, right? Like all he said was, you know, this guy was saying all this great stuff about the Capitol Police before he got released from prison, and now he comes out and he says that they're heroes. That's what this guy said. It was the reverse of what the fuck is this guy? Oh, and Scott really wants to get in there, but I'm going to cut them all off because I'm good. But if you didn't hear about it, yes, Enrique Tarrio won. He got arrested for slapping the phone out of a woman's hand while he was in the Capitol, and then started taunting the police, the Capitol Police. Just fascinating. And Scott Jennings, he has got a bunch of really dumb stuff to say. I'm sorry, we're gonna have to skip past it. It's just too annoying. We have way too much stuff to talk about today. I gotta keep this whole thing, gotta keep this show on the road here. All right, now this is fascinating. You know, the white nationalists, they hate being called white nationalists sometimes. Other times they like it. I don't know. It's all very confusing. And, you know, there's one guy, big Nazi. He has said all sorts of insane things on Nazis and white replacement theory and all this stuff. Sort of head groiper of the internet, if you will. Big Enrique Tarrio fan, if I'm not mistaken. That being one Nicolas Fuentes. Let's see what Nicolas had to say recently. With everything going on, I'm sure he must be incredibly excited. You know, Nazi salutes at CPAC. What's that? He's not excited? What's that? What are you talking about?
So the other day, Sloppy Steve Bannon gave his speech at CPAC. And this guy, look, he's been getting on my nerves a lot lately because half the time he's on his show and he's going after Elon Musk. He called him like a parasitic illegal immigrant. And he says he's not even American, and he's making criticisms that are correct about Elon Musk. But the thing that frustrates me is he'll say that, and then he'll immediately go on to coddle Donald Trump's nuts, even though Donald Trump has made super clear in every fight that Elon has had with the MAGA base, Trump sides with Elon. Go look at the H-1B visa fight, for example. And Steve Bannon, Sloppy Steve, always has all the smoke for Elon and literally none of the smoke for Trump. So what that tells me is, you're all talk, bro. You're all talk. You don't mean a fucking word of the shit you say when you go after Elon and you call him a threat.
No, I don't want
right? If you did, it would be like, all right, you know what, Don, if you're going to keep going along with this guy, fuck you too. Right? But he won't do it. He won't do it. So, at the end of the day, my theory has always been proven correct of there are no different factions of MAGA. In theory, there are.
They're the tech bros, and they're the paleo-conservatives, they're the populists, etc.
The paleo
But in reality, there are no multiple factions.
What is a
because they all melt
paleo-conservative?
and do what daddy wants anyway. And when I say daddy this time, I mean the daddies, Trump and Elon.
Is a paleo-conservative just somebody who eats only meat and vegetables and stuff like that? Right? Isn't that what paleo means? That's all. I know that's the paleo diet, but that's the first thing that I think of. It's just a bunch of Republicans just chewing on large hunks of meat.
So Steve gives his CPAC address, and this is a guy who loves the limelight as much as anybody else. And so he decides, well, what if I just copy Elon Musk's trick? And I decide to give a little Roman salute, a little send my heart out to you myself. So here's what happened. Ready?
And we're not going to retreat. We're not going to surrender. We're not going to quit. Fight, fight, fight. Amen.
So now this is the fourth person who's done. You had Elon Musk do it multiple times. You had that weird like priest dude who did it. By the way, he lost his job when he did that. Steve Bannon. There was one other Hispanic conservative who decided to do it as well. This is now a thing. It's a thing. I mean, it speaks for itself, right? This is humiliating. This is embarrassing. This is pathetic. This is you're broadcasting how much you're fascists and how much you're Nazis. There is no more plausible deniability. There is no more, I was actually just kidding, and actually I was doing a Roman salute, or I'm autistic, or like none of that's working anymore, bitch. None of it's working. Okay.
Give me a joke.
So Sloppy Steve comes out and does that. Guys, Nick Fuentes, who is like right now one of the leading neo-Nazis in this country, right? Like this is his whole brand. I remember I covered him going on Alex Jones' show, and him and Alex Jones had a debate. Is Hitler based? Go ahead and guess which position Nick Fuentes took in that debate, right? He doesn't hide it. He loves Hitler. He's a neo-Nazi. He also was, gallivanting around with Ye as Ye was having his manic, severe bipolar, schizophrenic, pro-Nazi meltdown, like the second or third one, because he's now had a bunch of them. He was on his, when Ye was running for president, he was the one who was like with him all the time. It was Milo and Nick Fuentes who were there all the time. So this guy has all of the Nazi credentials in the world, right? He comes out, he watches CPAC, he comes out and says the following.
This was some sick shit. Bannon gets up there and says, I think Trump's going to run in 28. He goes, we want Trump. And then he throws up a straight up Roman salute. It's getting a little uncomfortable even for me. Even I'm starting to feel like that guy in the picture that wouldn't hail Hitler.
This is so weird. I'm sorry.
It's even getting a little...
This is so... Oh my God. This is just fascinating. Nick Fuentes here to tell us he's uncomfortable with Nazi salutes. He's fine with, defending Nazis. He's fine with like rhetorically discussing the pros of Hitler. But actually doing a Nazi salute out there in the what happened to dog whistles, guys? Come on. Come on. I love it. I genuinely love it. Dude's like, I make my living doing dog whistle stuff, right? Sort of whistling Dixie all the way through my podcasts, right? But going out and doing Nazis? What? That's too much. I object.
Uncomfortable saying that, and I was writing policy memos for Supreme Leader Kanye West.
Too Nazi for the Nazi.
I was writing policy papers based on Hitler's policies for Supreme Leader Ye. And it's getting even a little excessive for me. Bannon goes up there and he's like,
this is... Oh, I'm sorry. Gotta do this. We gotta do this right here.
I was writing policy papers based on Hitler's policies for Supreme Leader Ye. And it's getting even a little excessive for me. Bannon goes up there and he's like, Trump is our guy in 28. Person like that only comes around twice in a country's history. We want Trump. And then a straight up salute. And even me, I'm kind of looking around like, is everyone see that? Is everyone rocking with this?
Let me explain to you why he's saying this. Why this is now.
It's hilarious. Thank you, Kyle, for doing that clip. I don't think I would have found it without him. Holy shit. Just holy shit, dude. I don't even know what to say about this. I feel like some of it has to do with him not wanting to be, banned from whatever platform he's left on right now. But I find it to be shockingly, like in a way, this dude is like showing just how much of a coward he truly is, right? Like, he loves the idea of being like an edgelord Groyper who loves Hitler. But when it becomes mainstream, it's like suddenly it's edging in on his goddamn territory or something. And like, he's like, I don't want to have to go further than I'm already going. I mean, what am I supposed to start these shows with? Just Hitler speeches and Nazi flags? I don't think I can do that. It's just such a weird vibe coming from him, dude. Of all people to be suddenly panicking over Nazi salutes. I was not expecting it to be Nick Fuentes. The last person on my list to be concerned about that. Not that he's concerned about a fascist takeover. At least I don't think he is. Just very strange. Very strange. Because, 5 months ago, Nick was ecstatic about Trump becoming more of a Nazi. We're going to stay with Kyle from 5 months ago. Geez, Kyle, you're on the Nick Fuentes pulse over here.
So for the past month or so, we've been discussing that Nick Fuentes abandoned Trump. He was basically fed up with Trump's bullshit. He wasn't on Team Trump anymore. There was that clip that went viral where he was talking about Trump admitting that he didn't win the election. When he said, "We lost by a whisker." Nick Fuentes saw that and said, well, what the fuck was this all about then? What the fuck was Stop the Steal? What the fuck was January 6th? You're throwing under the bus all these people who went and fought for you, et cetera, et cetera. And he was pissed. He was pissed. But as I told you from day one talking about Fuentes, it's not like he's mad at Trump for good reasons. The core of his argument against Trump is he's not Nazi enough. He's not fascist enough. I need him to be more like me and the Groypers. That's his main concern, right? Well, he's proven that point in no uncertain terms because now he's going to go out here and he appears to have done a 180 with his positive rhetoric on Trump, and it happens to coincide with when Trump becomes more Nazi. That's literal. We'll get to more on that in a minute. So here he is talking about Laura Loomer snuggling up to Trump in the direction that's had on the campaign. Let's go.
This is Trump at his best. This is Trump talking about the only issue that matters, which is white genocide, which is replacement migration, the invasion of the border by immigrants.
The white genocide.
Finally. And if you go back and watch this show...
By the way, I love the idea, man, Trump doesn't talk about immigration enough, bro. He stopped talking about immigration a lot. What are you talking about? That's not true at all. It's the one policy issue he talks about the most.
The past few months, people called me a Trump hater, and I said over and over in these frustrated rants, I said, where is the old Trump? Where is the Trump from 2016? Where's the America First immigration restrictionist? Because all he talks about is grocery prices. And don't get me wrong, it's good politics to talk about that too. But you must make the election a referendum on immigration, because if it's a referendum on abortion, you're going to lose. And if it's a media contest, an attention contest between inflation and abortion, abortion's going to win. So you got to make it about immigration. Finally, Finally, someone in the campaign is listening. Someone is heeding my advice. They brought back Corey Lewandowski from 16. Laura Loomer shows up, and Laura Loomer supports white nationalists and white identitarians. She's been a friend of mine for years, and she has talked about white genocide consistently.
This is this is straight up Twilight Zone here. Oh my God. I think Nick Fuentes' body has been taken over by someone else. So strange. 5 months ago, him saying, Donald Trump, not enough white nationalist talk. Not enough white genocide talk. Not enough about white identitarian politics. And now, when you have people doing literal Nazi salutes at rallies, oh, that's going too far.
That's too much, man!
Weird. I don't even understand where the middle ground is between what was already going on and where we are now that would have satisfied Nick Fuentes. I'm very, very confused. Just, wow. Did we really get to 60 likes already? Is that true? 69 likes? We're almost at 70. How many support characters do we have right now? We only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This seems like the wrong number if we're at 69. Okay. Nope. All right, now let's get back into talking about Donald Trump. Something we've been doing too much of lately, and I feel we will probably be doing ad nauseum into perpetuity. Well, not perpetuity, but for at least the next, 3-4 years or so, depending on number of potentialities. Ah, my God, 70 likes. You are all going wild right now.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pill.
Okay. 2 new support characters incoming. Let's go on and talk about Donald Trump. And not whether or not he's doing enough white identity politics. No, let's talk about what kind of a job he's doing, or at least the perception of the electorate on his job. But before we go to the electorate, let's see how Donald Trump rates himself. Here he was at CPAC, using some metaphors to describe how he's doing. Very relatable stuff. Let's go here.
You're going to have so much money coming in from tariffs. Oh, you're going to say, your senators and your congressmen are going to say, please, sir, please. You're making us look so bad. We have so much money coming in. I didn't know this was going to happen.
We don't need money.
Please don't do this to us. We look very bad. But they're great. They're doing well. I tell you, the Republican senators, they're sticking together. The Republican congressmen and women are sticking.
I know it's only 1 month in, but Donald Trump is seeming way lower energy already. The amount of nonsense that's coming out of him. Ever since winning the election, I feel like he just sort of turned off whatever filter existed and is now just speaking straight from the heart. And from the heart doesn't make any sense. People are going to complain about how much money they're getting. I noticed that he got 0 reaction from the audience on that one. Okay.
Now, every once in a while, you have one that wants a little action or something.
Little action or something. What does that mean?
It's so sad to see. I just hate to see it. I hate to see it. But they're sticking together. One thing about the Democrats, they have rotten, horrible policy, the worst policy in history, but they stick together. We have great policy, but sometimes they don't stick, but they've been sticking for us. They've been sticking.
Sometimes they don't stick.
And
now they're
I
sticking,
think the
though.
Speaker and the leader have done a fantastic job. That's Thune and Johnson, and I think they've done 2 guys really working hard and doing They're really doing a great job. But we have a lot to
You're so great.
stick with. We have a lot to stick together for because what we've done has never been done before. Nobody's ever seen anything like this, and nobody's ever seen 4 weeks like we've had, especially the 4 weeks, the first 4 weeks. You know, that's like if you golf, when you sink that first 4-footer in the first hole, it gives you confidence on the next hole. You sink another one. Now you go into that third hole and you can't, and by the time you get to the fifth hole, you feel you can't miss, right? Like.
Everybody knows that feeling when they're on the golf course. After having paid $50 greens fees, you're out there with your buddies, smoking a cigar, having a brewski, or in my case, neither of those things. And you're on fire, you're sinking putts, you're getting more and more confident, hole by hole. You're on the fifth hole looking over that water and you're saying, I got this. Very relatable, and that's what basically we're doing. Everybody knows what it's like. Just be in the zone. First 9, feeling like, I can't wait. Where's that cart girl? I need a sandwich and some lemonade. Or, in my case, a Diet Coke. Cart girl, I need you. How am I supposed to keep up this level of play without snackies and drinks? Can't do it.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Speaking of golf, and Donald Trump's first 4 weeks in office, apparently he's decided to take some liberties, I guess you might say. Sort of a theme I'm noticing in this first 4 weeks. But yeah, Donald Trump taking some liberties with the law once again, and has decided to start putting up presidential seal markers on all of his golf courses. Ah, yes. It's a clear violation of existing law. But who's going to prosecute? Who's going to arrest Trump for this one? I don't know. Pam Bondi or Cash App. By the way, you can help make sure that I can pay the space bills by donating on my Cash App. Speaking of Cash App, that's right, that's Cash Patel's full name, Cash App Patel. And also an app where you can ensure that the lights stay on here at the Galactic News Network. Sort of a twofer. All right, let's go talk about some golf stuff some more.
Hey everybody, I'm Brittany Lewis, a breaking news reporter here at Forbes. Joining me now is my Forbes colleague, staff writer Zach Everson. Zach, thanks so much for joining me.
Thanks for having me back, Brittany.
We are talking about one of our familiar topics today, Donald Trump and his golf courses. You're writing for Forbes that Trump's golf courses keep pushing legal boundaries with presidential seal markers. So first and foremost, what's the federal law here surrounding the presidential seal?
Illegal. It prohibits the use of the seal in any way that might imply government sponsorship. Come on! And we're seeing a lot of it being. We're now seeing it being used at a 5th Donald Trump golf course, which
Number 5.
It does not appear that he has explicit permission from the government to use. Although I don't know, it's his government. Maybe they've just said, "Go ahead, do whatever you want." It seems like Congress is kind of cool with that these days.
You just said it now. Your headline indicates it, that this is not the...
Okay, that's all we needed. That 1 minute of Forbes talking about Donald Trump putting up presidential seal markers at 5 different golf courses owned by him in complete contravention of the law. Another clear violation. One of those sort of conflicts of interest popping up. Donald Trump continuing to attempt to enrich himself in all possible ways. Apparently he's also selling presidential seal and White House merch at some of these golf courses as well.
Illegal.
Probably illegal, pretty sure. But you would need there to be consequences for it to actually be or the threat of consequences. But right now, like I said, who exactly is going to be prosecuting and or arresting him? The two people that it would be the FBI, I guess, or Pam Bondi, right, at the AG, at the DOJ. And I just don't see either of those two really getting in there to stop him from enriching himself via the presidency in his own personal businesses. He was already doing it with the hotels in the past. But who cares about the law? Not the party of law and order.
Come on!
Yeah, let's see if this kind of lawlessness and attack on the Constitution and on the American people, well, let's see how it's sitting with the American people. Harry Enton's got it. The numbers for us over at CNN. This was from yesterday. Approval ratings for Trump.
New CNN polling showing 51% of Americans think the mass firings of federal employees have gone too far. And more than half of Americans think Trump is overusing his executive powers. So with all these firings and executive actions, is voter enthusiasm for President Trump changing? CNN senior data reporter Harry Enton is here to help us answer that question. Harry, good to see you. Walk us through how Americans are feeling about President Trump as we're now a month into his second term.
Yeah, it's been a month. It's flown by or taken forever, depending on who you ask. But either way, let's take a look at Trump's numbers right now. This is his net approval rating. These are polls, 4 of them released over the last week. And you might notice there's a lot of red on the screen and a lot of negatives. Trump is underwater in all these polls. His net approval rating, look at this, -5 points in the CNN poll, -6 points in Gallup, -7 points in Ipsos, -4 points in Quinnipiac, negative, 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 and then negative. He is underwater in all of these polls. As I said earlier this week, he's a little bit like the Little Mermaid, underwater.
That's one way to put it.
Yes, that is
Harry,
under
and then
the
how
water.
are people's feelings toward Trump changing from a month ago?
Yeah, all right, so you notice all negatives. You know, I come on this program, I give the good news for one side, the bad news for the same side, depending on how the polls change. And here you can see it very well here. Trump's net approval rating, the change since January. 3 of those pollsters on that prior page had a poll conducted just after Trump took office, and you can see the trend line here.
Oof.
It ain't good for President Trump. It ain't good. In Gallup, he's down 5 points on net approval. Quinnipiac on 7 points. And the Reuters Ipsos poll, get this, down 13 points. Their first poll.
Woof. That deserves a second horn. Yeesh. 13 double-digit points in a month's time. Yeesh, that honeymoon seems to be very, very over already. You know, oftentimes honeymoon periods last, maybe a year. This one lasted less than a month. Yeesh, can we do the election over? I wonder. How does that work? Very sad. Very sad for Trumpy. All right. Where next? Yeah. Here's an example of how people are feeling. An in-person example from about a day ago in Idaho at a town hall meeting. Here's the Associated Press.
There's an opportunity for you to sound off, but not right now. And because you're not smart enough to know that, get them out. If you can't be civil, get out.
Get up or be arrested.
So you know, folks, when our nation began, there was some really
You're gonna arrest her?
just talk for on and on and on. And look at this little girl is afraid to leave. She spoke up where these folks are. shut this whole program down. Unfortunately, they're being successful. To all of you, the legislators, I applaud you for sitting there and quiet.
These are dummies! Who the are these men?
So how about that? Elon Musk. It's too bad that we have some other. We know that government has been mismanaging money.
You know, this is fascism, okay? This is fascism. This is a woman at a public meeting with elected representatives using her First Amendment right to speak her mind about those representatives, and she's now being attacked by 3 grown men. And the fact is, Americans need to stop watching, okay? Sitting by while fascism comes for their fucking neighbors, okay? See something, no, say something. See something, do something, okay? That's where I'm at. I can't even watch the rest of it because it pisses me off so much. All right, let's keep talking about the people who are being hurt by all of this. And I figured we should probably talk about how many jobs are getting cut. How many jobs are being cut in states that Donald Trump won?
What are lawyers who are representing these federal workers telling you about the legality of these demands?
Well, there are real questions about whether they even have to respond to this email. And we are seeing the legal pushback already this morning in what appears to be the first court case today to address this. Unions had first sued in California, a federal court in California last week in an attempt to block Donald Trump's firing of federal employees. Well, they've updated that lawsuit to now also include this Elon Musk request that was made over the weekend to explain what they accomplished. And their argument is that there is no regulation that requires federal workers to have to report outside of their chain of command what they have accomplished. And that is the argument that they're making here. We've even heard from some Republican lawmakers who question the legality of this request, Dana.
Yeah, we sure have. Starting to hear more and more. Renee, thank you so much for that reporting, as always, particularly on this topic. I'm joined by 3 other amazing reporters here. Estelle Herndon of the New York Times, Lisa Lair, also of the New York Times, and CNN's very own Brian Stelter. Well, happy Monday to everybody, to those who celebrate. Lisa, I want to start with you on the big picture of what we could go down a million rabbit holes here, but let's just talk about what we have seen with this email and the goal here, which we know he's the king of disruption. By he, this time I mean Elon Musk, but you can also say the same thing about Donald Trump. And I'm going to get Brian to talk about this in a second as well. Anybody who has spent 5 minutes looking at the way Elon Musk carries himself out at his startups and eventually at his big businesses, this is the way he operates.
Yeah, he smashes first and then, makes decisions later. I think Washington is not one of his businesses. And as you well know, Washington runs on one central currency, which is power. Who has it and who doesn't. And I think what was so interesting to me about this weekend is we started to see the tiniest glimmers of some sort of power wrangling and fighting with.
Okay, hold on. I wanted to get this to a specific spot showing. Sorry, they have a graphic here illustrating how many people are losing their jobs across the nation in these found it. Or at least across the nation in red states that voted for Donald Trump, that he won in the election. These numbers are quite staggering. Because if you do the math on this, right, in terms of, like, if you put this up against the numbers that Donald Trump won by in some of these states, suddenly he very well may have lost some of these states. States like Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, you know. You know, I gotta look at some of the vote totals, but if I recall correctly, he did not win those states by more than those numbers. But they just going through it here. I mean, this is hundreds of thousands of jobs. You know, 10,000 in Montana, 6,000 in North Dakota, 9,000 in South Dakota, 6,000 in Wyoming, right? And it's not like there's a ton of people living in Wyoming and Montana and the Dakotas. You know, they're not the most populous states in our nation. You know, 10,000 jobs in Montana is like, I don't know, 100,000 in New York or more or something like that. But yeah, you can see it here in Texas, 129,000 jobs. 100,000 here in Florida. This represents, it's like more than a quarter. It's like 500,000 jobs. In all in red states, all being lost. Oh shit, Nadia Yvette Chambers with another super chat. I knew they'd all keep their heads down and mouths shut, and look the other way and stand idly by. That's why you fled the country. Yeah. Yeah, you've been talking about that for a while. It's getting disturbing out here. I also want to point out I got not a super chat. I'm adding one to the list because I saw somebody got a notification that somebody donated on Cash App. Thank you so much. Those donations on Cash App and PayPal go directly to paying bills for this month, since I won't see the YouTube money until the end of next month. So I really appreciate that. So that makes it, we're only 2 away right now from getting ourselves all the content. But yeah. You add these numbers up, it's a lot of jobs being lost. This is why I'm saying maybe we can do that election again. Seems like, I feel like a lot of people would want to change their votes at this point. Maybe I'm wrong. I just realized there's a total down here. Apparently I'm blind and stupid.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Apparently my eyeballs and my estimation was completely wrong. 907, it's almost 1 million jobs. Looking at it like this somehow fucked with me. Somehow this looked like 500,000 to me. 979, I assume CNN did the math right. That is 1 million jobs. Insane.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Tracy Eva, you sent a PayPal too? Oh, I didn't even see it. That'll get us up to 4, which means we only need 1 super chat, super sticker, or donation on PayPal or Cash App. Did not get a notification from PayPal. I am going to take you at your word. So I don't have to go onto the app to check. What was I saying? Oh yeah. Let's keep talking about federal workers who are losing their jobs all across the country, to the tune of almost 1 million jobs so far being lost in the wake of all of these insane actions by the federal government. Well, not even the federal government. What is DOGE still? We still don't know what DOGE is, so I guess it's DOGE and crew. Yeah, let's go to CBS Evening News from yesterday. Talk more about some of those fired federal workers and what they have to say about the impact of this on their lives and the government's functioning.
This image came to mind today. The White House undergoing a massive renovation in 1948.
Now, with a former real estate developer in the executive mansion, another teardown is underway in Washington and beyond, shaking the government as we've known it to its foundations.
Since the inauguration, President Trump has offered buyouts to 2 million federal workers, fired 16 inspectors general, and got rid of Justice Department officials who investigated him.
And he gave billionaire businessman Elon Musk free rein to weed out what they see as waste and fraud. That included shutting down USAID, the agency that provides humanitarian aid overseas. Critics say what's being lost in this government makeover is oversight and expertise.
Margaret Brennan in Washington now. So, Margaret, where does it seem they're going with all of this?
Well, overnight, nearly all of the 10,000 USAID employees who work to feed the world, combat disease, and respond to disasters, they learned they'll be put on leave as of midnight on Friday. And while the first target is foreign aid, it makes up a very small fraction of the federal budget, less than 1%. But it may be a test case for what is coming to other parts of the federal government.
Let them work!
Let us work, they shouted.
Let us work!
USAID personnel have been locked out of their offices and emails since Monday, leaving many confused as to whether they'll even have health care or paychecks coming. We spoke with one of those individuals who has spent the past decade at USAID.
Why in our conversation do you think you need to remain anonymous?
Everyone is really scared. First, we were scared for our jobs. Then we were scared for the safety of our programs. I have a family, like most Americans, and I want to be brave, and I just don't want to put them at any more risk than I have to.
Elon Musk posted on X, USAID is a criminal organization, time for it to die. What did you think when you heard that?
He said that. He said we were vipers. He said that we were worms and not a bad apple, but just worms. He said that we are evil lunatics.
In recent days, the Trump-appointed chief of staff resigned, and the two heads of security put on leave after they refused to let DOGE-linked staffers access classified information.
Illegal. You're still officially employed by the U.S. government.
I do not know what my status is. Part of that is that what's been happening has been moving with incredible speed and also an incredible level of sloppiness.
The Trump administration argues the cuts will increase efficiency.
Not only have we abandoned our colleagues, which is an absolute moral atrocity, but we have abandoned our partners in the world. If you've ever seen those photos of people delivering bags of food or wearing the USAID vests or delivering medicines or the big trucks coming in with aid, it's got big USAID logos on it, right? It's got America for a reason.
Yeah, we've been talking ever since this happened about the things that are being affected, AIDS, medical aid for AIDS prevention and treatment. Oh, so many things. I mean, we talked about how many millions of pounds of grain were being stored in Houston that were supposed to go out, that was being bought from U.S. farmers to be sent out as aid. That was just, I don't even know if it ever left. I would assume that it's sitting there rotting still. 85 likes? We haven't even hit this first break yet, people. Oh my God. Wow. You deserve one of these. It is incredibly impressive. Incredibly impressive. All right, let me get you another support character. Yeah, we haven't had that one yet. Doge's brown shirts identified as black. Is that true? I had not heard that, but it is not. It's not. It wouldn't be incredibly surprising to me to find out they were using, private militias to fucking suppress the U.S. people. Horrifying. And I'm gonna count that as a half of one. So we're one half of a $5 super chat or super sticker or a donation on Cash App or PayPal. All of these things are counting towards that goal, which we are so close now to finish. Where are we at right now? Hour 46. Oh, right. I'm sorry. I'm actually not leaving this video yet. I wanted to go here. Let's move on from USAID. We got this sort of broken up here at CBS Evening News. Let's talk about the immigration judges. There's at least 24, I think, immigration judges or something like that that were all fired within the first couple of weeks, along with like the inspectors general and people like that. It's all been part of this purge of government officials and workers. Oh my God.
As News has learned that President Trump is pausing all immigration applications filed by migrants from Ukraine and Latin America. The Department of Homeland Security told immigration reporter Camila Montoya Galvez that further vetting is needed.
And with cases already backed up, the president has fired 20 immigration judges. Jason Allen looks at the impact tonight.
Can we call you? We can't call you judge.
I don't think so. Not anymore. Ex-judge, I guess.
You're fully expecting.
I'm just full of Carrie.
Carrie Doyle was expecting to become one of the country's next immigration judges, but she was fired the week before she was supposed to start hearing cases.
There are millions of these cases.
3.7
which is a
million.
big reason why you thought maybe I won't.
Maybe you want those judges there.
That was the thought. That was the hope.
Inside this unmarked building in a Boston suburb, Doyle would have heard cases for asylum, permanent residence, and removal, up to 700 a year.
So you just see people every day, all day, with these life and death decisions over whether they can remain in the United States or not, and then neutrally applying the law.
Yeah, that's her job. Would have been her job if this didn't happen. Apparently she was a judge already, had taken this job to be an immigration judge. And now she's out of work suddenly at a time when Republicans are talking about how they need to get rid of immigrants, right? That's one of their big talking points right now. We gotta get rid of all these criminal migrants. Oh,
Illegal.
Even though most of them have not committed crimes, or at least a large portion of them. I think last time I checked, it was like 45% of the cases of detainments, arrests, right, of migrants have been people without any criminal record whatsoever, violent or not. But we're getting rid of the people who are supposed to oversee the legal process amidst it all. And it just makes zero sense. You know, if you're, a thinking person, but, this administration's not big into thinking. Okay. Just gonna zip ahead a little bit.
What is this going to do to the existing backlog of cases?
Oh,
well, it would take a lot to remove
I don't
those,
want
right? It takes a lot to
reality.
become one of these judges. You'd have to have a law degree, 7 years of experience, right, to do this. The application process is long. It takes more than a year to get some of these judges into place.
Right.
And there are some studies showing that we need as many as 300 new judges
to
just to begin cutting into the backlog.
Interesting.
That's a lot.
Quite a backlog. So how does this influence the judge?
I mean, this completely contravenes everything that they're talking about, right? But I think part of it has to do with the fact they don't seem to give a shit about the legal process involved in deporting immigrants. They seem to just want to do it illegally and without any, justification, right? But it's just insane when you think about it mathematically. They're 300 judges short of at least doing what the government has been suggesting it wants to do in regards to all of this, and yet they're firing almost 24 judges who should have been hearing cases that would have totaled something like 14,000 cases being adjudicated per year. Now there's 14,000 less that are going to be adjudicated when there was already a deficit of 200,000 apparently. I'm trying to do the math. If they needed 300 and each judge can do 700, I think that math adds up. But it's insane. It's utterly insane. Wow, they're talking about all this, pretending like they care about both law and order as well as dealing with immigration, while getting rid of the people. What's the word? Who've been given who are supposed to have the responsibility of doing just that, right? Of determining on a legal basis. Immigration, it doesn't make any sense when you really examine it. You don't even have to really examine it. Just momentarily examine it. It just doesn't make any sense unless you think that it should all be done extrajudicially, you know, outside of the guise of the law.
Illegal.
How are we doing? Keep it going. All right, let's talk about this. Because, you know, they're talking about wanting to deal with the budget. They were talking about dealing with the deficit. They got to cut down the deficit. Well, how does the government pay down the deficit? Oh, that's right, with tax money. Well, if you need taxes to pay down the thing that you want to get rid of, you might not want to do this next thing.
Keep coming. Now, President Trump is eliminating more than 6,700 jobs at the Internal Revenue Service, the agency that collects 96% of the money that funds the federal government.
And he's doing this at the height of tax season. When Americans are checking their mailboxes for the W-2s and 1099s, they need to fill out their 1040s.
And here's another number for you, 800-829-1040. That is the number many taxpayers will be calling to reach the IRS for help and hoping they'll reach an experienced agent to answer their questions.
I fucking love that from CPS. I don't know if they were intentionally trolling there, but I feel like you have to be to do that. Like in the middle of talking about how the IRS is getting cut, throwing up the phone line to the agency that's being gutted. You're like, hey, you know, if you got any problems with your taxes, call this phone line that's probably not being fucking like properly monitored right now. Oh my God, CBS. If that wasn't an intentional troll, just wow.
Correspondent Nancy Cordes looks tonight at the impact of the IRS cuts on the workers and on Americans who depend on them. Nancy?
John, the cuts this week amount to about 6 to 8% of the IRS workforce, and sources tell us they don't believe these cuts are over yet. It's a sharp reversal for an agency that spent the past 2 years aggressively trying to boost staffing to become more responsive to taxpayers.
Who here is shocked to hear that a group of billionaires are attempting to gut the agency that's supposed to get them to pay just a tiny amount of taxes, percentage-wise, in comparison to the rest of people? Wow. I'm shocked.
I just knew I wanted to work for the IRS. This was my dream job.
Today was day one of Elizabeth Caron's job search. The 22-year-old from New Orleans was let go yesterday after just 6 months at the IRS, where she worked as an auditor on high-income tax returns.
We were already
probationary employees
really needing more employees to handle the cases that we already had.
CBS News obtained an email that was sent to IRS workers this week. It said those being fired were newer probationary employees who were not deemed as critical to filing season.
What do we know about the people who are being let go?
I'm hearing that it is across all functions. So it includes people who provide taxpayer services and answers the phones.
Lily Batchelder is a tax policy expert and served as an assistant treasurer.
Okay. Oh, there we go. Now I'm gonna do this since we're so close to the break, and I'm preparing to transfer us over to a different topic. I'm not gonna break it up, so I'm just gonna immediately take a break. A few minutes early, which is shocking for me. I'm always blowing through these breaks. But staying vigilant tonight. Vigilant as fuck. All right. everybody has been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe. Maybe even hit that little bell icon too, so you don't miss any of the latest Galactic content. You can make it here to these streams without any problems. While you're doing those things, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers like you. And in this moment, do consider the 3 options I'm about to put out here in front of you: PayPal, Cash App, and Patreon. 3 ways in which I get that money immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
And the fees taken from it are very, very small, if any. But since I get it immediately, it means that I'll be able to keep the lights on here at the Galactic Space Station, so make a difference. Contribute to the Galactic News Network. But if you want some bennies, you want some benefits, I can understand that. We can all understand that. So I would recommend, if you're not already, before doing anything else, consider becoming a Galactic patron on Patreon. Because there you can get more space benefits than the entire Milky Way galaxy for the low, low price of $3 a month. Got an avatar here on stream, shout-outs, and so much more. By the way, remember to always check your mail, because I send out little questionnaires on what you want those benefits to be. But one note. Important note, actually. Do not sign up using the PayPal, the app, sorry. God damn it, my brain just broke. This is too loud. Why is this so goddamn loud in my ear? There we go. That has totally thrown me off. What was I saying? Yes, one important note. Do not sign up on Patreon using Apple's app. You can use the app as much as you want after you've signed up, but because of Apple's monopolistic practices, it is necessary for me to tell you to sign up on either the website or through Android's store. All right, chat, enjoy this short space break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Enough galactic messages for now. us to get back to the galactic content. It's true. It's true. I do spend some time in the galactic lake, just swimming around like a child in an inner tube, truly taking in the glory that is the galactic lake and the galactic lake house. All of it. It is great. It's you know, one of my favorite places to chill. We better get back to this content here. I was going to say something. Oh, that's right. Now I remember. I am going to end the goal. Because I noticed a number of things that have led me to say, you know what? We did it. We did it. Goal achieved. Much appreciated to all of you. And now you can appreciate the efforts that you have just done for the rest of the night, because we got all the content. It's all unlocked, which means we can just go in right now, just, you know, knowing that we have it all lying before us, if you will. What's lying before us is literally a full stream's worth of videos, and we've already gotten through some number. I don't know how many, but I started off with over 100 today. Not 135 like on the Galactic 1-year anniversary, but anniversary. I can barely talk today. I don't know what's going on with my brain. I need more caffeine. Maybe that'll help. What was I saying? Yes, we have a shit ton of videos to get to. So, no more tarrying about here in the office. Let's get back to it. And we're going to get back to it with that CBS video we were watching earlier, talking about all the different agencies where federal workers are being fired from and some of the repercussions of those actions. Let's talk a little bit about the NIH, the National Institute of Health. Something that we've already had our concerns over before these cuts ever came through, considering that it's now technically under the purview of one anti-vax individual by the name of Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Biggest disappointment to come out of the Kennedy family in modern history. But these cuts aren't going to help either. Okay? Just want to point that out. Let's get back to it. Go web go. Go web go.
began the second month of his second term as head of the U.S. government, a government he is determined to shrink.
And he got some help today from a federal judge in Washington. The judge, an Obama appointee, refused to stop the president's mass firings of federal employees.
The judge said unions representing those workers must take their claims of wrongful firings to the Federal Labor Relations Authority.
Right.
The chairwoman of that agency, a Biden appointee, is one of the people Mr. Trump fired.
Yeah, since the president was sworn in, he has taken
exactly. I feel like they're firing all the people who are there to make sure that the crimes don't happen that they're going to do, that they're actively already engaged in, right? All of this stuff, they really did. I mean, it is terrifying to truly see just how much of Project 2025 is being abided to, being enacted in this fucking administration, no matter how much they, after they figured out how unpopular it was, how much Donald Trump denounced it. Agenda 47. I've never, Project 25, never heard of it. No idea what you're talking about. It's very strange. Very strange. We are doing Agenda 47 on the website. But instead, it's all being enacted immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
And it was incredible. If it was anything aside from horrifying, it was certainly a thorough fucking document, right? And we talked about how there was basically, tear this page out type of executive orders and sign it. It'll be law the second you do type shit. Basically just sort of a color by number dictatorship. And the aspects of the, law, right, that are being subverted by all this are essentially being not verified. What's the word? It's almost hard to explain. They planned it out, right? All of these firings were intentional, right? They knew what the ramifications of it would be, right? And who would have to preside over it, who would have to even maybe make these arrests if they needed to be done, right? They, in the places that they couldn't immediately put loyalists, they just removed the checks and balances that existed already to make sure that they didn't do the crimes, or that they were at least stopped from doing the crimes. But they're all gone. All those people were removed. Day one.
The federal workforce of 2.4 million and fired, laid off, or offered buyouts to untold thousands. And we say untold because the White House is not telling us exactly how many as the job cuts continue.
I don't want reality.
But Weijia Jiang has been tracking down the jobs being eliminated. And Weijia, what have you found?
Well, we found that there is a group of more than 500,000 workers vulnerable to the administration's sweeping layoffs, and many serving key positions across the federal government. For some who have already lost their jobs, they're now desperate.
I'm fairly certain that this story came out after that CNN vid that we watched right before this, that said it was over 900,000. It was approaching 1 million employees. I'm just assuming that number just got updated in, the storm of information out there. At this point, CBS makes a video like this, a 17-minute video. It takes a little while to film and edit and post all of that kind of stuff. By the time it's posted, it's wrong, even though it was right at the time. It's horrifying. It's fucking horrifying.
Looking for answers. Why?
I'm really not sure what I'm going to do.
Katie Sandlin is still living out of boxes after uprooting her life in Carbon Hill, Alabama last month, a town of 2,000, to work at the National Institutes of Health outside Washington, D.C.
I wiped out my savings account. I maxed out my credit card. I had to take out a loan.
But she called her job an opportunity of a lifetime, educating communities about NIH research.
People like me, where I'm from, rural Alabama, Like, these kind of jobs don't happen to people like me.
3 weeks later, Sandlin became one of thousands of federal probationary workers to be fired. They had less than 1, or in some cases, less than 2 years of experience, and fewer protections from layoffs, making them easier to terminate.
Now I'm unemployed, I have a ton of debt, and I'm also losing my health insurance.
Did it ever cross your mind that you could be fired in a second?
That part actually never crossed my mind.
Did your supervisor give you a reason for why you were getting fired?
They made it clear that I was not being terminated because of anything that I had done.
An HHS official sent Sandlin a letter saying your performance has not been adequate to justify further employment at the agency.
When I got it, it really upset me because it felt like it wasn't truthful.
Offensive.
My boss, her boss, and even his boss all said that that was not true.
Our CBS News data team found that at the Veterans Health Administration, which implements the health care program for vets, probationary workers account for 30% of the staff. At the Department of Agriculture, it's 19% of the branch that performs food safety inspections. When it comes to air safety, about 1/3 of the TSA may be impacted. So far, 2,000 probationary workers at NIH have lost their jobs.
What does the...
This is bad. We need the NIH to be functioning. Not be completely gutted just because some anti-vax lunatics, don't like the existence of modern medicine, I guess.
Public stand to lose with these widespread layoffs?
We are important and we do important work. We're impactful. And if you have questions or concerns about federal workers, ask one.
Ouija joins us now from the White House. Ouija, what does Katie do now?
Well, she says she can't afford to move back to Alabama after shelling out so much money to move here to the D.C. area, so she's focused on looking for a new job. But she points out how daunting that is, considering there are now thousands of federal workers in the same boat who are competing for those positions.
And
Can you imagine? Can you imagine having moved to D.C. to take a job to help people, to only have that job taken away from you, and to be so already not making enough money to be putting it away, to be able to move back to a place like Alabama? I don't know if you're familiar, but in terms of inflation, Alabama hasn't exactly seen the most out of all the states, okay? I mean, they have seen inflation, don't get me wrong. But if you compare the inflation in Alabama to, say, the inflation in a place like California or New York or whatever else, I mean, how much it costs to rent. What I'm saying is, going from D.C. to Alabama, and she may not have been living in D.C., she may have been living in one of the surrounding areas that are cheaper. But my point is we're talking about, essentially she was living on a string already, and now it's just being, having her life completely just blown up and imploded by the Trump government, the regime de Elon, for no good reason. It's just going to cause problems. The NIH does important stuff. Where are we? I lost my place on the list. Here's something maybe the NIH should be focusing on. Yeah. I don't know. What do you think? Because according to this recent story, CBS News from yesterday, Texas officials are now having to investigate potential measles exposure at 2 different Texas state universities.
Two Texas universities have issued warnings about potential exposure to measles after someone who toured both campuses about 10 days ago tested positive. The state's health department says there are now more than 90 cases of measles in West Texas, mostly among unvaccinated people. CBS News correspondent Omar Villafranca has the latest. Omar?
We are here in Seminole, Texas, near the Texas-New Mexico border, Gaines County, and this hospital sign behind me shows that this is kind of the ground zero for the biggest measles outbreak in 30 years here in Texas. As a matter of fact, if I step out of the way, you'll see that impromptu sign that they had to spray paint there. It's where they're doing measles testing. Now, the state says that this started this outbreak in a small Mennonite community.
This is our government right now. NIH shut down. We got impromptu signs, as he said, which were, as I can clearly see, and you can probably clearly see, were pretty hastily put together. They painted over the part of the stencil. You can see the edges of it. I mean, just wow. This is our government right now. Hastily thrown together signs to deal with potential outbreaks of deadly diseases.
Testing. Now, the state says that this started this outbreak in a small Mennonite community. The numbers right now statewide are roughly 90 cases confirmed.
Why didn't
so
Jesus
far.
protect
More
the
than
Mennonites?
70
Come on.
are in children 17 years and younger. That's who's getting hit on this. Side note that the state says that the Mennonite community, they are not vaccinated against measles, and that's why it is hitting that community hard. But this is of statewide concern for a few reasons, because somebody who tested positive here in Gaines County drove more than 400 miles, drove to San Marcos, Texas, just south of Austin, visited Texas State University's campus, and also went and ate at a restaurant on February 14th. The next day, they were in San Antonio, went to UT San Antonio, and also visited the Riverwalk and some tourist attractions there, highly populated areas.
That's
so
good.
now the state is watching to see if cases don't pop up there. On their way back, they also...
Yeah. I'm glad they went on a little trip. Little super spreader trip. That's great. That's good. And thankfully in Texas, the vaccination rate... Oh, wait. Sorry. No, it's been going down ever since the pandemic and all of the disinformation that was pushed by people like RFK. How good. Were they vaccinated? That's a good one, PB. No, they're Mennonites. They don't believe in that kind of stuff. Our modern ways are a sin. Okay? Vaccines falls under that list of modern sins. I don't have the list in front of me, but it's kind of long, so maybe we'll talk about that later. Let's just make sure we've got the whole story. Let's go to ABC 13 Houston. From 14 hours ago, Texas measles outbreak grows to 92 cases, including 2 in Houston, mostly unvaccinated people.
Let's get you caught up on the latest with the highly contagious measles outbreak that is happening here in our state. According to the state health department, right now there are at least 92 cases, which includes 2 here in Houston. But the biggest concern is the outbreak in West Texas. That's where there are 90 cases. We know 85 of them are unvaccinated or have unknown vaccination status. Back in January, the Houston Health Department confirming those 2 cases of measles connected with international air travel in unvaccinated adults. There is a list of possible exposure locations that the Houston Health Department listed on their website if you want to go there and take a look. But Dr. White with the Houston Health Department said the first person was hospitalized and recovered. The other person was monitored and is okay. So right now the city is just working to inform the public and working closely with neighboring health departments to bring
How shocking that 85 of the 92 cases were of people who were unvaccinated. Huh. It's almost like science works. That's weird.
It's science.
Yeah, it's really weird. Huh. Super strange. Never would have guessed that we've been doing vaccinations for a reason this whole time. God, wow. Huh. Strange. I thought it was just big government. Big pharma, big government getting involved in my private life. Here's a place where big government should be involved and is now underfunded and seemingly having some serious problems. Now, you know, we've been talking about a lot of plane crashes lately. Anybody remember that? All those plane crashes, the 3 different fatal plane crashes that happened in the first month of Donald Trump's presidency. Well, we almost had another one. So close that CNN, multiple agencies decided to report this. This was from 10 hours ago in Chicago O'Hare.
This just into CNN, a Southwest jet had a near collision with a private plane at Midway Airport in Chicago. This happened Monday. CNN aviation correspondent Pete Montine is back. Walk us through what happened.
Well,
It happened at Midway Airport. It happened this morning, not Monday. Pete, take it away.
This morning at about 10:50 Central Standard Time, this Southwest flight, Southwest 2504, and you can see in the video from plane spotters here, was coming into land on Midway's 3-1 Center. Very busy airport, huge hub for Southwest Airlines. This is what's called a go-around or an aborted landing. You may have experienced this on a commercial flight. Usually pilots do this when the approach is unstable or there's wind or there's wind shear. In this case, this is called a runway incursion, meaning an airplane on the runway where shouldn't be. That's the private jet, the Challenger 350 there, taxiing out in front of this flight. The crew artfully of the Southwest flight does a go-around, pitches up, and climbs back into the air to come back around.
Sorry, we gotta go back. Wow. Wow. These people in this private plane were almost dead. Look at this, is wild.
In this case, this is called a runway incursion, meaning an airplane on the runway where.
Wow. That's way too close for comfort.
The crew artfully of the Southwest flight does a go-around, pitches up, and climbs back into the air to come back around for a successful landing. Obviously, nobody hurt in this, but this is a narrative, just one more example in a narrative of incidents that we have seen since the start of 2023. And the NTSB, the National Transportation Safety Board, has investigated a significant number of these incidents that came within very close, we're talking feet away from a possible collision. JFK, Austin, Boston, Burbank, the list really goes on. Seems likely that this would end up not only under FAA investigation, but also under NTSB investigation, because the alarm bells have been there for a long time. Why are airplanes able to get so close to each other when air traffic controllers are responsible for keeping the runway safe and clear? There are a lot of factors here, and of course we're still at the very, very...
It's because we're not funding it enough, and we are not funding improvements to the technology that they're using to monitor it. And they're using outdated technology with lack of funding, under extreme stress, with being attacked by their own government. That's why. Just insane. Now, there are some people who could be doing something to stop all of these insane executive orders and other things that the administration is currently doing. People like this next man we're going to hear from. One Michael Johnson, the leader of Republicans in the House. He could do something about it. He could, he's a legislator. Legislate. Well, he's trying to do just that. No, I'm sorry. He's not trying to stop what Donald Trump's doing. No. He's not. That's not on his list of things right now. He's a Republican. He's on board with dismantling the federal government. Republicans have been threatening to shut down the government for years. Years and years. Ever since I, got a political radar, ever since I started paying attention to it. That's been kind of the plan, loosely speaking. No. He's trying to legislate. He's trying to get this partisan continuing resolution passed. He's been running his little legs around Capitol Hill, trying to get that budget bill done. We have 90 likes. Is that a joke? We're only on the second half. We're already at 90 likes. I feel like we're going to get a record number of likes over here. Do we have that? I don't think so. Yeah. Oh, no, we do. God damn it. Okay. All right, let's see how Mike's doing. But those little legs are getting tired.
We'll know more about the timing after the meetings with members tonight, but we expect to get it done this week.
How many votes do you have outstanding?
No, look,
is Mike Johnson on stilts or something?
The resolution is merely the starting point.
Those are the loudest shoes I've ever heard.
There's nothing specific about.
It's all happening. Maybe I can't tell. Maybe the sound is off, but it sounds like Mike Johnson is wearing like platforms right now. Do you hear that shit? It's all I can hear. I can barely pay attention to anything else. I gotta listen to this again because I missed everything that was said. All I could hear was clomp, clomp, clomp.
Expect to get it done this week.
How many votes do you have outstanding?
No, look, everybody needs to understand the resolution is merely the starting point for the process. So there's nothing specific about Medicaid in the resolution. The legislation comes later. So this is the important first start. We believe we'll have the votes. I've got a handful of people to talk to about.
Before we can legislate, we got to resolve to legislate, okay? Thanks, Mike. Look, this is the important part, okay? We have to actually come to an agreement that we're going to agree, okay? If we don't do that, we're going to look stupid when we don't pass this bill, okay? Come on.
Come on!
All right. Now let's talk about whether or not this bill is going to be helping people, hurting them. I don't know. Mike's got answers. Here's for breaking news once again from yesterday. Speaker Johnson asked point blank by voter, how will your policies help people achieve their goals? That's a good one.
Give me a joke.
Yeah, let's see what Mike's answer is. How are Republicans going to help Americans achieve their goals?
Years have been difficult with the rising cost of energy, housing, and groceries. How would your principles and your vision for the next couple of years on issues help me and other Louisianians achieve our goal?
Great question. See,
it's a great question.
So bright. They are
He's so smart. He's such a smart guy.
I'll concede to you that you got greater challenges than I had when I graduated LSU and started a family in Louisiana back in the mid-'90s.
Well, anecdote.
There's a lot of headwinds right now. This election
it's bad.
Really was for all the marbles. I mean, it was a crossroads for the country, and we won. And so now we have the mandate, the opportunity to fix all this. The best thing that we can do
it's a
to
responsibility.
ensure liberty, opportunity, security for you and your young family that you'll start is to get government out of the way. And that's what our team is for. I mean, at the end of the day, the Republican Party...
By slashing jobs and institutions that help people, that's going to solve it. Got to get rid of government. Mike Johnson here to tell us, actually, him existing in government is the problem.
To get government out of the way. And that's what our team is for. I mean, at the end of the day, the Republican Party, we talked about the core principles, but at the end of the day, you could summarize it. We're pro-family and pro-growth, right? And those are the two ingredients that make it easier for people to start out.
So, Mike actually doesn't have a response to this, unfortunately. It's just this. It's just this face right here. and with the hand gestures. Like, well, you want to hear a story about my daughter instead of hearing about how I'm going to help you? Because that's going to be easier for me. I'm just saying.
I don't want reality.
Yeah. What I found fascinating about this is, Mike he does have a responsibility to his state, but he's working super hard at making their lives better. That's why the AG of Louisiana is suing New York for allowing one of their constituents to receive access to health care. Remember that story from like a couple hours ago? Yeah. How's that helping the voters, Mike? Why is the AG focused on all the wrong things right now? Rather than, like what this man said, everything still costs a lot of money. Why is cutting jobs gonna fix that and suing people over healthcare? How is that helping me? It's a fair question, and honestly, it's not. It's not helping you. No. Louisiana was one of those states that had a bunch of federal jobs that no longer has those jobs because of all this. I'm sure that'll help the economy. Maybe if people can't buy anything, that's it. That's what's gonna happen. See, I'm always forgetting they've got a plan. As long as none of us can buy stuff, right? Because we don't have a job, or we don't have money at all, then inflation won't matter, right? And inflation will go down because demand will go down because people will stop eating food and paying bills, and then that'll be good. It's supply side economics. Come on.
I saw a headline, I think today at Politico, Mike Johnson's moment of truth. You've had a few of those already in your speakers. Here's another moment of truth, moments of truths.
Dude, this guy is such a smarmy fucking douche. In response, oh my god, dude, I can barely get this out. Jesus Christ, man. I'm sorry, we gotta hear it again. Oh my god, that broke me.
I saw a headline, I think today at Politico, Mike Johnson's moment of truth. You've had a few of those already in your speakers. Here's another moment of truth, moments of truths maybe, but it is a big one this week because step one is...
In response to a Politico article about how this is literally Mike Johnson's only biggest job, I mean, really, in terms of being the Republican Speaker of the House, getting this bill passed is is everything to Mike. He knows that. But he's got to play it off like it's not a big deal. It's fine. We're gonna get it passed.
Of truths, maybe, but it is a big one this week because step one is this floor vote maybe tomorrow, maybe later in the week. Committee was sort of a sigh of relief there, but you've got a lot of cats to herd. Not everyone's on board from what the reporting suggests. Are you confident, and how would you measure that level of confidence that you're going to get this through? This is step one, right? Getting to the vehicle with literally no margin for error. Because I think there's at least one member who's a no.
There may be more than one, but they'll get there. We're going to get everybody there. This is a prayer request. Just pray this through for us.
There may be more than one. Jeez, Mike, throwing your cards out there on the table. They look pretty weak. Weak sauce, Mike. Weak sauce. That is very unfortunate. For Mike, not us. I mean, it's probably good that they might have to go back to the table a couple of times before getting this thing passed. All right. Now, speaking of that budget, let's go to one Representative Omar, who had some stuff to say about this budget plan from Republicans. This is her from, I think this was yesterday. Yeah. This was on Monday. Hello. Will you play? Come on. What are we doing here? So you're saying you're already playing. We have no sound. Oh my God.
This is not a serious budget. It is a blueprint for American decline. This is a brazen attack on hardworking Americans and a betrayal of the middle class. In the simplest terms, this Republican ripoff is going to lower taxes for Elon Musk and his rich friends, which means they are getting money back in their pockets while they are taking away food and medication from poor kids. This is shameful. And this is happening at a time when Trump, Elon, and their minions are trying to gut government services and push us into a constitutional crisis.
What an unbelievable opportunity we have for we the people to uncover what's been hidden for such a long time through what.
Okay, I don't think, I think she comes back, but I don't need to hear this whole thing. Yeah. Oh my God. Putting that right there totally screws me. Sorry, there we go.
Dollars have been spent.
We are headed towards dictatorship. The president is regularly claiming authority to act outside the bounds of the law established. Unelected billionaires and their mega minions are eroding our institutions, and the authority and jurisdiction of Congress and the courts are being undermined. Meanwhile, the congressional Republicans are scrambling to meet President Trump's tax demands as he erodes critical services that help our constituents. This police state budget demonizes immigrant communities and inflates our already bloated military budget. Why is it that we are trying to give them another $100 billion when they can't even pass a single audit? Their plan enriches their wealthy donor class while gutting programs that help our poor communities.
Help, I'm being repressed.
And the estimates are staggering. At least 38.
Well, what is this? What?
8 million Americans could lose health care through severe Medicaid cuts.
What?
40 million people would see cuts to nutrition assistance.
Come on!
5 million college students would be burdened with higher tuition and loan costs. Behind these numbers are real people. A child who will go hungry at school. A parent who cannot pay for their rent. A senior who will not be able to afford their prescription. All to fund tax cuts for people who don't need to think twice about the cost of groceries or medicine.
Follow the rich way.
Again, this is not a budget. It is a blueprint for American decline. It is a roadmap to a country where corporate profits soar while our families get poorer, where the most profitable companies pay virtually nothing in federal taxes, where corporations and foreign investors feast on tax breaks while our communities bear the brunt of the devastating cuts. Once again, Republicans are in power, complaining about fiscal responsibility, and their first major cuts will be to enact trillions of dollars in regressive, reckless tax cuts. I ask my colleagues across the aisle,
I just realized
will we be a nation that invests in its people, that takes care of one another, or will we be a nation that only serves special interest? I urge my colleagues to reject this cruel budget framework and demand a government that serves all Americans, not just the few wealthy.
Okay. That was Ilhan Omar talking about this horrifying budget that Republicans are trying to pass through, which would affect tens of millions of Americans. People who put them in office to keep the government running. All right. Let's go here. This was from 14 hours ago. Some House Republicans are unsure of Johnson's budget plan. Really? How interesting. I forget what the other one was now. I have to roll again. I'm sorry, people. No, I have that one. Yeah.
We turn our attention now to Capitol Hill, where the House is expected to vote on a budget plan this week. And it will be a key test to see if Republicans can unify around President Trump's agenda and get behind House Speaker Mike Johnson's plan. CBS News congressional reporter Torian Small joins us from Capitol Hill with more on this. Good morning to you, Torian. Walk us through the budget bill as far as we know it. I know that it includes steep cuts as well.
Yeah, good morning, Errol. $4.5 trillion in tax or in a spending deficit to consider Donald Trump's tax cuts that was passed in 2017. House Republicans are looking at an extension of that, utilizing this first budget resolution in order to push that through. They're also looking at $2 trillion in spending cuts over the next 10 years in order to fund that. The problem is a lot of Republicans say it's just not enough to offset the deficit there. That's why we saw Senate Republicans move forward with their bill first, saying they could reconsider that extension of the tax cuts plan through a different budget bill, not necessarily through this one. But we know House Republicans are full steam ahead with this.
Ooh, man, I think that's going to cause some people some real distress. Who was it? Cathie Wood, ARK hedge fund investor. She wanted Donald Trump to backdate the tax cuts. Remember that? I don't know if anybody remembered that. We watched that story really quickly, like months ago. But, geez, having to take the tax cut out to make sure that they don't increase the deficit. Oh, boy. I mean, we've been talking about how the math don't math with that for quite a while, so not shocking that some fiscally responsible Republicans might object to this insane plan. I figured it would happen at some point because they're all on record saying they don't want to increase the deficit. They keep doing it over and over again. But I feel like as social media becomes more and more prevalent, the harder it is for them to live it down. And the harder it is for them to do some of these things. I'm not sure if it'll hold, but you know, one can dream. One can dream that the Republicans will be, at least on this one thing, ideologically consistent. How did I lose where I'm at? I found it. Alright, let's go here. Another CBS. 2 CBS views in a row. Who's in charge of this? This is from like 4 hours ago.
If Speaker Mike Johnson wants to pass the Trump-backed budget bill, which he most certainly does, and that includes trillions in tax cuts and other policy changes, he can only afford to lose one Republican vote. However, as we speak, multiple Republican lawmakers have already said they are no on the budget resolution, or, this is an important distinction, leaning no. Caitlin Huey-Burns joins us now from Capitol Hill. What does it look like right now, Caitlin, on the vote and where they are?
Yeah, Major. Well, as of now, which is about 5:06 p.m., Speaker Johnson does not have the votes. And I note the time code there because we have been watching outside his office as members have been coming in and out all day long. Some of them have actually even been talking to President Trump, placing calls to Trump to gauge how he's feeling on this bill. I asked Speaker Johnson a little bit about that, and he said that Trump is essentially whipping the votes for this and trying to get members on board. So we'll see tonight whether this vote...
Donald Trump is doing the whipping now, Mike? What, your little legs couldn't get you around the hill fast enough? What's happening? What's happening? Isn't that kind of, I mean, and it's not your job, but you're supposed to have there's a House whip. Why is the whip, I mean, the whip isn't whipping? You need Donald Trump to whip the votes? Oh, God. That must be emasculating.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Don't be creepy. At all. Earlier in the day, Speaker Johnson said that we would just have to stay tuned. It could or could not. But the reason why everybody should care about this budget resolution, which is really just a framework, is because this is the first real test for Congress. If you've been wondering where Congress has been for the past several weeks of the Trump administration as the president issues executive order after executive order.
I have been wondering.
Well, here is where Congress fits into all of this.
The
president wants big priorities, immigration, tax cuts extended, a lot of other items. Those have to actually be funded by Congress. And so here is where they come to play. But you can obviously understand why the president wants to go it alone as much as he can, because...
Well, there we go. Donald Trump whipping votes in the House. Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with J.D. Vance's wife. I didn't say it.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
He said it, okay? I'm not the weirdo that said that.
Don't be creepy.
Yeah, seems like Republicans struggling to even pass a resolution to resolve to pass the budget. Seems like a rough time. Rough time. It makes me very sad watching them struggle to do horrible things. I'm sorry, did I say sad? Gleeful. Makes me gleeful. Let's go to one man who's been talking about these insane ideas to cut taxes
today,
for the wealthiest. God damn it, Bernie.
More income and wealth inequality.
I said pause.
Than we have ever had.
You killed my timing just now, but it's fine because I love you. All right, let's go to Bernie. Man who's been speaking about the insanity of Republican tax cuts for many years. One Bernie Sanders of Vermont.
Today, we have more income and wealth inequality than we have ever had. Those three people standing right behind President Trump own more wealth than the bottom half of American society, 170 million people. Top 1% now owns more wealth than the bottom 90%. And while the very, very wealthy become wealthier, the reality facing ordinary Americans is somewhat different. Today, 60% of our people in the richest country in the history of the world are living paycheck to paycheck. Do you all know what the expression paycheck to paycheck means? All right, I grew up in a family that lived paycheck to paycheck. It meant that every week, every month, there were squabbles, decisions had to be made. How do you pay for the basic necessities? Many of you have grown up in families living paycheck to paycheck. And living paycheck to paycheck is not only an economic struggle.
Oh, what just happened? Why are you pausing the video? I did not tell you to do this.
Struggle. I want to tell you what it also is. There's a fact that we don't talk about in American society, in the media, in Congress terribly much. And that is we have one of the lowest life expectancies of any major country on earth. You all know that? Come on! All right. Other countries living 4, 5, 6 years longer than we do. But what is almost never discussed is that working class people in our country live 6 or 7 years shorter lives than the very rich. Do you all know that? Why is that? All right, who said that? Who said that? Stand up.
Stand up.
Well,
she is right. She is
all
right.
What does stress do to people? All right, what stress does to people, and doctors know, this is not any brilliant observation on my part or your part. What stress does when you have to struggle every day to say, oh my God, my landlord's going to raise my rent by 20%. What do? I can't afford it. What do I do with my kids? My car broke down. How the hell do I get to work? And if I don't get to work because I can't afford the $1,000 it costs to fix my car, I'm going to get fired. If I get fired, how do I survive? Oh my God, my mother is ill. What am I supposed to do? She can't afford a prescription drug. How do I pay for that? All right, my kid got sick and I'm working. How do I take off of work to take care of my sick kid if I'm going to get fired? You add all of that up, day after day, year after year, it wrecks people's minds, it wrecks people's bodies, and it causes them to die a lot earlier than people who do not have to.
Yep. United States still living worse than other countries, even though we're supposedly the best. We have the largest GDP of anyone. And you would think that that's, at least according to so many economists, a great way to determine how people are doing. And yet somehow we're having worse health outcomes. Incomes. We're also, whatever. You get what I'm saying. Bernie says it better than me. You'll still vote. We'll all still vote for Bernie. Okay. Because we'll get like Vice President Rashida Tlaib or Ilhan Omar or AOC or something. I'll take that any day. Any day. Even with my criticisms of the sort of gerontocracy that we have. I know Bernie will pick a good VP, even if the worst comes, even if it comes to the worst possible outcome. Now, we've been talking a lot about all the government cuts, which Donald Trump and one Elon Musk have been doing, talking about all the people that it's affecting. You know, all the jobs lost, incomes lost, lives upended, important functionings of government ceased. And you might wonder to yourself, does Elon Musk care? Does he care about people? I've heard some people suggest that he does, which I find strange. But devil's advocate, just to even just discuss it, maybe you think that he does care. Maybe you think that he's just doing this to help America. He loves America so much. Donald Trump said he's a patriot. So, that gives him full reign in our government as a patriot. The foreign lover of our country. But I'd like to present to you Exhibit A. Here, this is from some channel I've never heard before, but I can attest that this video is real. This is from about a day ago. I think this was might have been Sunday night, Monday morning. I can't remember exactly when this happened, but let's go here.
We don't have too many, but that one is a good one. Now, I watched this rocket come down about 3 months ago. You're leaving a little boy. And I thought it was the best shot. I was talking to somebody on the phone. I always say we have to be protective of our geniuses because we don't have too many, but that watched this rocket come down.
Right away from his child.
And I thought it was crashing. I was talking to somebody on the phone. By the way, same thing happened yesterday. Came down.
What a great dad. So he doesn't really care about his own kid too much. You know, he's not too focused on parenting.
Tonight, there's confusion.
Now, I'm not
and
saying that's
conflicting
evidence
guidance
necessarily that he doesn't
emails
care
sent
about
by
you,
Elon.
but in perspective, just asking questions. Do you think he cares more about people he doesn't know at all, or his own son? But I'm just wondering. I mean, maybe you do think he cares about people more than his own son, but what does that say about this man? Even if it were true, the fact is he probably cares about people who he doesn't know even less. That would be my guess. And if that's how he's fathering that poor child, well, incredibly, potentially very wealthy at one day child, but, you know, a child who I feel bad for, who has to have him as a father. Just wondering, do you think he cares about you losing your job when he doesn't seem to be even all that concerned about whether or not his child is safe and with him at all times? And I don't know if you heard about this one. Amidst all this, Elon Musk sent out an email to every single federal employee. God, that CC list must have been long. But he did it, and he gave federal workers an ultimatum. An ultimatum to tell him about their work or be fired.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Oops.
There's confusion and conflicting guidance about an email sent by Elon Musk to more than 2 million federal workers. CBS's Willie James Enman is at the White House with information on that email and new firings. Willie James.
Tarika, good evening to you. Tonight, the White House is speeding ahead with firing federal workers, announcing 2,000 jobs at USAID will be eliminated and all non-essential hires will be placed on leave. This is just the latest shakeup for federal workers across the country. In an ultimatum posted on X, Elon Musk demanded federal employees write down what they accomplished last week, adding failure to respond will be taken.
How did I miss this? See, this is another example of Elon Musk enriching himself from this shit. No, he doesn't email it. He makes it a monetizable event that he can sell to advertisers that gets 68 million fucking views. This is a conflict of interest. This guy is enriching himself with his proximity to government. Whether or not he is even in the government, we still don't have an answer to. His title and supposed agency have no actual designation, which just makes them an unchecked, fictional agency with fictional powers. And this is just another example of this man's, like, clear wishes to enrich himself, right? He could have emailed this. I thought he emailed this. Somehow I missed this part of it. Posted it on his own private social media company, of which he still owes, I'm fairly certain, money on, in terms of that loan he got from the Saudi Arabians. Fairly certain he still owes some money, unless he paid it outright, but knowing him, he probably still paying interest on that thing. This is horrifying.
As a resignation. The government's Office of Personnel Management said in a statement, individual agencies will determine the next steps, with no mention of resignations. This weekend, President Trump urged Elon Musk to get more aggressive to slash spending.
And Elon is doing a great job.
I think that's the part that confused me, is the fact that the OPM, right, the agency headed up by Russ Vought, was saying this at the same time he's tweeting.
Steps with no mention of resignations. This weekend, President Trump urged Elon Musk to get more aggressive to slash spending.
And Elon is doing a great job. We love Elon.
But not every agency is following through on Musk's demand. FBI Director Kash Patel is among those pushing back, saying in an email,
I'm a child, but I love this. That's maybe why I love it. Your mom, too, crimes. Yeah, definitely send that email. Send that email. I mean, supposedly he made that email public, so you can email it. You don't have to be a federal employee. You can tell him what you've been up to. Whether it be doing crimes or his mom. All right, let's keep talking about all this. Let's go to CNN from a day ago. Jake Tapper on the story. Tapper scare alert.
As part of President Trump's purge of top military leaders Friday night, he also moved to replace Judge Advocates General, or JAGs, at the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force. JAGs are the military's top lawyers. They administer the military code of justice, and perhaps most relevantly, as Biden's former Secretary of the Air Force, Fred Kendall, noted, quote, these are the generals who have the independent legal authority to tell any military commander that an order from the President or the Secretary of Defense is unlawful and cannot be obeyed, unquote. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth refers to JAGs in his book as jag-offs, saying that JAGs put their own priorities, quote, in front of having the backs of those who are making the tough calls on the front line, unquote. During his first term in 2019, President Trump, at the urging of Hegseth from his perch at Fox and others, Trump pardoned several service members facing high-profile war crimes allegations against the advice of the top leaders of the Pentagon. But it does not seem enough for President Trump and his team to be able to overrule those in his administration who might enforce guardrails or provide oversight. They don't even seem to want them there to begin with, because Trump's push to squash oversight did not begin with the firing of the JAGs. Among his very first acts as president was to fire 18 inspectors general. These are the independent government watchdogs who provide oversight of cabinet agencies. Why would Trump want to get rid of all of them? 18. He hasn't explained.
Yeah, why do we need oversight on fraud and things like that at the Department of Defense or the Department of Health or the Department of State or the Department of Veterans or the Department of Agriculture or USAID or SBA or the Department of Education or the Department of Labor or the Office of the Council of Inspector General or the Department of Transportation or Social Security? Why would we need fraud inspectors? Well, what? We have Elon for that. Environmental Protection Agency or the Department of the Treasury or the Department of Housing or of Commerce or of any of the other places. Why would we need that? We need oversight. Oh my God. This is insane.
Is legally required to do. What would those inspectors general have to say about the ethics and the legality of the mass firings going on? We don't know. They were fired first, including those, according to a New York Times analysis, at 11 federal agencies with more than 32 continuing investigations, pending complaints, or enforcement actions into companies owned by Elon Musk.
Illegal.
So what is the response to that from the head of the Office on Governmental Ethics, which monitors financial conflicts of interest across the government?
Why would we need
we
that?
don't know, because Trump fired him earlier this month. You're starting to sense a theme here?
Yes, I am.
Independent
I am sensing a theme.
in the Trump
Jake.
administration does not seem to be
I am sensing a theme. They got rid of anybody who could check the power that they are exerting right now. They fired anyone who might have something to say about the illegality of the things that are going on in terms of the enrichment that not only Elon Musk is doing, but he himself is doing actively with his own currency. I'm fairly certain that the Department of Ethics would have something to say about the president having his own money. Just throwing that out there, regardless of any of the Elon shit. Which, of course, I'm sure would have some ears perked up over there if there was anybody working at the Department of Ethics right now. I'm sure that even the janitor over there is like, what the fuck is going on right now? I'm sure that's the only person left employed, probably. At least they're keeping the building clean. Okay. Now, Donald came out. People were freaking out about this email that Elon Musk had sent out saying that he was going to fire anybody who doesn't respond. Or not the email, the tweet. It was a tweet that he wanted an email back to. I don't know, it's confusing how that works. But Donald Trump had something to say about this. Let's see what all he had to contribute to this conversation.
Sir, do you think that DOGE could benefit from more streamlined communications? There was that email telling employees to give 5 things that they've done last week. Agency heads then told people to ignore it. But
You're
Elon
talking
Musk,
about the last email that was sent, where he wanted to know what you did this week. You know why he wanted that?
Literally what she's talking about.
I thought it was great.
That's great.
Because we have people that don't show up to work and nobody even knows if they work for the government. So by asking the question, tell us what you did this week, what he's doing is saying, are you actually working? And then if you don't answer, like you're sort of semi-fired or you're fired.
Semi-fired.
Because a lot of people are not answering
Halfway.
because they don't even exist. They're
Halfway fired. What is that even? What is that? Part of the way fired. Maybe not all the way. Just the tip.
Because a lot of people are not answering because they don't even exist. They're trying to find, that's how badly various parts of our government were run by, and especially by this last group. So what they're doing is they're trying to find out who's working for the government. Are we paying other people that aren't working? And, you know, where is all this? Where's the money going? We have found hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud so far. And we've just started.
Hundreds of billions.
We're actually going to Fort Knox to see if the gold is there. Because maybe somebody stole the gold. Tons of gold.
some of the agency
So
heads.
I think it was actually, there was a
I'm sorry.
lot of genius in sending it. We're trying to find out if people are working.
There's a lot of genius in sending it, actually. You don't understand because you're very stupid. But that email that you asked the question about is actually very smart. Because there's a lot of non-people working at the government who aren't working. So we're going to get rid of them. A lot of genius. Took a lot of genius to write that email. Maybe the most meritorious email that's ever been written in the history of the world. It's really great. All right, let's keep talking about these cuts that are happening. We talked about the NIH and the inspectors general, and I mean, there's too many of them to list at this point. Let's talk about the FDA, another place where job cuts are hitting. A place is already under threat with, you know, RFK Jr. at the head of it. Whoa. What just happened? Why did you skip ahead like that? No. Try again.
In this new Trump administration, pieces of his administration are really pushing back. Elon Musk's demand that all federal employees justify their jobs in 5 bullet points or else is facing pushback from within. Some of Trump's own agency heads are telling their employees to not respond, including leaders at HHS, an agency that's already been hit very hard by mass layoffs. More than 700 people at the CDC fired. More than 700 people at the FDA fired. More than 1,100 people at NIH also fired. all at the hands of the Trump administration. And facing a brutal seasonal flu season, serious measles outbreaks, and the ongoing bird flu outbreak, the USDA has actually been left scrambling itself to rescind some of the firings, now trying to get back on the job.
I made a huge, tiny
central
mistake.
to the nation's efforts to contain the bird flu crisis. Joining us right now is the man who most recently was leading the FDA, former FDA Commissioner, Dr. Robert Califf. Doctor, it's good to see you. Thank you so much for coming in. One public health expert warned that these staff cuts that I just laid out in kind of broad strokes could have deadly consequences. So far at the FDA, as I mentioned, it's north of 700. What does that look like at the FDA? You just departed.
Well, Kate, it's good to be with you, but this is a really serious issue that we're dealing with. The FDA regulates 20% of the economy, including the vital drugs, devices, safety of food. And this is a fast-moving set of industries that we're regulating with a lot of new science. So this across-the-board cut of employees that had just been there for less than 2 years or had been promoted within the last 2 years is really not a very good way to do this, because you're getting rid of the people who were just hired to take care of our most vital areas of risk. You know, I'll just give an example that's concerning me today. Last night, I got an email from a parent of a child with rare disease. The NIH FDA Rare Disease Day was supposed to be Thursday and Friday, a joint meeting. This is an area where, because of gene editing, these children who had no hope of surviving now have hope. But it's very dependent on the FDA, the NIH, and the industries working together to solve the problems, because this is not child's play. When you edit the genome of a human being, most of the time it doesn't work and things go wrong. So you have to have a system in place to take care of it. So here these parents are asking me to come speak to them, even though I'm no longer in the job, because no one from FDA or NIH can be there. Just one example.
Wow, this guy is like doing work for free over here, just trying to keep people safe. Oh my God. He's fielding calls, even though he's not in charge of it. Unbelievable. But this is where we're at. Government's completely dismantled already in a month. It's unbelievable the speed at which it's happened. It was supposed to be a 180-day plan, this Project 2025, and in the first 30 days they've already gotten done like 40% of it. But yeah, I mean, do we need food safety or some safety in medicines? Do we need people to inspect that kind of stuff, or should we just let businesses decide what's fine to have in the food or the medicine? All right, is that what we should do? We should just let multi-billion-dollar companies determine what is safe in a product that they're trying to sell you for a profit. Is that what I'm to believe? The people want that, huh? Is that right? Forget having safe water or safe anything, right? It's so unnecessary. That's just killing our freedom. Now here's something fascinating. The Donald Trump administration, after all of this confusion flying around about this tweet and subsequent OPM email, has caused them to reverse course in 24 hours on this genius email, which Donald Trump just got telling us. It took a genius, took an absolute genius to do that email. But we made a huge, tiny mistake.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Huge, tiny, genius mistake of merit and competence.
Confusion over a request from Elon Musk asking all federal workers for a progress report led to the Trump administration reversing course Monday afternoon. The request had received pushback from some top department heads throughout the government.
At the start of the work week, more than 2 million federal workers faced a Monday night deadline to show their work and submit 5 bullet points on what they accomplished the week before. The email order came from the Office of Personnel Management, and workers also got a warning from Elon Musk on X. His post read in part, all federal employees will shortly receive an email requesting to understand what they got done last week. Failure to respond will be taken as a resignation. But things changed Monday afternoon when OPM told agencies they could ignore the email, according to the Washington Post. The order had seemingly split Department of Government Efficiency supporters.
I don't know how that's necessarily feasible. Obviously, a lot of federal employees are under a union contract.
I would think that they could respond back very favorably and say, let me tell you who I am and what my job is.
Some agencies, including the FBI and the Department of Defense, told workers to ignore the email, with the DOD posting in part, the Department of Defense is responsible for reviewing the performance of its personnel. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy told his people to respond and posted his own bullet points. The president.
Oh, yeah. Wow. What an amazing list. There we go. The Trump administration reversing course on what was a genius email. For some reason. Must not have been that genius, I guess. But one genius had something to say. I wonder if anybody can guess who that genius is.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
The real president, Elon Musk, doubled down on that email, even though the Trump administration had tried to walk it back. This is CBS News from 14 hours ago.
Federal workers across the country are experiencing confusion this morning after the Office of Personnel Management said each agency can decide how to respond to an email demanding information on what work they had performed. Originally last night was the deadline for a reply from all of them. But earlier, Elon Musk appeared to extend that deadline, saying workers would get another chance to respond, but could still be fired. President Trump was asked about the email yesterday at the White House, and he is supporting Musk's actions.
And then if you don't answer...
Oh my god, it's hilarious. This was from before it. They should have played this one first. They played it out of order. But Iluma, aka Elon Musk, you know, doubling down. Even though the president, I'm not sure it came directly. I don't think it came directly from Donald Trump. I think it was. This one must have been Russ Vought. He realized that maybe it would be best for the DOD not to send classified intel or whatever else over unsecure military. Unsecure internet connections or whatever else, like to just a random email address that Elon got an intern to make. Probably not the most secure way to handle that kind of information. And so I'm assuming it's Russ Vought who sent out the retraction email. But Elon Musk doesn't care. He is the real president after all. And so he is saying, you get a second chance, but you could still be fired. It's great. It's amazing.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
All right, let's talk a little bit about the DOJ amidst all of this stuff. I'm going to do this in this order, actually. Yeah. All right, let's go here. Talk about the DOJ, CNN from 15 hours ago.
Who was
is in charge? Is there a new deadline to answer Elon Musk's email? What does semi-fired
It's a great.
even
These are
mean?
all
This
really
morning,
good questions.
Way more questions than answers after Musk said he was giving millions for federal workers another chance to justify their jobs or risk losing their jobs. But
Oh my
whether or
god,
not
I'm sorry. I love that though. I'm glad that me and CNN in this moment are just very confused about what semi-fired means. I kind of pushed past it at some point just because there's so many strange things I'm hearing lately. But I'm glad we're back to talking about semi-fired because that's something I too need an answer for. All of these really. I think the top one and the bottom one are the most important in my mind. What is DOGE? Who's in charge of it? And what the fuck is semi-fired?
they have to is still a big question mark this morning as Trump officials send varying guidance on what they're supposed to do. Also, demanding answers. A federal judge who is right now weighing whether Musk's Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE as he calls it, is even constitutional. CNN's Caitlin Polance is covering the very latest in this DOGE legal dilemma. Say that 3 times. Caitlin, what are you learning? There's so much going on here.
Sarah, what aren't we learning? Because the Justice Department just doesn't have answers at this point to speak about what DOGE is and what Elon Musk is doing, what role he has, what power he has, and where the people who are working with DOGE at agencies across the government, especially the Treasury Department, where they handle those sensitive payment data, where they're getting their direction from. The question at a hearing yesterday, for about 30 minutes, there was a grilling by a judge of a Justice Department lawyer, and the overarching question was, what is DOGE? And the Justice Department just didn't have answers. At one point, the judge even said to the lawyers in the room, if anybody knows any of the answers here, speak up. Silence. The questions from Judge Kolar-Catelli: where is Mr. Musk in all of this? Is there an administrator of USDS, that's the U.S. Digital Service, now DOGE, at the present time? Rhetorically, she asked, who's involved? Who's in charge? Who's giving them direction? I would hope by now we would know the structure. The reason this is important is because people are going to court and they're asking judges to...
Yeah. Yeah, and the lack of clarity is making it difficult for federal judges to rule on this since they've been given no information on what the fuck this thing is. But I could have sworn that our law was strong enough to be able to say, well, if you aren't anything, then you should be ejected completely from our government and maybe be charged with crimes for doing things without the proper authority to do so. But I guess not, because it's not that good of a government. But of course, a lot of dismantling has happened too. But this is, you know, and we all are left with more questions than answers still on what all this is. Also, I still don't know what semi-fired is. I think it's best that we don't think too hard about what semi-fired means. It'll only lead to bad things. It is not one of those normal, like sensible things to think about. But you know, with all of this going on, I feel like we need to come together. And some people are coming together to see one Bernie Sanders take a little tour around the nation to targeted red districts and red states. And the reception is perhaps somewhat shocking. Let's go here to the Humanist Report. Oh, sorry, the Rational National. How did I just do that? Sorry, I tricked you. It's not Mike, it's David. Let's talk about Bernie.
The time to fight back is now.
A lot of Americans, for a good reason, are feeling a little aimless right now. A lot of pent-up frustration around what the Trump administration is doing, and the Democratic Party isn't doing a whole lot to fight back against it. Cue Bernie Sanders, who held several events over the weekend for good reason. I'll get to what that reason is. But massive crowd showed, which I gotta say is, for me, not surprising because it's Bernie Sanders. But typically, we're holding events outside of a campaign, outside of a primary, nothing, there's no election going on, and having this many people show up is wild. But before I get to a couple of clips and why Bernie is doing this and his attempt to organize voters, I want to remind you, in case you forgot, or maybe you never saw this, this is an incredible map. This is
he wearing a Vanguard shirt?
Going into the 2020 primary.
Right,
Candidates with the most individual donors.
Who here is big enough of a Vanguard fan to tell me whether or not this is a Vanguard shirt? I'm fairly certain this is a Silly and Billy Vanguard shirt. I just don't pay enough attention to their merch. But I'm almost positive. It's hilarious. David Dole. Supporting other leftist streams.
Going into the 2020 primary. Candidates with the most individual donors. Bernie Sanders, this map comes up every now and then on social media. People bring it back up because it shows you so much. Bernie Sanders with support all across the country. This was the energy that he's able to continue harnessing because he continues being one of the few people that is truly in the opposition to the Republican Party. He's an independent senator fighting for what's right, is willing to criticize the complete failure of the Democratic Party to fight back against both Trump and the oligarchy. And he's able, and I think best poised, to go with this message. So before I get to the first clip, this is the environment of where this is all taking place and why people are feeling a certain way. Trump has tapped an unprecedented 13 billionaires for his administration. So I will link to this source below the video in case you want to go through all 13. But this gets to people's feelings right now around the economy. Here is Harry Enton on CNN.
Rutrow, the reboot not as well received as the original. Economy is currently good or excellent. Look at this. In April of 2017, it was 40%. Look at where we are in February of 2025, just half that level. 20%. My goodness gracious. The term one high was 63% of Americans in February of 2020 thought the economy was excellent or good. This 20% we have currently going on right now is fewer Americans saying the economy is excellent or good than at any point during Trump.
That's not good.
First term. This is not a good sign, Kate Baldwin.
No, it is not, Harry.
J.D. Vance said last week, you got to give them time, even though that's not what they promised in the campaign. They said they'd bring prices down day one. But what is the view of the future economy then?
Yeah, so this is the current economy. How about the future economy? Is the economy getting worse or better? And all I can say is yikes. Yikes. Again, compare it to where we were in the first term at this point, April of 2017, 53%. The majority said it was getting better. How about now in February of 2025? The majority say it's getting worse. What? 59%
wow.
compared
it's even
to
more
just
divided.
35% who say it's getting better. Worse.
It's even more divided. It was a 21-point difference here. Or no, sorry. A 19-point difference here. Now it's 24? Am I doing that math right? I think I am. Wow. Not great. Oh, sorry. I forgot that there was this. I'm going to speed it up a little bit. Here, go a little further down. Yeah, I think
Democratic cabinet. Both are still wrong. There should be more representation of the working class, of unions. Union leaders should really be the ones leading the charge. But it's beyond terrible what Trump and his cabinet are doing. That's where Bernie Sanders comes in. So this is his Fighting Oligarchy tour. Where we go from here. So he went to Omaha, Nebraska, Iowa City, Iowa. I'll get to a clip in a second, but here are some images. He said on Twitter here, I want to thank the overflow crowds who came out in Iowa City to stand up to Trumpism. Wow. Together we must say no to oligarchy, no to authoritarianism, no to massive cuts in Medicaid, and no to huge tax breaks for billionaires. Check out this crowd, and then the overflow crowd, which is a
this overflow crowd looks like, it seriously looks like some like massive like artist is in town, like Lady Gaga or like a Billie Eilish or like BTS showed up, and everybody wants to be in the room. Everybody's, oh my god, like every single head is pointed at Bernie.
Wild that there is even an overflow crowd. So let me get to a clip. This one is from Nebraska, but I'm going to get some more data around just how crazy these crowds were in a second.
Trumpism will not be defeated by politicians inside the D.C. Beltway. That is not going to happen. It will be defeated by millions of Americans in Nebraska, in Iowa, in Vermont, and all over this country. Who come together at the grassroots level like we are doing tonight in a movement which says no to oligarchy, no to authoritarianism, no to kleptocracy, no to massive cuts in programs that the working class desperately needs, and no to huge tax breaks for the billionaires and the 1%.
So you see there, Bernie acknowledges that this is not going to be stopped by people within Congress, but it will be stopped by a movement of regular people who stand together. And he goes on, as I'll get to later, to sort of give an idea or discuss an avenue for where at least these people should go. And you can, as I'll discuss later, you can kind of see what he's trying.
Yeah. Just going to skip ahead a little bit.
2 million families afford the groceries. This gets to Bernie Sanders, why he's here, and what he wants voters, specifically in these areas, to do.
So what we got right now is Republican leadership, as we speak, are working on this bill. Massive tax breaks for the rich, paid for by cuts to Medicaid, education, housing, and the programs that working people need. Now, it turns out that in the House of Representatives, there is right now a reality where Republicans have a very, very slim majority. Republicans have, as I recall, 218 members. Democrats have 215. They have a 3-vote majority. That is not much. If 2 Republicans go to the Speaker of the House and say, Mr. Speaker, no way am I going to betray my constituents. No way am I going to make massive cuts in Medicaid and other programs to give tax breaks to billionaires. If 2 Republicans do it, that terrible bill is defeated. And what I am asking you to do is make sure that your congressman, Mr. Bacon, is one of those 2 Republicans.
All right, I'm also going to get to the link in a second.
This is a great plan. This is the best. This is the most effective seemingly the most effective plan that I've seen out of anyone come up with to fight back against this. Bernie is starting a revolt in all the districts that he thinks can push against some awkwardly placed Republican representatives, where he thinks that he can get a ton of support. And it seems like that support showed up. Hopefully those people follow through with the calls portion of that, because, getting calls from constituents is a part of all of this, right? They do, whether or not they take the call, having their, phone lines completely jammed up with people calling to complain about some stuff makes them think about things, to some degree. I think this is certainly one of the things that people should be doing, Democrats should be doing, but it's just Bernie, independent senator from Vermont. But Democrats need to be doing this kind of stuff right now, presenting an actual message that resonates with people, and then providing a strategy with which to fight back on all this horrifying shit that's being done by the Trump administration that Republicans are signing off on or looking the other way on. All right. He's an artist. A wordsmith, if you will. Speaking of the arts, remember the Kennedy Center, which is now probably in the process of being renamed the Trump Center of Arts and whatever else. I forget the exact name of the Kennedy Center. But he took it over. He fired the board and made himself the dictator of art and culture. On the day that happened, one comedian performed at the Kennedy Center. I was kind of shocked to hear this, but it'll make more sense as we go through this. Let's hear what W. Kamau Bell had to say here on CNN from yesterday about this show he put on at the now Trump-run Kennedy Center.
The Kennedy Center has seen a series of resignations and cancellations since President Trump gutted its bipartisan board and appointed a slate of loyalists. The board then elected him chairman. Our next guest did not cut ties with the Kennedy Center. In fact, he kicked off a 10-city tour of the U.S. from that very venue. Joining me now, TV host, filmmaker, and comedian, W. Kamau Bell. Thank you so much for being here this morning. You're up bright and early there in Oaktown, otherwise known as Oakland, to those who are not from there. Why did you feel so strongly about saying, hey, I'm going to do this and I am going to keep paying attention to what's going on over there at the Kennedy Center?
So let's be clear on the timing. I was on a flight as Trump was taking over the Kennedy Center. So I was on my way to D.C. to do the show. And I think that, there's different ways to sort of handle these situations. There's protest, there's boycott, there's also just showing up and doing what you were going to do. And I know I'm the exact kind of performer Trump doesn't want in there. He said he gotten too wokey, and I think I'm patient number 1 for patient 0 for wokey. So I was like, I'm going to turn the wokey up to 11, which is what I did.
Wokey
and
up to 11.
Join a protest outside of drag
Where is the
queens
wokey dial?
in the Free DC Project, who were protesting the fact that he's not going to have drag performers there anymore. So I got to show up the way Marian Anderson showed up on the steps when she was not allowed in Constitution Hall. I got to show up the way Sweet Honey and the Rock showed up when North Carolina was doing the bathroom bills, and they said, we're going to go and unite that community. I'm going to show up. Remember, Sarah, I'm the guy who famously met the KKK. I do these things.
I know you do. You talk to anybody and everybody. You know how to make jokes about it, but you also know how to be real serious about what your concerns are, and the concerns of the community that you come from are as well. Speaking of which, there's been a lot of, can we say, beating around the bush about the hand gestures we are seeing from those with huge influence in the Trump world. Of course, Elon Musk. And then we saw Bannon this weekend. Let's take a look at some of that video here. You're seeing Bannon do a couple of different things. And what would you call what you saw him do on that stage at CPAC?
Illegal. I think he's playing footsies with Nazism is what he's doing. He's sort of trying to, the way he did it at the end of his speech, he threw out the Nazi salute. But he sort of did it in a way that was sort of plausible deniability, but you and I know, as intelligent humans, there are words we don't say in front of mixed company because they sound like slurs. Because we know we should be careful. So the fact he's not being careful about his actions prove that he is actually trying to signal to actual neo-Nazis and Nazis that I'm on your side. But he didn't have to do that because we already knew Steve Bannon was on the side of Nazis.
It's true. Well, W. Kamau Bell turned the wokey dial up to 11 and decided on the night that it was taken over by Donald Trump to go through with his act. I think certain Donald Trump was hoping to get rid of entirely by doing all of this. And I respect it, you know. I do. I think it was the right move. I figured we'd continue with the valuetainment discussion of comedy, maybe even some attempts at comedy. Let's talk about valuetainment. Let's talk about Patrick Bet David.
Hey, hi. Hey, what's up, man? Whoa, what's that noise?
Oh my
Whoa,
God.
what's that noise? Oh, hey, sorry guys, I'm getting an alert. I gotta check my what the fuck? I gotta check my meme crypto investments real quick. Hold on, let me look at this. Oh, god damn it, look at that.
She spit on them.
Oh, come on now. I was supposed to go to college for that, with that. What is it?
How do you pronounce that? Oh, my kid's food was supposed to come from that.
Oh, disgusting.
2 days ago, I got back from Brazil.
Oh my God.
We're flying out to Brazil to do a 3-hour interview with former President Jair Bolsonaro. How many of you guys love
who?
President Bolsonaro?
Oh, yeah. Right.
They say, number one, have an international lawyer ready in case something happens.
Okay, go into more detail on this, please.
Make sure you have an armored truck. One of the most emotional interviews I've ever done.
Oh,
this man
God
was
damn
crying,
it.
tears dropping on the table. I can't wait for the interview to come out this Wednesday.
Tears going like this on the table. Had to clean that table because it was all like...
Doing all the stuff that he's doing, he gets out. 1 hour later, alert on the phone.
Immediately,
Jair
if not
Bolsonaro
sooner.
has been charged and is facing 38 years in prison.
Illegal.
Whoa.
For what?
Nothing.
Oh my God.
Oh my God, it's my favorite YouTuber. This is my favorite YouTuber, PBD. I get my news from this. If PBD calls me up, hits me with a let me ask you this, I'm buying it. I'm buying whatever he's pitching. I'm going like this.
Oh my God.
Then I'm going like this.
Daddies are more stronger than mommies.
He's getting some serious views lately.
drum
What
up.
is this? 600,000 one day. Speech at CPAC. So he's kind of like a political guy, figure, whatever the fuck now. And here for 600,000 people, he's talking one day. He's talking about Brazilian stuff, Brazilian crap, I call it. Brazilian political stuff. How can we describe it? It's fucking crazy, man. And he's talking about this story. Let's just read a headline here.
All right, what the hell does this say right here? Huh?
Brazil's Bolsonaro accused of plot to poison Lula and kill a judge.
Illegal.
Doesn't sound great to me. Authorities charged Bolsonaro for attempting coup to stay in office after 2022 election defeat. Oh, shit.
Nobody.
Okay, yeah, so this is the story. Fucking crazy. You know, in Brazil, you have this very popular political guy. He's kind of a Bernard Saunders kind of guy.
What the hell is the guy's name? Lula.
Very popular, keeps getting elected. You know, does some stuff for poor people, middle-class people, kind of a, you know, way closer to a real populist. People really like him. Then you got this guy who PBD really likes, who's a right-wing nutjob. The Bernard Saunders guy wins the election. Now it's coming out that this guy was going to try to poison the Bernard Saunders guy. Fucking crazy. Okay, so remember, PBD really likes this guy, right-wing nutjob guy, really likes him. So if a story comes out where it's like, hey, we got all this information that this guy was planning to poison the guy who won the election, I would kind of expect a fan of this guy like PBD to have some kind of a defense?
Or yeah.
Oh no, it's
at least
not
at least a reaction
or something.
of some
Let's
kind.
check that out.
So Brazil's Bolsonaro,
Where?
okay,
Who?
charged over alleged coup that included a plan to poison Lula. Okay.
Illegal.
Wow. Yes. Damn. Yeah, exactly.
Okay. I like that his co-hosts are like, man, that's fucked up. Okay, so you would expect them to be kind of like, man, guy seems like a real piece of shit.
Exactly.
It's a James Bond film.
So,
whoa.
Bolsonaro was attempting a coup, alleging he agreed to a plan called Green and Yellow Dagger to poison President Luis Lula da Silva.
Cool name.
And assassinate Supreme Court Justice. The indictment, based on manuscripts, digital files, spreadsheets, and message exchanges, described a coordinated effort to overturn Bolsonaro's 2022 election loss by pressuring military leaders, drafting legal cover, and inciting riots.
Okay.
The Supreme Court will decide whether to proceed with a trial.
Okay, so his co-hosts are like, whoa, what the f***? That's a coup, man. Then he keeps reading and it's like, oh, they're saying they got receipts too. Communication exchanges. Hey, let's do this to this guy who won the election. Let's do some of this.
I'm gonna haunt you.
To the guy who won the election. Sounds pretty bad. All right, so PBD, come on. Come on, man. Make your case that this guy is actually cool.
Today, while I'm in Brazil, you ready for this?
Yes.
2016, Trump wins election.
Okay.
They call Bolsonaro the Trump Brazil. He wins in 2018.
Oh, that's cool.
They've both been married 3 times. They both have 3 kids from their first wife. One from the second, one from the third. Both of them, okay? Bolsonaro and Trump. Bolsonaro was in the military for 13 years as a captain. He went and became a Congress for 27 years, of which the last 4 years was with his son. Then he ran for president.
Right.
Do you know how much money he had to run for president?
$100. Oh, 1 million. Right.
Do you know in the
Okay, so case closed. He has some
Jesus Christ. Dude, PBD really loves dictators, I think. That's what it seems like. I'm just saying. Maybe it was clipped unfairly. I don't know. But it does seem like with all those things he's saying, he doesn't seem to be too concerned about the illegal stuff.
Illegal.
Or any of that. Yeah. Okay. I just figured we'd throw that in there for fun. All right, let's go on to talk about the state of our politics a little bit more before we move on to other things. Oh my God, we're about to be done with our second half already. We're like 10 minutes away. Can I get through this in time? I think I can. All right. CBS News from yesterday. Now, actually, before I get to this, we talked about this really briefly earlier. I don't remember what day it was. It was like, it might have been last week. But I remember us talking about how one Mitch McConnell. Not now, Mitch. One Mitch McConnell has been voting against some of the nominees Donald Trump has been putting before the Senate. Some of the crazier ones. Not all of them, but many of them. He's said, that's actually a really bad nominee for this. And we listened to Donald Trump's reaction to that. And he seemed a little bit taken aback that Mitch McConnell was doing this to him. And sort of, was very critical of Mitch not going along with his desires for his nominees. And I kind of had a feeling it was happening, generally speaking. Here was that Mitch was going to get, he's going to get challenged in the next election, right? Because, he's crossed the line. He's crossed the line, not being enough of a Donald Trump loyalist. So I'm sure there's a bunch of money waiting to fund some races out there to replace Mitch. He already lost his speakership role, leadership role. He's now just a very elderly senator. Now, no one's complained about Mitch McConnell until this moment, at least on the Republican side. There has been zero complaints about him. Even in his very weak state, when he was having senior moments on camera, Republicans were assuring us that he was fine. He was fine. Everything's fine. But now that he is not voting with the president's desires, they're, I don't know, they're having second thoughts about all that. Let's go here. Talk about what is shaping up in Kentucky. Go web go. Go web go.
Welcome back. The race to replace Mitch McConnell, well, it's already begun. Senate candidate Daniel Cameron, Republican, who once worked for McConnell, now he's going after him in a video that he posted today.
Now, what we saw from Mitch McConnell in voting against Pete Hegseth, Tulsi Gabbard, and RFK was just flat out wrong.
Oh, that's wrong.
You should expect a senator from Kentucky to vote for those nominees to advance the America First agenda.
Hunter Woodall joins me here at the table. Hunter, it's fascinating me. I'm old enough to remember when Kentucky, net was a Democratic state, Democratic House delegation, 2 Democratic senators. Mitch McConnell worked his entire career to change that. There were other headwinds, Ronald Reagan, Donald Trump, but still, it is a largely Republican place, and the battle to succeed him will largely be fought on ground to stomp on that legacy at one level or another.
And that's exactly right, Major, and that's what's so bizarre about this. I mean, it is true Mitch McConnell is responsible for major conservative victories. He's an iconic conservative Senate leader, and right now he is really disliked by large segments of the Republican Party. I mean, you've seen this now, the idea that, you know, Daniel Cameron, seen as an ally of McConnell, is making...
Yeah, it's kind of hilarious to watch these people turn on one of their favorite guys. You know, Mitch McConnell was... Yeah, you know, he was just one of those people that was highly respected amongst Republican politicians. He could raise money like nobody else. He could whip the votes. He could reach across the aisle while still delivering the most horrifying Republican shit. But now that he is going against Donald Trump's wishes with people like Pete Hegseth and Tulsi Gabbard. Oh God! Some of their naming some of the worst nominees, I would point out. I mean, it's hard to quantify who's the worst, but just wow, that's too much.
That's too much, man.
You're out of here, Mitch. You're out of here, buddy. All right, let's go here. Instead of talking about the Republican Party and the state of that, let's talk about the state of the Democrat Party, which is on life support. Needs some real boosts, I would say. Maybe even bring in some paddles to revive it. I don't know. I'm not a doctor.
We are back, and I am thrilled to be joined by Mike Figueredo, host of the Humanist Report, co-host of Leftist Mafia. Mike, thanks so much for coming on the show today.
Thank you for having me. Speaking of Leftist Mafia, Matt tells me to tell you hello.
Oh, well, I mean, I saw him yesterday, but I guess hello back to him.
He made sure I told you so.
That'd be weird.
Don't be creepy. Good to hear. Kowalski from Nebraska writes in and says, in reference to Leftist Mafia last night, please tell Mike he needs to get over his fear of flying, go to New York City and have fun at a gay club. We only have 4 months until ICE gets turned on the LGBTQ plus community, and you're banned from flying and having clubs for the next 4.5 years. Have you never been to New York City, Mike?
No. I've been to 3 states, Washington, Oregon, and California. I've never flown.
Wow.
I've never been to a club. So Kowalski is expecting me to get on a plane, conquer my fear of flying now, and go to a club and be around all the people. Kowalski, that's a very tall order. But
that is a very tall order. So I know people who don't fly too and have fears of flying. Like, what has this news cycle been like for you? Is it very validating?
So I've never been afraid of crashing. until this year. It's just that I am a weird person where I'm claustrophobic. If I'm in a car too long, it's the same feeling. So it's not that like I wouldn't fly. It's just I've never really traveled a lot, never had an opportunity. And I feel like I would probably freak out, but after a couple of hours, I'd be fine in a plane. It's just
Okay. I mean, this is great and all, but let's get to the politics. I'm sorry, everyone. I know it's fun, but I just want to get to the meat of this discussion. I'm trying to remember where it starts up. I think it's like pretty quickly right here. Is it right?
Measles outbreak, an outbreak in West Texas that's getting worse and spreading into New Mexico. I mean, it's just crazy how rapidly you can, the world is responding, or the country is responding, not in a good way to these cuts. Like, you just see how important government is. Within 1 month, Trump got inaugurated a month ago, and it's already like this.
it hit you fast. And to see how they fired people who were working on bird flu, I think it was at the CDC or maybe the NIH, I'm not sure. But then they didn't want to fire them, so they tried to hire them back. And then you have them at these different agencies where they're firing people at the nuclear agency, NNSA, and then they couldn't hire them back because they didn't update their contact information and their government email was disabled, so they had no way of reaching them. It's just such a cluster F that I can't help but laugh, but at the same time, I don't want to laugh because it's so serious. There's a lot going on. And on the subject of RFK...
Sorry, we're still talking Republican stuff. I want to talk Democrats. Where does this start again? I'm sorry. Right around here, I think. Sorry, I made a huge tiny mistake.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
They're going to lose it all. And one thing that I think that the Trump administration doesn't realize is that people are already, like, you can sense that there's a revolutionary fervor in this country, especially after the Luigi Mangione support that they were surprised by. But right. I mean, if you take away people's healthcare and they lose everything, and the bread and circus that they usually use to distract us doesn't distract us anymore, people are going to start taking to the streets. I mean, you're already seeing people activate pretty much everywhere around the country.
Immediately.
Yeah, you are seeing that, and you're also seeing this kind of reaction to Democratic leadership that I don't necessarily think we've seen in quite a while. If you could pull this up, Bradley.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Split Ticket aggregated 3 separate polls that have come out recently. This aggregate says Democrats may risk their own Tea Party moment. I'm like, risk? Please.
Right, so be a good time.
This is not published by a leftist as far as I know, so it's...
No, these are, I mean, 3 separate, right, exactly. 3 separate polls, Quinnipiac, CNN, and Data for Progress, polling Democratic voters, showing that it's the plurality opinion in Quinnipiac, which we covered the other day. 49% say they're dissatisfied, Democratic voters, with congressional Democrats, to 40%. But it's greater, and this is more my experience in these other 2 polls. CNN, 73% of Democratic voters are angry with congressional Democrats, and 67%, according to Data for Progress, are angry with them. This is a real opportunity. I've never seen this kind of reaction.
Seriously, though, these numbers are wild. The Quinnipiac one's very close, but CNN and Data for Progress, sub 30 satisfaction numbers. That is insane. That is insane. And you would think that this would wake up Democrats. It would get them to stop, with the sort of politics that they have been engaged in, take things more seriously, direct their messages to the voters more, deal with the inequality, deal with all sorts of things like that. But no, so far we have not seen enough of that, even close to it. Oh, God. What else was I saying? There was something else I was going to say. Oh, shit, a super chat from Nadia. Thank you, Nadia, for the super chat. Extremely misinformed. This lot believes in the death penalty for sodomy. Wow. You think majority report's downplaying it? Huh. I guess I don't see it that way. I feel like they're taking it pretty seriously. This is a moment. This is clearly a moment. I mean, do we need a Tea Party movement? I don't know. I mean, I struggle to want to exemplify anything about the Tea Party. But they certainly were good at being loud and getting things done. But they also, part of the problem is that the fringe on the right gets listened to by Republican donors, whereas on the other side, with Democrats, don't get the same sort of support on the fringes. You know, no big money funding, you know, small leftist movements, you know?
This is a real opportunity. I've never seen this kind of reaction. This is the party that throughout Nancy Pelosi's tenure as Speaker of the House, consistently the voters gave her high approval ratings. Obama will always get high approval ratings despite our misgivings with his leadership. But right now, there's an appetite among Democratic voters who are like, wait, you're going to kiss the ring for Donald Trump, Morning Joe? You've been telling me that resisting him is the most important thing ever. And I don't know how we channel that most effectively, but I'm looking at primary challenges. That's where my head is at right now.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think we genuinely have a real opportunity. I've been to town halls whenever I had the chance, whenever my senator or representative showed up, and I was always on an island. Like, I'd get hissed at by liberals for asking questions and for attacking leadership. Ron Wyden held 2 town halls in Oregon, and I drove out to one of them. I've never seen liberals this antagonistic towards Democrats. Multiple people were shouting at him, why aren't Democrats doing anything? Why aren't you putting your body on the line? Why aren't you getting into good trouble like John Lewis? And then when you leave the town hall, you know, there's all these staffers fielding questions. And I saw this lady just like yelling at them. Why are all of these old people still in power? Why is Ron Wyden in power? He's so old. Why doesn't he step down? And then like I approached her and I egged her on, of course. I'm like, yeah, and Jerry Connell, they just voted for him over AOC. And she's like, yeah, this is ridiculous. I'm like, yes, I'm building the fire. They are genuinely pissed off at leadership. And I think that when you see Hakeem Jeffries promoting a book at like the worst time ever,
no, is he promoting a book
outside
right
of that
now,
store,
dude?
I actually think
that is gross.
We have an opportunity to maybe do some damage in a primary, actually get somebody who's progressive. I'm not going to hold my breath because the Democratic Party is very reluctant to change and they're not just going to give up power willingly. But we actually have a time where liberals are genuinely terrified and they're pissed off and they're directing that anger at Democrats. And I never thought that this was possible.
Rightly so.
Part of it is I think that there's a lot of trust that's been lost with MSNBC, people like Joe and Mika, where they kind of, they were told for years from these people that Donald Trump is terrible, he's a fascist, he's like Hitler, and that was all true. But then when they immediately go to kiss the ring once he's elected, they see that as a betrayal. They don't accept your rational.
Yeah, absolutely. And the vibes from Mika and Joe are echoed within the Democratic Party itself. We see it all the time. And the fact is that they are one of the most listened to news, like, what do you call it? Like talk shows, like on mainstream media of the political class, right? Of the sort of DC elites. And they are unfortunately just the least ideological people ever. I mean, the fact is Joe Scarborough, we cannot forget, Joe Scarborough is a fucking Republican, okay? Regardless of what he might say on MSNBC, he ran unsuccessfully. I can't remember if he... Either way, he ran for Congress as a Republican in Connecticut. I can't remember. I think he might have held office for like 1 term. Might be wrong on that part of it. But we do need genuine change in our politics. We need big systematic changes, which are going to be much harder to get done during this Donald Trump administration. Of course, I think that's obvious to anybody who's listening. And I think right now, you know, considering everything that we just witnessed over the last couple years, now's the moment to strike. Now's the moment to push the Democrats who claim that they're a viable alternative to Republicans after having lost this race and getting some sort of change in the Democratic Party itself. Otherwise, and I've been saying it since the beginning of like this year, and actually since the beginning of November, since the election happened, I've been saying we need a viable alternative to Democrats if they're not going to step up, if they're not going to present, what's needed in these moments. All right, we're taking a break. Blew through the break. That's okay, though. All right. That's right. We've gone through another 2 hours of Galactic content, which means it's time for another break. If you haven't already, hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe. Maybe even hit that little bell icon so you don't miss any of the latest content. While you're doing all that, do please consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as you are our only hope in the galaxy. So many great ways to do that: YouTube, Twitch. But right now, with the new month coming up, I am begging and pleading with the viewers to go first to either Cash App, PayPal, or Patreon, where you can get the very most space benefits for your Earth dollars. So many great benefits there. Won't even bore you with all the details. Just go onto the website, click the link in the chat or in my bio on YouTube and Twitch, and you can find out all the sweet benefits available to you on Patreon. Just don't sign up on the Apple app. You can use the Apple app as much as you like, just please sign up somewhere else, because their their systems, their app store systems are causing us some problems right now. So yeah, website or the Android app store is fine. Anyway, chat, you know the deal. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. those Seed Space fams, or you're gonna miss that sweet, sweet galactic content. I'm thirsty. Oh shit. Hold on. I made a huge tiny mistake. I forgot something. Some more North American stuff. Canada, Mexico, you know. Let's start off here. Forbes breaking news from a day ago. Trump says, quote unquote, "We are on time with the tariffs against Canada and Mexico."
Come on! Follow the Ridgeway, man.
Something that's probably not going to affect him too much, just his popularity. And then, you know, all of the United States' relationships with its neighbors, or I guess normal human beings who are going to have to pay the prices for this.
Next week, there's a key deadline for your Canada and Mexico tariffs. Do you expect those will go back on? Or do you believe those countries have done enough on the border to stop those from taking effect? And for President Macron, I'm wondering if you believe that this critical minerals deal with Ukraine represents a de facto security guarantee by the United States, since the U.S. would have an interest in protecting those reserves in Ukraine. Thank you.
We're on time with the tariffs, and it seems like that's moving along very rapidly. We've been mistreated very badly by many countries, not just Canada and Mexico. I'm being repressed! We've been taken advantage of. We were led by, in some cases, fools, because anybody that would sign documents like they signed, where they were able to take advantage of the American people, like has happened over the last long period of time, except for a little 4-year period that took place 4 years ago. But anybody that would agree to allow this to happen to our country should be ashamed of themselves. No, the tariffs are going forward.
What exactly is he talking
about? On time,
about?
on schedule.
Allowed this to happen to what happened to us exactly that Canada and Mexico did? I mean, I know what he said in the past, but I mean, this guy is just never specific about what he's talking about. Leaves a guy to wonder, you know. Makes you know, this one spacecaster a little confused.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
But I guess he means the trade imbalance, that we buy more from Mexico and Canada than we sell to them, even though we do sell a great deal of stuff to them, is not enough. Not enough for Donald. They have to buy all American, regardless of their own economy. So yeah, on March 4th, which is approaching fast.
Immediately, if not sooner.
In about a week and a day, if I'm doing the math right. Maybe is it? Yeah, 28, right? Yeah, it's like a day and it's a week and a day. And the freaking tariff war is back on with Canada and Mexico now. I guess. Who am I to say? What do I know? Oh, right. Donald Trump just told us that that's the plan.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Let's see what the Foreign Minister of Canada, one Melanie Joly, had to say in response to Donald Trump's comments here in the White House. This is from CBC News from yesterday.
All right, we're going to take you over to London now, where Foreign Affairs Minister Melanie Joly is reacting to U.S. President Donald Trump, saying tariffs will go forward next week on Canada and Mexico following that 30-day pause. Let's take a listen here.
So thank you, Mackenzie. I haven't been briefed on the latest comments by President Trump, but when it comes to tariffs, we know that there are 3 executive orders that are focusing on Canada, but also on other allies. The first one is linked to March 4th pause, and it is linked to a border and fentanyl, and it is targeting Mexico and us. The second is about aluminum and steel, and that's basically with all trading partners exporting steel and aluminum to the U.S. And the third is executive order is linked to reciprocal tariffs, and that's also for a deadline of April 1st, and it is affecting every single trading partner. So my point is we need to be able to deal with the unpredictability of President Trump. We need to be aware that the threat of tariffs is a real one and may continue for a while. And meanwhile, we need to stand strong and send a clear message that Canadians will fight back. And that's what we'll do.
There you go. Melanie Joly, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Foreign Minister, whatever you want to call her. I think it's the same thing. Saying that Canada's going to stand up for itself, fight back against these tariffs, which means, I think we know what that means. It means tariffs on American goods coming into Canada. Further pushing our two nations apart. I don't blame Canada for doing this. I'm just stating a fact. If we're both tariffing each other, our relationships as at least as business partners, trading partners, we will be, we'll be less intrinsically linked as we had been for so long. Oh, God. I hate this nationalist bullshit. Makes me mad. Just like, why do we have to do this? Can't we just be friends? Can't we just be friends with our neighbors and allies? Do we have to segregate ourselves from them and kick anybody out who we don't like from our country? Is that really the plan? I hate where it's headed. I really do. But we can't forget, while we're talking about Canada, to talk about the upcoming election. The Liberal leadership are jockeying for position with the stepping down of old Minister Justin Trudeau. There is a power vacuum which people are trying to fill. Let's go here to Global News from 16 hours ago. Talk a little bit about that election race. Or whatever you want to call it. Go web go. Why do you do this to me? They place these little bubbles of words next to the freaking left and right button, making it impossible for me to do my job. It's very rude.
How rude.
Don't appreciate it.
Come on!
Four leadership candidates faced off, but one name dominated the debate.
Le président Trump.
Trump représente Monsieur Trump.
The leadership hopefuls are trying to make the case for why they're the best person to take on Donald Trump and his threat of sweeping tariffs and annexation.
I've negotiated with Mr. Trump. I negotiated NAFTA.
Trump is very different from the Trump of the past.
Former Bank of Canada Governor Mark Carney entered the debate the frontrunner in a showdown that was largely collegial.
I totally agree with Karina and Christian.
But at times it was hard to see where he and his main rival, Chrystia Freeland, differed.
I'm here for change. I'm here about the future moving forward. A lot of the discussion was about what has happened.
This is a race inside the family, inside our party. And it's a really good thing that we are agreed.
Former Montreal MP Frank Bayless leaned on his business background.
I'm one of the most successful business people that's ever presented himself to be in politics.
Former government House leader Karina Gould was the first to go after Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's record.
I'm the candidate for the future because elections are about the future. They're not about what we've done in the past.
The leaders debated the economy, housing, immigration, and carbon pricing.
What would you do about the carbon
tax? I'll be cancelling it.
There were fumbles, including when Carney was asked about the conflict in Gaza.
Nous sommes d'accord avec Hamas.
We agree with Hamas, said Carney, before quickly correcting himself, saying he's against Hamas and for a two-state solution. But the slip-up sparked questions about Carney's French.
Of course, Hamas has no place ever in any future discussions. Well, final.
It's ridiculous. There's this big concern over people's ability to speak French well. But it is apparently an important aspect of Canada, since some people exclusively speak French there. And Canada takes that seriously. But if I'm not mistaken, I don't think voters get to vote on this. I believe that this is... I've been trying to spend more time on this as this approaches. But I haven't been doing enough yet. But my understanding is that this is not something the voters are voting on. This is an internal party election. A leadership race will be decided by party members, essentially. Am I wrong? If I'm wrong, somebody please correct me. But the guy that we were just looking at, whose name I can't recall right now, he's a former Bank of Canada? I think he was in Bank of Canada, but also at like a number of other like investment banks. He has some okay stuff about him, but he does seem to be getting a lot of support right now, seemingly amidst the rising inflation and other sorts of economic woes in Canada. People seem to be gravitating towards him. I still haven't decided who it is that I think would be the best for Canada in lieu of Justin Trudeau inside of the Labour Party. I just can't say 100%. No one in Quebec will vote for a non-French speaking prime minister. Right, okay. That makes perfect sense. Quebec. All right. Où allons-nous? Where do we go? Yeah. We're gonna keep talking about Canada, Mexico, and those tariffs that are coming in hot.
That's hot.
In a bid to stave off tariffs, Justin Trudeau spoke with Donald Trump on Sunday about Canada's border plan, but that conversation doesn't seem to have made much of a difference.
We're on time with the tariffs, and it seems like that's moving along very rapidly. We've been mistreated very badly by many countries, not just Canada and Mexico.
On time.
Someone told them about the memes, didn't they? God damn it. Why do we have to be so snarky? Donald Trump heard that he didn't get anything in the first one. Oh, no. That's no good. God damn it.
Badly by many countries, not just
Very
Canada
badly.
and Mexico.
On time means March 4th for Canada. That's when Trump pushed the deadline for a 10% tariff on Canadian energy and a 25% tax on the rest of Canadian goods. The president has blamed fentanyl, despite the fact that only 0.2% of the fentanyl that makes it to the States comes from Canada, a consistent irritant for Ottawa.
The U.S. is a net exporter of fentanyl to Canada, a net exporter of illegal guns to Canada, and a net exporter of illegal migrants coming to Canada.
Illegal. Led by, in some cases, fools. I look at some of these agreements, I'd read them at night, and I'd say, who
Melanie Jolie
ever
with the
signed anything
facts.
like
We got to
this?
go back and hear that again. Excuse me. You're stupid. I want to hear Melanie say smart things.
To Canada, a net exporter of illegal guns to Canada, and a net exporter of illegal migrants coming to Canada.
We were led by, in some cases, fools. I look at some of these agreements, I'd read them at night, and I'd say, who would ever sign a thing like this?
Of course, it was Donald Trump who signed and bragged about the updated Canada-U.S.-Mexico free trade.
It's a great deal.
The brand new USMCA, that's Mexico and Canada, the best trade deal ever made by our country.
The best deal ever that Trump would be in violation of if he goes ahead with the tariffs that remove trade barriers in nearly all goods between the three countries, but he claims he just wants fair trade with the U.S.
All we want is reciprocal. We want reciprocity. We want to have
reciprocity.
The same. So if somebody charges us, we charge them. It's very simple.
It's not just the blanket tariff seemingly set for March 4th. Trump has promised additional sector-specific tariffs on steel and aluminum and autos that could come in as early as April. Mackenzie Gray, Global News, Ottawa.
Thanks, Mackenzie. Great job, buddy. All right, we're going to keep moving. Keep talking economic issues. Something I just figured I'd throw right in here. I'm just wondering if this might be made worse by the tariffs.
Denny's announcing it will be adding a surcharge for meals that
I
include eggs. It comes as the
so
nation
offended.
deals with.
This is incredibly rude.
Denny's
This is incredibly rude. I'm in the middle of talking and you're killing it. You are killing me.
Come on!
It just broke me. I had a whole spiel I was gonna try and do. Now I was ruined. You know how eggs are super expensive? Well, brace yourselves. Because this happened.
Denny's announcing it will be adding a surcharge for meals that include eggs. It comes as the nation deals with the bird flu that has resulted in an egg shortage and increased costs. It's unclear which Denny's locations will have the surcharges, but in a statement, the Denny's said that individual restaurants would then decide on prices. Denny's joins Waffle House, among other restaurants, to start a surcharge on eggs.
Wow.
Waffle House added a surcharge of 50 cents per egg.
50 cents per egg? Extra? Than the already existing price of the meal. I thought Donald Trump was going to fix egg prices. Now we have egg surcharges? This is not right.
That's too much, man. That's too much, man.
She's right. That is too much. It's unacceptable. Who's going to hold Donald Trump to account on egg prices? For the love of God. Now, I just wanted to talk about something here as we sort of transition. Oh wait, I have this in the wrong order. Oh, this is very dumb. Why is this? What? Oh, you bastard. You bastard. Hold on. I'm going to fix this. Alright, we're going to talk one more business story here as we transition our way into environmental issues, which are coming up quickly. Got a few of those to talk about. Maybe some space news, and then the Earth news will be coming in any time here. But, God. One piece of business news. Supposedly, Apple is out here making big promises. Amidst this, they made similar promises, if I'm not mistaken, during the first Trump administration that never really came to fruition. Yeah, let's go here. Reuters from yesterday. Apple unveils big plans for the U.S. Go Web Go.
Apple said on Monday it would spend $500 billion in U.S. investments in the next 4 years. The money will fund a giant factory in Texas for artificial intelligence servers and 20,000 research and development jobs across the country in that time. It is also expected to cover spending on everything from purchases from U.S. suppliers to filming of television shows and movies for its Apple TV Plus service. Apple declined to say how much of the figure it was already planning to spend in the country. The move comes after media reports that Apple CEO Tim Cook met President Donald Trump last week. Many of Apple's products that are assembled in China could face 10% tariffs imposed by Trump earlier this month, though the iPhone maker had secured some waivers from China tariffs in the first Trump administration. One analyst tells Reuters this is a political gesture toward the Trump administration. Apple made a similar...
It absolutely is. And they did similar things in the past that they then didn't actually come through with because they knew that they could stall and maybe get, you know, they're making a gambit here, in my opinion, right? It's a ploy. They're like, all right, Donald Trump is hoping to bring manufacturing back to the United States. What if we tell him, he's very stupid, what if we just tell him that we're bringing manufacturing back to the United States? We don't really do it. I don't know, we'll break ground somewhere and pretend to start building. But we'll continue manufacturing in China and hope that this sort of stuff, you know, affects him enough to drop the tariff so that we can continue importing products from China. You know, if enough people do it, maybe Donald Trump thinks that he's won already. And he'll just drop it. I could be wrong. But when you're a multi-trillion-dollar company, you know, pretending to build something, buying a piece of ground for it, what is that in terms of expenditure? Not a lot. It's not a ton. All right. Speaking of trillion-dollar companies, billionaires invaded a place that's now invading the United States. From Donald Trump to Pam Bondi, Florida is taking over the United States. But at one point, it was billionaires who were invading Florida. What happened next might shock you. Here's a more perfect union from a day ago.
Welcome to Miami, a city whose bright lights and tropical weather have attracted bachelorette parties and beachgoers since the dawn of time.
I love Miami!
Arguably the greatest work
Enjoy Miami
of the 20th century. But over the past 10 years, Miami's population of millionaires has nearly doubled. Enticed by Florida's lack of taxes, out-of-state billionaires are rapidly developing the city.
Hello, Miami, and hello, Florida.
So much so, its skyline is now the third tallest in the country, right behind New York and Chicago. But while Miami is touting a new era for the ultra-wealthy, the very people who build these skyscrapers are getting left behind.
Imagine how ironic life is, because we're the ones who build houses. We build buildings. We're the ones who suffer the most from paying rent.
Miami developers are known for building big projects incredibly quickly, no matter what.
Every 4 days
if not sooner.
in Florida, a construction worker dies on the job.
And workers are fleeing the state.
Did you hear that?
Because of it.
Did you hear what that woman said? I know it was quiet, and I was playing a sound shot over it, but she said every 4 days a construction worker dies on the job. That number is much too high.
Come on!
What was that?
Because of it.
Si no cambian las condiciones, obviamente.
I'm obviously the people who won't stay where things are bad. I'll leave.
Now, with a $3 billion urban redevelopment project on the line, one of the biggest in Miami's history, construction workers are fighting back. We went down to the 305 to figure out who will define the future of Miami's skyline. After 29 years of living in Seattle, Jeff Bezos made an announcement in 2023.
Jeff Bezos posting on Instagram last night that he's leaving Seattle after nearly 30 years. He's going to move to Miami.
The move to Florida saved him around $1 billion in capital gains and personal income taxes. But Bezos wasn't the only 1%er moving to Miami. From 2012 to 2022, 38,000 millionaires, 160 centimillionaires, and 12 billionaires moved into the city. In fact, Miami has more centimillionaires with second homes than any other city in the country. And now it's one of the most unequal and unaffordable places to live. This massive accumulation of wealth didn't happen by accident. Let's go back to December 2020, nearly a year into the pandemic. Self-described village idiot Delian Asparuhov, a venture capitalist, tweeted, "Okay guys, hear me out. What if we move Silicon Valley to Miami?" Miami Mayor Francis Suarez responded a few hours later, "How can I help?" Suarez rolled out the welcome mat to every morally questionable financial institution in America.
You know, we in Miami believe that government should facilitate, not that government should dictate.
Lured by low taxes and little regulation, crypto companies, investment firms, and billionaire founders flocked to South Florida.
This crypto bull from TradeStation really symbolizes how the gravitational center of gravity of the country has moved from San Francisco in venture capital and private equity in New York to the city of Miami.
Between 2020 and 2023, 105 financial firms relocated to South Florida, including the massive hedge fund Citadel and its billionaire CEO, Ken Griffin.
The men and women who serve in public office have a mindset of how can we help. It is a pro-get-it-done mindset that is often lacking in the northern cities.
As Miami quickly became Wall Street South, its skyline did too. Spurred by pro-development policies and regular changes that allowed buildings to be taller, luxury developers rushed to build. There are currently more skyscrapers under construction in Miami than in every West Coast state combined. But for the workers constructing Miami's growth, the wealth hasn't trickled down.
Come on!
I thought to myself, how is it, that the very workers who we rely on to build our housing here in Miami can't afford a roof over their own heads?
Zaina Al-Sus is a director at WeCount, an organization fighting for better living and working conditions in South Florida. She's standing up for the people Miami has left behind, people like Arturo.
Lo más bonito, pues, como siempre lo digo, es cuando el edificio se termina. Si me sacan un día voy a ir al edificio y me voy a sentar a tomar un café abajo para decir, estas luces las hice yo y eso. Esa es la parte que a mí me encanta, el ver mi trabajo terminado.
Arturo has been working as an electrician for the last 18 years across the US. He moved to Miami last year to be closer to his family.
No tenemos el nivel de vida que
we don't have the standard of living that we should.
Y no estamos pidiendo
for a lot.
Que sea exagerado. No quiero vivir como los
We don't want to live
desarrolladores
like
ni
the
mucho menos,
developers
pero
by any means.
por lo menos
But at
tener las
least to have
condiciones
average conditions for qualified
medias de un
workers like us.
trabajador calificado como nosotros.
Lo de la renta de aquí de la Florida.
Yeah, so billionaires moved in and inequality somehow went up. Who could have guessed? Very, very unlikely, implausible story. All right. Now let's start talking some environmental issues. Got a few, not a lot right now to talk. I feel like we've just been inundated by politics, geopolitics, and don't have as many environmental stories for us to talk about as we usually do. It feels like it's been that way for like over a week now. I'm just talking about way more about politics than climate change or environmental issues. But let's go here This story from off of California's coast, where an apparent superpod of thousands of dolphins were spotted.
So hot right now.
Gotta hydrate. I'll do it. Don't make me. I'll do it. A superpod of more than 2,000 dolphins was captured in rare footage off the coast of California. Wow, that is a lot of dolphins. The pod included light gray baby calves and Pacific white-sided dolphins, as well as northern right whale dolphins, a species without a dorsal fin.
Zero Megastar just cheered 100 bits. The comet is gonna miss us this time.
Hey, thanks for the update, Omegastar. The comet is going to miss us this time. It does seem like that. I'm not ready to say 100% because I don't think this actually at 100%. But yeah, I forgot to do a story on it. But I talked about it last time. I think quickly mentioned that the comet had reduced in its probability of hitting Earth as more data has come out since then. Yeah, I just found this to be interesting. This was the last, I think the last caption. Scientists say the dolphins could be clustering to fend off predators, feed on the same food, or socialize. And I found this to be interesting, that 3 different species of dolphins were all together. Doesn't seem like scientists are even clear on why. It's a fascinating moment. But yeah, thank you, Megastar, for the bits and for the message. I need to somehow get the Twitch views up. Because there's months where I don't even get paid from Twitch because I don't break the required earnings on Twitch. Which is only $50. It's a $50 floor. But I just don't spend enough time. There's just so many people here on YouTube, you know? I guess I've just been directing all of my focus. Continue to multi-stream to Twitch and have, like, the chat up, but there's just not that much happening. Alright, now let's go back to the coast of California, leave the ocean. Talk about LA, where the cleanup effort is well underway now, and multiple things are either coming to light or transpiring amidst all of this efforts to clean up and honestly prepare LA for the upcoming fire season, which is just a couple short months from now, really. Start off here, CBS Evening News.
Important part is just to try to give the owners a little something back.
The race is on in Altadena, California to save historic tiles from homes destroyed by wildfires. A newly formed group called Save the Tiles is trying to preserve as many as they can before bulldozers start to clear properties. In tonight's Weekend Journal, Elise Martinez has more on the work that's being done carefully yet quickly.
Piece by piece, masonry contractor Cliff Douglas is preserving a small part of Altadena history.
I got it.
Douglas is with Save the Tiles, an organization working to rescue these antique tiles, some more than a century old.
These are called Batch Elder tile, started in 1910 in Pasadena. They're a local tile, so that's why they're in a lot of the homes up here.
In Altadena, chimneys and fireplaces are some of the only things that survived the intense heat.
Important part is just to try to give the owners a little something back.
Douglas and his crew are working against the clock as the Army Corps of Engineers gets ready to clear out properties. He says there are dozens of homes with these
beautiful tiles, and the community is trying to save a piece of history over 100 years old before it's all thrown away. All right. Now, I figured we would talk about this as some areas that were affected by these wildfires, like Altadena, were places where black families around the turn of the, well, I guess it wasn't the turn of the century, it was more, I think it was more mid-century, I guess, moved to, you know, sort of post Jim Crow, I want to say. I can't remember the exact timing of it now. But the families of some of those people who moved to the area are now facing challenges after those homes were burnt to the ground. Let's go here to PBS NewsHour from yesterday and talk a little bit about that struggle. 10th emotional support character. Hold on. Jerry, getting that message in before the video starts. Please pause. Please hold. You gonna pause for me? No.
The wildfires that burned parts of Southern California last month will likely become the most expensive wildfires in U.S. history. The wildfire.
I said pause. There we go. Way to get that in just in time before we get there. No. Okay. 2. That's Captain Benjamin Sisko. Deep Space Nine.
The wildfire that burned parts of Southern California last month will likely become the most expensive wildfires in U.S. history. They also burned a scar through historically black neighborhoods in Altadena. William Brangham recently visited with families there who are still sifting through the debris and are concerned about what Altadena will look like going forward.
Oh my goodness.
This is a drive that Diane Pillay and her family never imagined they'd have to make.
Look at all these homes. Oh my goodness.
They're returning to the charred remains of their beloved neighborhood in Altadena, California.
Look at their whole chimney fell, yeah, into our house.
Their house, like hundreds of their neighbors, was devoured by last month's Eaton fire.
This is incredible.
Pillay's parents bought this house in the 1960s, becoming some of the first black homeowners in this part of Altadena. Diane was raised here, and then she and her husband Richard raised their own kids here, including their daughter Lisa.
And as a matter of fact, right before the fire, we were in process and talks of having Lisa and her husband, you know, have the house.
So 3 generations.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Oh, now, they're gingerly stepping through what's left of the past, both their own families and their communities.
It was a lot knowing that our home was gone, but then to see the devastation that we're talking about, an entire community, entire blocks and blocks and blocks and blocks. It was just really too much to bear.
Richard and Diane are now staying with Lisa and her husband and their 2 little kids, crowded into Lisa's rented townhouse in nearby Pasadena.
Come on!
For Lisa, the fire stole not only the family's refuge, but also the place of countless memories, where she took her first steps, and then years later, her son did the same.
And I just cried. I literally collapsed to my knees and I just cried because it's just an unbelievable feeling.
Like so many families here, they're unsure about what comes next.
This was the bathroom.
Lisa's lease is up in a few months. The mortgage on their house still comes due every month.
Oh,
they had insurance, but it's not clear if it'll be enough to rebuild. While the Eaton fire destroyed more than 9,000 structures in all, it hit black homeowners in Altadena particularly hard. A recent study found that almost half of black households had their homes destroyed or severely damaged, compared to 37% of non-black households.
Help! I'm being repressed!
Many of those homes can be traced back several generations.
The history of Altadena as it pertains to black people is very significant. Yes.
Jasmine Schuper started the Green Line Housing Foundation. It's a nonprofit that works to increase home ownership in minority communities. She says during the civil rights era, Altadena became an increasingly popular destination for black families.
Redlining still existed in Altadena, but it was much friendlier to black people purchasing, especially in the 60s when the Fair Housing Act was passed. You had a significant increase in the population, the black population in Altadena. So this was, for a lot of black people, a haven and a place of solidarity and a place where they could actually access homeownership and the wealth building that it affords.
It's a legacy that continues. About 75% of black residents here own their homes. That's nearly double the black homeownership rate nationwide. But even before the fire, things were changing. As the cost of housing in LA rose, more people flocked to this community of 42,000 people just north of Pasadena. Today, Altadena is less than 20% black, down from over 40% in the 1980s.
The black population in Altadena had been declining significantly because of gentrification, because of increased home values and prices, because of speculative investment. But this threatens to decrease that population even more significantly.
As rebuilding gets underway in Altadena, there is a concern in this community that real estate developers are going to swoop in and buy up all of this property and somehow change this integrated, diverse community into something that people here just don't recognize anymore.
Yeah, this is a troubling story, and it's something that we've been talking about since the fires, happened. And this is a threat that I don't even know what's going to be done about it. I know that Rob Bonta said that he was going to stop people from, being taken advantage of, financially speaking, but we live in a world, as a society where, the the pressures to accept a deal, right, without the needed finances to be able to live outside of a home and still be paying for it in some cases, right, will cause situations that we're not going to want to have happen. Homes being bought for less than they're worth, areas of land being turned over to capitalists, destroying the history and the diversity in this area. And it's something that needs to be fought back against. I don't know whether or not they're going to be able to stop it. Gavin Newsom, Rob Bonta are kind of the guys, Karen Bass as well. But yeah, those are the three people that are going to have to step up to stop stuff like that from happening, help people through the situation. And instead of, letting California insurance pay Larry Ellison for his 12th, 15th, whatever number of homes he has in the area, maybe cap these people who own multiple properties in this area on number of homes they're going to be paid for by the government insurance company, right? Get the people who genuinely need the money for rebuilding. Larry Ellison can rebuild. The motherfucker owns the island of Lanai. He can afford to rebuild himself every single one of these fucking homes. I don't want to hear it. And I'm saying he deserves at least one, right? But the rest of them, he's going to have to figure out on his own, in lieu of things like this, which I see as being more important than his, investment properties, This cannot be a situation in which people who have already been so enrich themselves again. Can't have it happen. It's just not good. Now, this situation is exacerbated, of course, by what I was just talking about. People being in financial duress. Let's go here to CBS News from 7 hours ago to talk about the fact that Californians are falling behind on their mortgage payments, putting at risk their properties being foreclosed on, even though there's nothing there, and furthering people's desperation to take lowball offers from real estate developers, things like that. All right, take it away. Go Web Go.
New data shows more than 1 in 4 borrowers in the area of Los Angeles Palisades fire are at risk of falling behind on their mortgage payments. Financial services company Intercontinental Exchange says in total, about 3,300 LA residents could be affected. That's up from about 680 borrowers who missed mortgage payments in January. Cal Fire says at least 29 people were killed.
If I'm not mistaken, this January level was elevated from the previous month, but this is almost a 5-fold increase, or it's like 4 point something fold increase. This is massive. Oh my God, 400 what? 20%? I can't do the math in my head right now.
Who missed mortgage payments in January. Cal Fire says at least 29 people were killed in January in the Palisades and Eaton fires. More than 16,000 structures, including more than 11,000 homes, were destroyed. Intercontinental Exchange says when the fires broke out, there was already $11 billion in outstanding mortgage debt in those areas. Sarah McGregor joins us now. She's the managing editor of the national desk at Bloomberg News. Sarah, thank you for being here on this topic. You know, Bloomberg spoke to International Exchange's head of housing research, who said it's not unheard of after major disasters. So what did he say, and how long does this tend to last?
Yes. So as you just mentioned, 16,000 structures destroyed. Most of them are homes. They're not businesses. They're not apartments. They're people who are now facing the prospect of rebuilding. And a lot of them obviously have mortgages and have to figure out within the next 90 days how they're going to make those payments. Most banks, big banks, credit unions, big and small, have given a 90-day window for mortgage payers, for borrowers, to give them a reprieve. But after that, they'll be on the hook. And the tricky situation is that right now, people whose homes have burnt down, obviously they're getting cost of living expenses.
Seriously. They're already under so much stress. I can't imagine paying for a house that doesn't exist. Was it actually 420%? Bobby, did you do the math just now? Was I right? Did I just estimate that number to Come on. Don't mess with me. Okay. Now, this one I was actually shocked to see. But I think it may have something to do with what was said publicly around the time the fires were going on. More than what's being espoused here. That's just my estimation. I could be wrong, but this feels a little political. Let's go here to KTLA 5 from yesterday. Talk about what happened over, I think, the weekend, or it might have been I don't know, maybe it was Friday. I don't know when it happened, actually. But the LA fire chief was fired. And, you know, whatever, we'll go here and then I'll talk about it.
LA Mayor Karen Bass is feeling pressure tonight from both inside and outside City Hall to reinstate fired LA Fire Chief Kristen Crowley. KTLA's Jennifer McGraw has more on the growing controversy over the chief's firing.
I just met with Chief Crowley and removed her as fire chief.
It's concerning and disappointing.
Fierce backlash against LA's Mayor Karen Bass after removing Fire Chief Kristen Crowley.
I do believe it's a shame that she's taking the blame with something that was not within 100% of her control.
Bass saying the chief didn't take appropriate actions the day of the fires for not deploying 1,000 firefighters that could have been on the line, and adding that the chief should have communicated with her.
The communications about the very dangerous weather was ubiquitous. It was on every news channel.
While some council members stood in support with Mayor Bass as she announced the firing, other council members, including Tracy Park and Monica Rodriguez, weren't even consulted and are stunned by the reasoning.
It is not within the
Whoa, what just happened?
responsibility of the fire chief to make those communications. That's the emergency management department. That is how our city is structured.
The demotion coming just weeks after Crowley spoke out against the mayor, saying Bass knew that in the event of a horrific firestorm, the city would not be equipped with the manpower and engines, adding that they needed more than 60 new fire stations and the department's budget was cut by $17 million.
Yep, budget was cut by $17 million to fund more police. There was something else in there that was paid for, I think, but yeah, that's just the general vibe of it. And that, once again, I didn't even know about those comments until I watched this video, but the original comments, I feel like, from the fire chief rubbed Karen Bass the wrong way, where she brought up the fact that the budget had been cut, all of that, and I think this was just sort of the final straw, if you will, her coming out and reiterating it in court. So yeah, I think it has a lot more to do with that rather than the touted explanation. But I could be overestimating my abilities of discerning these kinds of informations. Okay, let's keep it going. Let's go on to the middle of the country, to Colorado, where apparently, amidst all of the crazy weather Colorado's been having recently, more than 500 avalanches have been recorded at least, in just 10 days' time. This is Denver 7 from a day ago. It's a lot.
What?
There is new video tonight showing an avalanche in Grand County. 4 snowmobilers were caught and partially buried Saturday on Gravel Mountain north of Granby. Now everybody survived. And February is historically the deadliest month for avalanches in Colorado. In fact, just in the past 10 days, there were more than 500 recorded avalanches. 14 people were caught up in them, and 2 people were killed. 50-year-old Nathan Genn killed Saturday in an avalanche in Berthoud Pass. And Denver 7 spoke with one of his friends who say he was an avid outdoorsman and was doing what he loved when he died.
He was very accepting and brought you in, and he wanted to have fun and wanted you to have as much fun or more fun than him, especially when it came to board sports, be it skateboarding, snow skating, surfing, or pow surfing.
According to the Colorado Avalanche Information Center, Colorado averaged 6 avalanche-related deaths per year over the last decade. And before venturing into the backcountry, always check that avalanche forecast.
Yeah. There we go. Horrifying. People take risks out there when they venture out into the wilderness, especially in dangerous conditions. While I'm all for fun, taking the necessary precautions and maybe considering warnings from the government might be a good idea. That's what they're there for. Okay. Now let's talk about this. Because, this is exactly what this whole this part of the stream is supposed to be about, talking environmental issues, not just musing about different sort of weather events, but talking about climate change, oh god. But if you got money, you can prepare for what's coming. We've talked about how glaciers are receding at a rapid pace right now, exponentially so. We've been to all sorts of different glaciers, seen the footage ourselves of this, the state of things. We've talked about A23A on multiple occasions. But the fact is, there's more ice in the oceans than usual, and that melts eventually when it hits warmer waters, which will cause the ocean to rise. But if you got the money, you can prepare. You can, protect, perhaps, hypothetically, your city, your town, your home. The technology exists. It's just how much money do you got in the bank account? But guess what? Manhattan got that money. Let's go here to CBS New York about some of the preparations that have been going into future-proofing the Lower East Side.
Follow the rich white man.
With the push of a button, city officials say they'll soon be able to deploy flip-up floodgates.
They're being placed underneath the FDR Drive to protect Manhattan from extreme floodwaters. Zinnia Maldonado shows exactly how they work.
Slowly but surely, these flip-up floodgates are making an appearance underneath the FDR Drive on the Lower East Side.
More than being new and innovative, it's that it protects people. Over 120,000 people that live in this community. And it protects the economic center of the nation.
The gates are part of the city's Brooklyn Bridge Montgomery Coastal Resilience Project, and once completed by May of 2026, the gates running from Montgomery Street to the Brooklyn Bridge will be ready for action. Just several feet away from the East River, these flip-up barriers and flood walls are part of several initiatives aimed at protecting the city's coastline, a vulnerability, of course, emphasized by Superstorm Sandy.
It was worse than anybody could have thought.
Lower East Side resident Alfonso Salamanca remembers the devastating impacts of Sandy and hopes he never sees a repeat.
Depending on what the magnitude of the phenomena is going to determine. But as it is right now, maybe for a small storm.
The high-tech barriers were on display Monday near South Street and Pike Slip. Tom Foley, commissioner of the city's
Okay. So yeah, I mean, here's the thing about all this, right? For me, it frustrates me that we're doing these things. I mean, don't get me wrong, I clearly see the utility of this, and I clearly see the necessity for it. But I just want us all to think about this, okay? Rather than doing what is necessary to shift our behavior, right? Not as consumers as much as, big industry and how we allow them to do what they do, and as a society, right, as the government, right, doing different things to reduce its own carbon footprint. We're talking about drill baby drill and all this other stuff, and we are spending more carbon emissions on just what is becoming an assumed future underwater, unless you have the money for the floodgates and the barriers, right? It is a very sort of ironical situation, right? In the worst way, paradoxical in nature. It makes me very frustrated. Don't get me wrong. I do think that it is essentially, it is almost inevitable at this point that the oceans are going to continue to rise because we're not meeting our climate goals. And the U.S. is just doubling down on the worst plans. Donald Trump shutting down all of the funding for green energy while nominating, oil CEOs to the Department of Energy and shit like that. Or is it the EPA? I can't remember now. Son of a bitch. Well, they're both insane. Both of them are insane, the people they put in there. But yeah, I just figured we'd watch this just to consider what the future is going to look like. Problem that I see is that if the cities don't have the money, if people don't have the money to protect themselves, well, I think we know what might happen. You know, sort of Katrina type stuff will probably be seen in places that don't do enough, don't have the funding. All right, now let's go all the way across the world to China.
China!
This footage was horrifying. This is not what you want to have happen while on your walk back home from the supermarket. This happened in China a couple days ago. 3 passersby narrowly escaped a landslide. A street cleaner and a pedestrian noticed the danger moments before the disaster, and both fled quickly from massive boulders. No casualties reported, according to local authorities. Holy shit! The landslide was triggered by heavy rainfall over the past few days, according to reports. Yeah, that's not what you want to see on your walk home, you know. That's not what you want. Make Earth bigger again. Yes, that's what we'll do. That'll fix it. That'll fix it. Do we have the technology, though? That's the question. All right. Well, looks like we're going to get to the space news in the third half here. Been doing a lot of halves lately. I wonder how many we'll have to go through here today to get through it done. Get through it all. Let's start with the space news here with BBC from 18 hours ago. When and how to see 7 planets align in the night sky. It's something we talked about earlier. It's been going on for a couple weeks now, I think. And the time to see it is drawing to a close.
Be sure to be looking skywards on Friday night because you are in for a treat. All 7 of the other planets in our solar system are going to be appearing in the night sky at the same time. It's known as a great planetary alignment. Rebecca Allen is an astronomer at Swinburne University and told us what we can expect.
Well, this year we've already been treated to several of the major planets in the night sky at the same time. And at the end of this week, we'll have an even rarer treat when Mercury joins the planet parade, meaning all 7 of the great planets will be visible in the night sky at the same time. Most of them actually even visible with the naked eye. So you will want to go out shortly after sunset because Saturn, Mercury, and Venus are all very close to the sun right now, while Jupiter and Mars are further to the east. And so to capture all of them in this short window, I really recommend going out just after sunset. In order to see all of the planets in the night sky at the same time is quite rare. We only see this kind of alignment once a decade or so, but to actually see them in the specific order they're in the night sky is more like something that would happen every 100 years or so. And furthermore, we actually don't have the full moon, including our view of any of the planets at the end of the week, so we actually have a dark sky as well. In most of the world, we'll be able to see this unless you're at the very, very furthest north latitudes. You'll be able to be treated to this show. So again, you really want a clear view of the western horizon and try to go out just after sunset and try to see how.
Well, there you go. A little information from BBC, a little planetary guide to the galaxy and how to see 7 of our solar system's planets align. Something that won't happen for quite a while. I think it's like every 60. No, it might be more than that actually. I can't remember exactly how frequently it happens. But you gotta be in a place where you're not overwhelmed by city lights or your own lights. It's got a dark, clear view of the sky. Just gotta look west and you should be able to see it. Although having a telescope or binoculars is definitely going to help. Just going to point that out. Some of it's going to be difficult to see with the bare naked eye. Okay, let's one more space story. Horrifying space story. The continuation of a trend that I've been trying to stop. That being the billionaire takeover of space.
Follow the rich white man.
Let's go here now to CBS News from 17 hours ago discussing the most recent launches from Blue Origin that have been taking more tourists to space for incredible amounts of money.
Another journey to the great beyond this morning as Blue Origin launches its 10th space tourism flight from Western Texas. The 6-person crew will travel to space on the new Shepard rocket. CBS News space consultant Bill Harwood joins me now from Merritt Island, Florida, to talk more about this. Bill, what can we expect and what does Blue Origin want to accomplish with these tourism flights? As you've always mentioned, something's learned every time.
Well, that's exactly right, Errol. You know, the goal is like it has been for the previous 9 flights. They want to carry these passengers up to an altitude just above 65 miles, actually above 62 miles, but they typically fly to 65. That's above the discernible atmosphere. In other words, wings and things like that no longer have an effect, so you're considered to be in space. And unlike an orbital flight, this trip goes up and down. It lasts about 10 minutes from launch to landing, and during that 10 minutes, they get about 3 minutes of weightlessness to float around the cabin and take in the view through the new Shepard's windows, which are the largest of any spacecraft currently flying. So, you know, Blue Origin simply wants to collect more data. They want to make this a more attractive option for people who can afford it and continue launching passengers to the edge of space. But
tickets range from $150,000 to millions of dollars because they're auctioned off to billionaires and multi-millionaires, I assume. Yeah, so affordable. So incredibly affordable. What's happening here? Do not question the authority of the mods. I'm not sure what's going on here. Okay. What next? Earth news. Earth news time. We still got half an hour left in this half. Let's get to some Earth news, starting in South America. Let's see here. This was a recent flight. I think this is the same one we heard about on Sunday, I want to say. This is a video showing migrants departing from a flight that arrived in Caracas from the United States. I'm not sure. I think this might have. I don't know if this is the same flight we were talking about on Sunday, or if this is a wrong title. Because the ones we talked about were from Guantanamo, so I could be wrong. It was the 24th, and it is the same one. I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong. Wait, they sent a woman with a baby to Guantanamo? This is disgusting. If there was a baby at Guantanamo, that has got to be some sort of an international fucking crime. That is disgusting. That is horrifying. Oh god, that one upset me. I missed that part when I was watching it earlier. Okay. I'm fine. We're not gonna go far. Let's just go to Argentina here. Next door. Or kinda next door. AP Archive. Some footage showing more protests. These protests have been going on for quite some time now. Pretty much ever since Javier Milei came to power and started the worst period of austerity in Argentina in its history, I think. Place that had, functioning governmental institutions suddenly thrust into the feudal ages. That was Venezuela. What was Venezuela? I know that. What? No. I'm saying they were arriving in Venezuela from the U.S., but the flight that we talked about on Sunday was one from Guantanamo that went to Venezuela. And there was the exact same number of people. 200 Venezuelans were taken on Sunday. So I think that was, and the date on the clip from Forbes there said the 24th. So I'm assuming that must have been what we talked about. If I'm doing the math. Am I doing the math? Maybe I'm not doing the math right now. Whatever. I'll try and figure that out later. Let's go here to Argentina. See some of these protests that have been going on. People who are sick of having all of their government services or their jobs, their benefits cut, slashed, completely gotten rid of. A guy, remember, Milei was just at CPAC, giving Elon Musk a chainsaw to do the exact same thing to our government. Maybe we should be in the streets, along with Argentinians. It would seem we're living in parallel situations. But look at that. Cops riding motorcycles with shotguns.
Está muriendo mucha gente y como soy médico te digo que este plan va a matar a más gente que la misma pandemia y te lo dice alguien que trabajó.
Sorry, I forgot this one's in Spanish and I don't have the translations in front of me. Okay. All right. Now this next story sucks. Sucks real bad. Because this is going to be really bad for people in Britain and in the UK. I don't see I mean, maybe it'll be good in like one way, and maybe the UK won't be dependent on the United States for defense, but that's the only way I can think of it as being potentially good. Because the fact is the UK has been dealing with serious budgetary shortfalls. The NHS is underfunded due to 15 years of austerity from the Tory government. Labour is now in charge and trying to fix things, supposedly. But Keir Starmer, at the most recent PMQs, made some claims about the defense budget. Apparently, he plans to increase it quite a lot. Let's see what he had to say. This was Guardian News from 18 hours ago.
For peace to endure in Ukraine and beyond, we need deterrence. I know that this House will endorse the principle of winning peace through strength. So starting today, I can announce this government will begin the biggest sustained increase in defence spending since the end of the Cold War. Yeah. We will deliver our commitment to spend 2.5% of GDP on defence, but we will bring it forward so that we reach that level in 2027. Yeah. And we will maintain that for the rest of this Parliament. And let me spell that out, Mr. Speaker. That means spending £13.4 billion more on defence every year from 2027.
Jesus
But, Mr.
Christ.
Speaker, in the short term, it can only be funded through hard choices.
Oh,
and in this
with hard choices. Wow. Wow. So, I mean, this is insane. Labor has been talking about how there's a $37 billion budgetary shortfall that was created by the Tories. And now he's talking about increasing the defense budget by half as much per year. And the only way to pay for it is by making hard choices. What does that mean? What are the hard choices that we need to make? Well, not we, but the UK citizens need to make. Please.
It can only be funded
Explain it, Kevin.
through hard choices.
Come on, Kevin.
And in this case, that means we will cut our spending on development assistance, moving from 0.5% of GNI today to 0.3% in 2027, fully funding our increased investment in defence. I want to be clear to the House. That is not an announcement I am happy to make. I'm proud of our pioneering record on overseas development.
Whoops, what just happened?
And we will continue to play a key humanitarian role in Sudan, in Ukraine, and in Gaza, tackling climate change, supporting multinational efforts on global health, and challenges like vaccination. In recent years, development.
Now, I'm not sure what exactly he meant by that. I think what he's suggesting is we need to make hard choices, and they're going to cut development. I don't know, is that housing development or business development? I am not sure. I will try and figure that out for you, because I think there's definitely different implications depending on which one he meant. I feel like this is going to make it a lot harder to make up for the budget shortfall in the NHS and be able to solve some of the problems that are going on right now, unfortunately. So that's not great. Why am I on Top Chat now? When did that happen? How long have I been on Top Chat? This is very rude.
How rude.
All right, now we're going to go back to the United States to talk a little bit about France and their relationship with America. Something which is becoming more and more strained with things that Donald Trump is doing right now. Before he came to office, seemingly everything was cool between us and France. But now that Donald Trump's back, well, things are getting a little weird. Here's footage of Emmanuel Macron arriving at the White House. I think that's is that an armored McKinley? Uh-oh. There we go. Made it across the threshold into the Orange House to have a very awkward press conference with Donald Trump in the Oval Office. Wait, is this? You just watched. What just happened? We just watched this.
Oh, that's not good.
Here it is. Sorry, I meant to take one of those out because it was a repeat of the same footage.
Well, thank you very much. We very much appreciate the attention. Today's a big day in that we had a G7.
We had a G7.
President Macron, who's a very special man in my book. We were together. We did it together. And I think a lot of progress has been made. We've had some very good talks with Russia. We've had some very good talks with others, and we're trying to get the war ended with Russia and Ukraine. And I think we've come a long way in a short period of weeks. And the president's been very helpful also. And we're also talking about trade, various trade deals that we will be doing with France. And we'll be discussing a little bit further. Then we'll have a press conference later on. You can ask some questions. We'll be having a press conference in a little while. We're going to have lunch with the entire French staff, and we look forward to it. And again, the relationship's been very special with France and very special with this gentleman on my right. And we look forward to keeping that going.
Extra special guy.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. Thank you. No, thank you. I want to thank Mr. President for his hospitality. We had a good discussion this morning for the G7 here, and for the third year of this war in Ukraine. And I think our common objective clearly is to build peace and a solid and long-standing peace.
You wonder what Macron is actually thinking here? I'm fairly certain I can guess what Emmanuel Macron is thinking right now. He's thinking, oh, this motherfucker again. Oh, here we go. It's something like that. Because he was, if I recall correctly, he was prime minister during Trump, at one point during Trump's first term. And I feel like he was really hoping... He was really hoping he would never have to deal with Donald Trump ever again in person or in public. And he thinks that this dude is fucking crazy. Ahem. Go, Web, go.
And this is what we will discuss, obviously, because I have great respect for the bravery and the resistance of Ukrainian people. And we do share the objective of peace, but we are very aware of the necessity to have guarantees and solid peace in order to stabilize the situation. I'm here as a friend because through centuries we've been friends, and we are personal friends, as you mentioned it, because we work very well together. And I think the US and France always stand on the same side, the right side, I would say, of history. Mm-hmm. And this is exactly what's at stake today. And this is a very important moment for Europe as well. And I'm here as well after discussions with all my colleagues to say that Europe is willing to step up, to be a stronger partner, to do more in defense and security for this continent, and as well to be a reliable partner and to be engaged on trade, economy, investment in a lot of topics. So I'm very excited by the discussion we will have, and obviously we will follow up. And I want to
wait, I'll let him finish.
Thank you again, Mr. President, for your presence for Notre Dame de Paris. It meant a lot for French people.
The what? Oh, Notre Dame, that was great. He's like sitting here. I'm trying. What the hell is Notre Dame de Paris? I don't know what that means. It's very confusing. Oh, you mean that really pretty church show went to? That was nice. Very pretty, very white. My favorite color. Alright, we're going to go back to this discussion between Donald Trump and Emmanuel Macron at some point. But we're going to do it in order. around the time where this discussion gets pretty interesting. But at an appropriate time. Just figured we would sort of get in there, see how the general vibe of this was going on between the United States and France while we were in the correct time zone. Let's keep moving east now to Italy. Giorgia Meloni, sort of right-wing psycho, came out and said some stuff accusing the radical left of undermining the West, among other things. Let's go here to Forbes breaking news from yesterday.
Giorgia Meloni.
Oh, right. I forgot this is where this was.
Thank you, Mark.
Because, of course, Giorgia Meloni did a speech at CPAC. Like, come on.
Come on!
Duh. I should have known.
Thank you,
Whoopsies.
Mercy. And good morning, CPAC. How are you?
Good morning, CPAC.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to greet you, your guests, and above all, the incredible people of CPAC. You know how much I value this gathering, and I couldn't miss this edition.
I feel like, in a way, she already lost the audience. I don't think anybody knows what she's saying right now. Translation. She is very excited to be here at this gathering, and she greatly respects CPAC.
Even if only from afar. And today, I address you with the pride of representing as Prime Minister an extraordinary nation that is Italy. A nation with a deep, unbreakable bond.
These sheep.
These
These fucking sheep. They have no idea what she's saying. They just heard the word Italy. Italy? Yay! I think we're supposed to clap for that.
With a deep, unbreakable bond with the United States. And this bond is forged by history and shared principles. And it is embodied by the countless Americans of Italian descent.
What, love of Mussolini and sort of white grievance politics? Is that what it is? Are those the principles that we share?
For generations have contributed to America's prosperity. So today,
Really?
allow me to say thank you. Thank you for being exceptional ambassadors for Italian passion, creativity.
Ah, yes, the creativity. But she goes on to say that at some point, we're not watching this whole goddamn thing. I do not have the energy to listen to that much Giorgia Meloni. So sorry to disappoint. But at some point in there, she gets, she sort of references the current moment, made her own sort of Elon Musk reference, suggesting that Italians will never be ashamed to be Italian. I think the part of the Italian that she's talking about is the Mussolini fascism part. She doesn't want Italians to be ashamed of that. It was a great time. Mussolini made Italians great again, right? That's her vibes. And that's kind of the vibes of CPAC right now, you know? Make fascism, make world fascism great again. Yeah, and then goes on to claim that the radical left is undermining the West. I should have marked spots where she said these things. It would have been helpful. Would have been helpful if I did my job better. I'm sorry. We're not going to leave Italy. Well, not quite. Technically, this is its own state. But let's go to Rome, where Pope Francis, woke Pope, remains hospitalized, but is apparently showing signs of improvement in his health after at least 4 or 5 days in the hospital. This is CBS News from 18 hours ago.
Now we want to get you the latest on Pope Francis's health battle. Thousands of people gathered in St. Peter's Square last night to pray for the pontiff. The Vatican says he slept well at night and is showing a slight improvement as he continues oxygen therapy. CBS News foreign correspondent Chris Livesay joins us with more from Rome with more on this, with the Vatican there in the background. Chris, bring us up to speed on the Pope's condition. I know that they give updates at around this time usually.
That's right, Errol. We heard just recently that Pope Francis slept well during the night and that he's able to get up out of bed. And as you mentioned, there was a slight improvement that was reported last night. So all of these are encouraging signs, but the Vatican is clear to point out that he is not out of the woods. His condition remains critical. He is, after all, an 88-year-old man who, with a series of hospital stays just in the last 4 years alone. One previously was already for pneumonia. This time it's double pneumonia in both of his lungs. He only has 1.5 lungs because a portion of his lung was removed when he was a young man. So it's still very serious.
The way he said that just made it seem so... I don't know why it's so funny to me. But just... He's got pneumonia in both of his lungs, and he's only got 1.5 lungs. I mean, Woke Pope is quite a trooper. Refuses to give up on the woke popeness. Now, if only the Catholic Church would go full woke rather than just sort of quasi woke. But maybe that's asking too much. Who am I to say?
That's too much, man!
But glad to see Woke Pope doing slightly better than he was before. As you know, I was concerned about his health and that he might, stop being the Pope. Who knows what kind of horrifying replacement we would get. Alright. Let's go on to another place that's been in the news quite a lot. Place we've been talking about. That being Germany. Talking about the troubling rise of the AfD for what feels like the better part of a year. As we recently passed the February 20th date for anniversary. But I don't know when the first time we talked about Italy is. I mean, not Italy, Germany. Oh god, there's too much fascism going on around. The world is going to shit right now. Yeah, but let's go to Germany. Here's a little bit of democracy now for you folks. Talk about that election that just happened. The Bundestag.
Democracy depends on a free press. Please support our independent journalism at democracynow.org/give. As the world marks 3 years since Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, we begin today's show in Germany, where Friedrich Merz appears set to become the next German chancellor after his conservative Christian Democratic Union, CDU, placed first in Sunday's anticipated election. Merz has vowed to back Ukraine in its defense against Russia's war and has signaled a seismic shift in Europe's relations with the United States in President Trump's second term and his government's growing rift with the European Union. Merz spoke to German public broadcaster ARD Sunday.
My absolute priority will be to strengthen Europe as quickly as possible so that step by step we can really achieve independence from the United States. I never thought I would have to say something like this on a television program, but after Donald Trump's statements last week, at the latest, it is clear the Americans, at least this part of the Americans, this administration, are largely indifferent to the fate of Europe.
Germany's election comes as the Trump administration's been in direct talks with Moscow to reach an agreement that would end the war in Ukraine without including representatives Ukraine or European nations at the table. Trump's White House has also vowed to scale back U.S. military support and troop numbers in Europe. Merz has questioned the future of NATO and has suggested Europe may need to devise a new independent defense structure to replace the military alliance. Ahead of Sunday's election in Germany, U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance and Elon Musk came out in support of the far-right Alternative for Germany, or AfD party, which revels in Nazi slogans and anti-immigrant racism. AfD placed second, nearly doubling its support since the 2021 German election, the strongest showing for a far-right party since World War II. Musk reportedly congratulated the AfD on the results. Meanwhile, Vance met with AfD's leader during a trip to Munich earlier this month. The Socialist Democratic Party, led by outgoing German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, placed third. Scholz urged no future government coalition.
Angela Merkel hates the new prime minister of Germany? Or the new chancellor? Really? Aren't they from the same party? Merkel was a conservative, wasn't she? Wait. Hold on.
Partner with AfD.
No cooperation with the extreme right. The Social Democratic Party stands by this clear course, and we hope and believe that all others will continue to show this attitude in the coming years. That an extreme right party like the AfD gets such election results in this country, this should never be something we will come to terms with. I will never reconcile myself to this.
For more, we go to Berlin, where we're joined by David Bebnowski, contemporary historian and social scientist at the America Institute at the Ludwig Maximilian University, Munich. He's the author of a book about AfD. Welcome to Democracy Now! First, your response to the Sunday election in Germany.
Well, thank you. Yeah, my response is that we saw, of course, a victory by the CDU. We saw a strong showing by the AfD. We saw a considerably stronger showing of the left party, really the surprise of this election. And I think the CDU and the AfD did not achieve completely what they wanted to achieve. Of course, it's a complete washout almost for the SPD. Coming in with the weakest election results in federal elections in Germany.
Yeah, no, I just looked it up. Friedrich Merz and Angela Merkel are from the same party. I hadn't heard about any sort of rift between them, but I am fascinated to know what it's about.
And the Green Party, as another member of the coalition, of the traffic light coalition, as we say in Germany, given the colorings of the several parties that formed that coalition, also lost considerably. And the FDP, the Free Democrats, traditionally one of the parties that was often part of governments in Germany, was lost considerably, was kicked out of the Bundestag, of the German parliament. And the Bündnis Sarah Wagenknecht, another party that formed as a breakaway group of the left party, did not make it to the Bundestag, which also was surprising to many.
I wanted to turn to the German Parliament Green Party member, Renat Künast, who responded to the incoming election results.
There is pressure and danger coming from Russia on the EU, so to speak, the way U.S. President Donald Trump is acting now, and Vice President J.D. Vance and Elon Musk. It's like they want to turn us into vassals. So the big challenge now is to build an independent Europe that is capable of acting relatively quickly, that sets its own goals again. That is now the big challenge.
So the question is, who will the Conservative Party, who Merz, form a government with? The right or the left?
That is the question. Really is.
Well, the party will form a coalition, and this is pretty clear, as was the expected result, actually, from this election. Most likely, the government will be a grand coalition, as we say in Germany, between the SPD, so the Social Democratic Party, and the CDU, so Friedrich Merz, who will most likely be in charge of the government, and who will be elected chancellor, most likely. So we refer to this kind of coalition as a grand coalition because traditionally, of course, the SPD and the CDU were the greatest and the strongest parties in German parliament. And the SPD is not anymore. The SPD came in third last night. The AfD came in second.
Yeah. Let's hope that he's right about this. Because if they decide to include the AfD in the coalition, it would be, I think, detrimental to all of Europe. Well, what just happened to the Earth? There it is. Okay. Now, yeah, the left struggled in this election, aside from, I think, one of the parties which gained some seats, actually. But the breakaway party did not achieve any. But the AfD is a very troubling party, which we cannot forget about. You know, Elon, we all saw what Elon went and told them about being proud of all of your German heritage, regardless of what part it is. If you missed this was a comment from an AfD member in the wake of the election, giving comments to reporters, saying some things about migrants. See what she had to say.
We have to get rid of all those people who are illegally under German law in Germany firsthand. And then we have to get everyone out who came in from Syria fleeing Assad and then celebrating the fall of Assad in the streets of Germany. So they have to go voluntarily. If they won't leave, we will help them out. I'm saying with those from a...
Shit is so fucked up, dude. We not only need to get rid of the people who are here on an undocumented basis. We have to get rid of the brown people who are here on a legitimate basis with documentation. You know, all those Syrians that came out into the streets and bothered me by forcing me to look at them and their Arab faces. I mean, she might as well have said that, right? Like, of course I'm going a bit far with this, but that's basically what she's saying. You know, all those Syrians who are here celebrating the fall of Assad. Well, if you love Syria so much, then why don't you go back? Like, this is gross. She's gross. Well, this is the sort of rhetoric we're getting from the AfD, a party that just won second place in Germany's elections. If it's not concerning you, well, hopefully that gave you some pause on all of that. Let's now go on. Talk a little bit more about that coalition. Here's Reuters from 18 hours ago, attempting to break down this election for us.
It was this fiery speech in December by German Left Party leader Heidi Reikenik that went viral on social media, helping lift her faction's membership rolls to record figures. The successor to East Germany's Communist Party then, on Sunday, scored 8.8% in Germany's federal election, its best result at the ballot box in years. Its resurgence, as well as a historic 20.8% result for the far-right Alternative for Germany, demonstrates growing support for the extremes. That polarisation comes as the outlook for Europe's largest economy is darkening and the arrival of millions of migrants divides the society. The more fringe parties on both sides of the spectrum, the anti-NATO and Russia-friendly Left Party, BSW and AfD, are thriving in former communist Eastern Germany. Political allegiances there are more fickle, and both incomes and trust in democratic institutions are lower. The Left Party, which promised rent caps, tax-free food, and more support for lower-income households funded by the wealthy, was the most popular among Germans under 30. Their social media savviness tapping into younger voters. The election result complicates building a government and even governance in a country long considered a bastion of stability. The AFD and left.
Okay. There you go, the left party, and that's what it's called. Gaining ground, but also the far right gaining ground, while the center losing ground. Certainly some parallels to the United States, certainly not a one-to-one situation. Okay, let's see. Oh shit, we just hit 6 hours, which means it's time for the third, perhaps final break? Not clear. Maybe. I might be able to get through all this in one half. I think. We are going to get an extra half, for sure. Alright, break time. I do hope everybody's been enjoying the stream and is already liked and subscribed. If you haven't, do that now. While also thinking about what you can do potentially to keep the Galactic News Network alive. March is coming up, the bills are coming due, and boy oh boy does the Galactic News Network need you. That's right, little galactic poetry for you. Hope you weren't too offended by it. But right now, we do need your help around here, and if you can, do contribute in one of the many ways we have available to you. And right now, I've been recommending people either use Cash App, PayPal, or becoming either new members or increasing their membership level on Patreon, because I get the money from those three things immediately, if not sooner. Unlike YouTube and Twitch, where I have to wait at least a month from now to see any of it. But I appreciate your donations wherever they go, so do what you can. I appreciate you all. Alrighty, chat, that's going to be it for the space messaging. I think you know how to find all of that stuff. Just remember, if you're going to sign up on Patreon, to avoid using the Apple App Store to sign up. Feel free to use the app as much as you want, but just do the signing up on a website, on the browser, or on Android's apps, or if you happen to have an Android. Alright, chat. Enjoy this short space break. I will be right back. for the galactic content to get started again. Leave Germany, kind of. We keep talking about Europe a little bit. Perhaps a lot. Depends on how you want to define Europe. But let's start talking about, really quickly, some European business stuff, as apparently, according to Reuters, as of 20 hours ago, European car sales have been dropping in January. Can I put Tina back in? Can I put Tina back in? Requests for avatars and additions to that screen can be made by patrons.
New car sales in Europe were down by over 2% in January.
I for a
jump
long time
in fully
have been
electric and
thinking,
hybrid electric car registrations in main markets was not enough to compensate for falling.
I'm speaking. It's very rude.
How rude!
Trying to talk to the duck. All right, duck. Look, I thought you wanted to put a duck into here. We still don't have a duck. I assumed that you were gonna at some point become a Patreon member, add a duck to one of those screens. I've been waiting and waiting for that duck. And now you want Tina? Tina is a thing you get for free. You just have to wait for the end of the year when we're celebrating the 12 days of Christmas. And probably longer. I mean, she was sitting around for a good month, wasn't she? At least a month. You can get it for free. But you could have a duck all year round. Just saying. Maybe I'm crazy. Alright, back to talking car sales, which apparently have been falling in Europe due to combustion engine car sales dropping more than EV sales have gained, leaving a large glut of inventory and low sales. Make a bad time. What am I saying? I can't remember now. Let's just do this. Here we go.
New car sales in Europe were down by over 2% in January. A jump in fully electric and hybrid electric car registrations in main markets was not enough to compensate for falling petrol and diesel sales. Industry data showed on Tuesday that overall...
Oh, goddamn you. Take two.
Overall sales in France, Italy, Germany and Britain were all down from last year. Only Spain recorded year-on-year increase among top-selling nations. The EU executive will present auto sector plans at the beginning of March, following talks with automakers, unions and interest groups. Car makers are struggling to compete with Chinese rivals and are bracing for US tariffs. They've urged the Commission to grant relief from potential fines resulting from CO2 car emission targets that came into effect in January. Some automakers have increased the prices of petrol engine models to encourage EV adoption, but the industry fears customers will simply buy fewer cars. January.
Could it be because people can't afford life anymore? It certainly could be. It could also be due to the fact that I'm sure that just like in the United States and in Canada, probably in Mexico, although we haven't heard any particular stories from there, they are probably concerned about what the effects of U.S. tariffs and a trade war between us and their countries is going to do. This kind of economic uncertainty causes people to put expenses first and stop spending money, right? Don't need a new car. We'll just deal with what we got, right? Whatever it might be, you know, or make a decision to not buy a new car and just continue how you've been getting wherever it is you're getting to, right? Because, well, you don't know what the future looks like at all. Certainly, we know less what the future is going to be than we did I don't know, a couple months ago, I think. I mean, I'm sure some people, such as myself, had some bad feelings in our stomachs, and we're trying to put it all together. Had some concerns, but I think as a society more broadly, people are being hit with this stuff and are kind of, you know, shocked by what's happening. Stuff like this might also be contributing to people's sort of chaotic inner feelings. Let's see what happened at the UN over the last 24-ish hours. Maybe a little more. Call it 30.
The United Nations has rejected a U.S. resolution to end the war in Ukraine. Now, that resolution failed to mention Russia's aggression in the conflict. Journalist Mitch McCann joins us now from New York with more on this. So, Mitch, walk us through now. The Assembly moved to amend the language in that draft resolution. Talk to us more about that, because that has been a sticking point for quite some time when we've talked about trying to end this war now for months, even years.
That's right. Good afternoon from New York, Angie. It has been an extraordinary day of developments here of Ukraine. Certainly the biggest funder of...
We abstained from voting on our own resolution. It's fascinating because everybody else basically disagreed with us. Amended it, hijacked it. We could no longer be a part of it. Wow, shows just how much things have changed. What is happening over here? Why are people getting black screens? Okay, it's not just you, Jerry. No. Mine just did the same thing on my monitor here. I see it, and that was uncomfortable. I don't know what the cause was. Seems to be okay for now. Knock on Spacewood. Okay, let's continue talking about this UN Security Council did, because that was the regular UN resolution. This was at the UN Security Council, which I'm confused by, because I could have sworn that we removed ourselves from... Remember that? Remember us removing ourselves from the UN Security Council? Well, apparently, according to Reuters here from 23 hours ago, the UN Security Council adopted neutral stance upon the US's amendment, or whatever you want to call it, a proposal, in the war on Ukraine.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
The United Nations Security Council adopted a resolution that takes a neutral stance on war in Ukraine on Monday, one that was drafted by the US. It came on the 3rd anniversary of Russia's invasion and reflects US President Donald Trump's upending of US policy on Ukraine, as well as his more conciliatory approach towards Russia compared to his predecessor, Joe Biden. Until now, the 15-member UN Security Council had been deadlocked throughout the war and unable to take any action because Russia holds a veto. However, the UN General Assembly, with its wider membership of 193, has repeatedly supported Ukraine. And earlier on Monday, the US had failed to convince the General Assembly to pass its more neutral resolution. Instead, the Assembly passed 2 other resolutions, one drafted by Ukraine and European countries, and another drafted by the US, with language supporting Ukraine.
It's fascinating. I found it very strange that the UN Security Council would pass this US draft while the regular General Assembly wouldn't. Even with the US backing away from the UN Security Council, Or maybe we didn't actually drop out. I can't remember now. So much fucking shit has happened in the last month. I am losing my mind.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
I'm just reaching to the depths of my brain for answers on this, and I could have sworn Donald Trump had removed us from the UN. Or maybe it was just a condemnation of the UNSC? I can't remember now. Okay. Is everybody experiencing problems with the stream right now? What's going on? Is it not going for everyone else? It looks like it's working on my end. Hold on. Are we experiencing problems? Okay, I think we're good. All right. Let's move along now to here. This is global news from 2 days ago. We watched this, I think, on Sunday. Yeah. But I figured we'd rewatch this. Donald Trump claims Zelensky was a dictator. And I actually have an update on this, which I'll get to in a second. But Donald Trump claimed President Zelensky was a dictator. He came out in response to that, said this.
Якщо мир для України, якщо вам дуже потрібно, щоб я залишив свій...
Whoopsies, I forgot. You know, I'm going to skip this. I mean, we saw this, right? No, I won't skip it. I won't skip it. I won't skip it. Just in case people missed it. Well, if it's about peace in Ukraine, and you really want me to leave my position, I'm ready to do that in exchange for peace. Secondly, I can exchange it for NATO membership if there's such an opportunity. I'll do it immediately without a long conversation. I am focused on Ukraine's security today, and not in 20 years. I don't plan on being in power for decades. I feel like that's a jab at both Putin and Trump. Okay, so yeah. There's Zelensky, like we saw on Sunday, you know, basically saying, hey, I'm not a dictator, I'll leave right now. If that's the complaint about all this, just give us peace, give us NATO membership. How's that sound? Let us be our own country. Let us join the EU if we want. One thing that I have an update on with all this, I don't think I have a video on it. I'm just looking through it to make sure I don't think I do. Okay, so I saw this update on this situation earlier today. I can't remember where in my feed I saw it. I think it was just a post. But you know, I basically only subscribe to news outlets, so I'm assuming that it's a news outlet. And supposedly, I think it was actually, now I think about it, it might be in the BBC app that told me. I can't remember. My brain is broken. Point is, Ukrainian ministers, you know, like of like the different regions of Ukraine came together in the parliament. Phrasing. Hush. And they voted on. Oh, see, I can't even remember what it is now. Hold on. Let me just Google this. I'm like going from memory when I don't have to. I believe they voted on keeping Zelensky in power, right? Whether or not he should be the president. And came to, yeah. Here's Al Jazeera from 19 hours ago. Ukrainian parliament affirms Zelensky's legitimacy. The 268 parliament members present on Tuesday voted unanimously in support of the Ukrainian president. That's a lot. It goes on further to say Ukraine's parliament has overwhelmingly approved resolution affirming the legitimacy of President Volodymyr Zelensky to stay in office, asserting the constitutionality of deferring the presidential election while the country's at war. Okay. Yeah, that's basically what I was going to try to say. That's the update to it. Story dropped yesterday. And by yesterday, I mean Tuesday now, because it's basically Wednesday across the world, aside from like in Hawaii and Alaska, I think. Let's go back to that meeting between Zelensky and not Zelensky, Emmanuel Macron. Oh wait, whoa! I just jumped ahead. I just realized can't do that. Can't skip videos. I promised all the videos. We're gonna do all of the videos. God damn it! All right, let's see what was going on in Ukraine. Apparently, some foreign leaders were showing up to show their support on the 3rd anniversary of the beginning of this most recent fighting in Ukraine.
Sorry, apologies. Sorry.
Who's that? Is that Trudeau? It is.
It's the past 3 years.
I can't tell who that is. Oh, there's Ursula von der Leyen. There you go. Bunch of foreign leaders coming to show their support with Ukraine during this tense moment on the anniversary of the continuation of this fighting. It really started in 2014, then ended about like a year later. Might have been slightly less. I can't remember how long the first bout of fighting went for. Then Russia broke the peace agreement the second time, because technically the first thing was a breaking of the peace agreement. The first one from the 90s, 30 years ago. It held for like 2 decades, 2.5 decades. Wait, no, just 2 decades. It was 93, right? God, my brain just broke. When the timeline goes all wonky in my brain, I'm like, wait, when did that thing happen again? Okay. Let's go here. Because, Donald Trump called Volodymyr Zelensky a dictator. Very, very easily. He seemed to have spouted off a couple of times. But then he was asked another question, similar question, but about a different guy. Let's see what he had to say here. Here's Forbes breaking news from yesterday. What Donald Trump thinks of Vladimir Putin.
That was exactly what we agreed to.
Mr. President, to call Zelensky a dictator, would you use the same words regarding Putin?
I don't use those words lightly. I think that we're going to see how it all works out. Let's see what happens. I think we have a chance of a really good settlement between various countries. And, you're talking about Europe.
I don't want to say that. We are on the brink of the very greatest settlement of all time. And I might have called Zelensky a dictator, but if I call that a dictator, it's going to put it in jeopardy. I care more about my relationship with him. I don't want to use that word. That would be wrong.
So yeah, Donald Trump struggling to call Vladimir Putin, no, not just struggling, failing to call Vladimir Putin a dictator. after having called Volodymyr Zelensky a dictator in front of Emmanuel Macron while at the White House. And Emmanuel Macron looked kind of stunned by this claim. This inability to, and the inability of Donald Trump to actually name Vladimir Putin as a dictator. I hear he's just a really strong guy. Strong man. All right, let's go see what Donald Trump's top negotiator, the sort of, oh my God, what is his job? I was about to just describe it. I have to remember, what is Steve Witkoff's job again? Is he the ambassador right now? Hold on, Steve Witkoff. Right, this is Steve. He's a special envoy to the Middle East. Right. That's right. And he has been intimately involved in all of these talks. We've seen Steve at the negotiating table along with Marco Rubio on pretty much every single one of these occasions, whether it was in Germany or in Saudi Arabia. He was on CNN yesterday to discuss some things. Here's Jake Tapper doing the interviewing.
As Trump sends more signals he's losing patience with Ukraine and President Zelensky, his administration in a proposed UN resolution is refraining from condemning or even acknowledging Russia as the aggressor in this conflict or expressing belief in Ukraine's territorial integrity. President Trump has elevated his longtime close personal friend Steve Witkoff to the center of some of his biggest global challenges. Witkoff has been a central negotiator with Russia. He met directly with Vladimir Putin. And just before Trump took office, Witkoff negotiated the Israel-Hamas ceasefire and is currently working on Phase 2. U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff joins us now. The White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt told reporters yesterday that President Trump feels, quote, very strongly that Russia is willing to make a deal, unquote, and that he's, quote, very confident we can get it done this week, unquote. Is that true? Are you that close to a deal with Russia and Ukraine to end the war completely?
Well, I would say, Jake, just first, generally, that you're seeing a lot of movement in Ukraine, in the Middle East, and I think it's in large part because people are responsive to President Trump. So, and that's fundamental. I think it's guiding almost all negotiations out there in these sectors. So it's a big data point. Second data point is the way Mark Fogel came out. President Putin, and I commend him for it, it was a little bit squirrely, you know, on that day that Mark came out. Certain things needed to be done, and President Putin was very, very flexible in his thinking, released him, and I think it was a huge signal to President Trump that he wants to get a deal done.
Really?
Our conversations in Saudi Arabia with the Secretary of State and with the National Security Advisor were, in my view, positive.
Now, nothing I've heard so far that have come out of these talks sounded like Vladimir Putin bent on anything. I cannot wait to see what Steve is talking about. Apparently, incredible flexibility from Vladimir Putin. Wow.
Constructive and clearly momentum building. So I would say that I'm optimistic and positive, just as the president is, that we can get something done rather quickly.
I think everybody watching can understand the need for diplomacy, and especially President Trump wanting to reset the relationship with Russia. But what do you say to the millions of Americans and people around the world who are concerned that the United States right now doesn't seem to understand who actually launched this war against Ukraine and is actually trying to sidle up to the
Now, I don't want
bad
reality.
guys, Putin and the Russians, while screwing over the good guys, Zelensky and Ukraine. I think that is a fear that a lot of Americans have.
Well, look, I've heard that kind of talk. I don't necessarily agree with it.
Really,
but
Steve?
Let me say this. I'll make a few comments.
If I recall
the first
correctly,
is that
at one point,
the war,
Steve,
irrespective of whose story.
I'm trying to remember, but I feel like Steve has said a bunch of like, sort of war hawky stuff about Russia. But now that he's Donald Trump's guy, he's gonna change his tune. All right, that's enough of Steve. I can't. This guy is unbearable to listen to. He has the charisma of wallpaper. I see why they made him a negotiator. He'll bore you to death. It is dangerous to listen to this man for longer than 5 minutes. Wow. Wow. Okay. Let's go back to that little meeting, Donald Trump and President Macron. See what was said here. There was some amount of fact-checking that went on. Donald Trump was talking about the finances related to all of this, and was in real time fact-checked by Emmanuel Macron. I'm pretty sure that's going to get him banned from the White House. Pretty sure Susie Wiles almost exploded, and like the AP, Emmanuel Macron may not be long for this country after doing this one. Let's go here. Look at Susie's face.
Is France going to lift the block on the 300 billion?
Whoa, what just happened?
Is France going to lift the block on the 300 billion?
Look, if we do this deal, he's not looking for more war. He doesn't mind, but I've specifically asked him that question. He has no problem with it.
Is France going to lift the block on the 300 billion in frozen Russian assets in Belgium? France has opposed unfreezing it to pay Ukraine and compensate the U.S. for its support. Is France going to lift its opposition to that?
This is, we speak about frozen assets. We already used them to back precisely the loans negotiated at the G7. And it's part of the sanctions, so it will depend on the follow-up of the discussions. But clearly, we respect international law. It's just frozen assets now. You can take the proceeds of the frozen assets, but you cannot take the assets themselves because it's not respecting international law, and we want to respect international law.
How is one different than the other? If you can take the proceeds from it, how can you not take
Because it's very different. You keep the assets, you take the proceeds because they are paralyzed in a certain way. You take the proceeds during the wartime. But you keep the assets, and it's part of the negotiation at the end of the war. Because, this war costed all of us a lot of money. And this is the responsibility of Russia, because the aggressor is Russia.
Should the US be compensated?
So at the end of the day, this frozen asset should be part of the negotiation, all in all.
Donald Trump looks so mad.
I support the idea to have Ukraine first.
Look at that face right now. Look at this guy. He is not having a good time. As being president, all it turned out to be, all you wanted, Donald Trump, this is what you look like. You're having a great time. He's having a really good time right now.
At the end of the day, this frozen asset should be part of the negotiation, all in all.
Will France support the U.S. being compensated?
I support the idea to have Ukraine first being compensated because they are the ones to have lose a lot of their fellow citizens and being destroyed by these attacks. Second, all of those who paid for could be compensated, but not by Ukraine, by Russia, because they were the one to aggress.
Again, just so you understand, Europe is loaning the money to Ukraine. They get their money back.
No, in fact, to be frank,
oh boy,
we paid 60% of the total, and it was through like the US, loans, guarantee, grants.
He's so pissed off, dude. He just got cucked. He just got cucked by Macron. Did you see that? We gotta watch that again. We gotta watch him put Donald Trump's hand down. No, actually, Trump.
We paid,
oh my God,
we
I love
paid
it.
60% of the total effort, and it was through, like the US, loans, guarantee, grants, and we provided real money. To be clear, we have 230 billion frozen assets in Europe, Russian assets, but this is not as a collateral of a loan because this is not our belonging. So they are frozen. If at the end of the day,
look at Donald Trump, he looks so fucking pissed off right now. In my Oval Office, you're gonna correct me? Put your hands on me? What are you trying to start a fight? It was really, honestly, it was pretty amazing to watch somebody just, especially with Donald Trump having kicked the AP out of the White House for this very reason, and then watching him getting just disrespected to his face by Emmanuel Macron by getting corrected real time. Totally patronized him by putting his hand back down. No, actually, Mr. Trump, you are very stupid. You do not know what you're talking about. Europe did not loan them. We gave the money. Oh God, I'm sorry. I don't know if it was as cathartic for you. Oh God, I have a double of this video. We don't have to watch it twice. I mean, it is fun. I kind of do want to watch it twice, but it's fine. I'm gonna restrain myself. I meant to take this out. I wasn't sure if they were gonna be the same. All right, let's see here. Zelensky met with Justin Trudeau. Let's see this moment of brotherly love between the two guys. Oh, look at that.
Just what a real pleasure it is to be welcomed by you once again on this my fourth trip to Ukraine.
Thank you so much. Thanks for coming. Your visit is very powerful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Look at those two. A lot of love in the room. All right. Well, while Europe reaffirms their love and support for Ukraine, Donald Trump has been sowing dissent. Let's go here. Associated Press from yesterday. Donald Trump says there's tremendous distrust, quote unquote, between Russia and Ukraine. I'm not good at remembering to put the quotes in at the right times. I feel like it's obvious, but I feel like sometimes I'm doing a terrible job. I should clip just Macron saying, well, actually, I should.
I always think it's good to have discussion with other leaders, and especially when you disagree. I stopped my discussion with President Putin after Bucha and the war crimes because I considered that, we had nothing to get from him in that time. Now there is a big change because there is a new U.S. administration. So this is a new context. So there is good reason for President Trump to re-engage with President Putin. I think it's good to have discussion. I think it's useful to have negotiation. I think it's super important to go to the peace. But my strong point was to say, let's try to get something first which can be assessed, checked and verified. And let's be sure that we build sufficient guarantees on the short run. And this is where we are ready to be engaged. As for France, a lot of my European colleagues are ready to be engaged. But we do need this American backup because this is part of the credibility of the security guarantees. And this is our collective deterrence capacity. And I have the feeling that the President has this capacity.
There's tremendous distrust on both sides. That's why it's good that I'm coming in now. But I think it's to the very much benefit of Russia to...
Emmanuel Macron gets all the way through that long-winded discussion of unity and ability, talking about Trump's ability to negotiate through this, and he comes in, there's tremendous distrust between everybody. Oh my God.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
I have nothing to say. I think it's self-evident. Oh my fucking God, dude, this is where we're at. Everybody, soak it in. Trump had more stuff to say. This is back at the White House in the Oval Office. Kind of trying to switch back and forth between some of these insane statements. But here is Donald Trump talking about the possibility of European peacekeepers in Ukraine.
Would you support the idea to send European troops in Ukraine to back the ceasefire?
European troops may go into Ukraine as peacemakers. So when the agreement is done, they can watch that everything's followed properly. I don't think that's going to be a problem. And a lot of the European countries, I think, I don't want to speak for France, but I know that the president's talked about doing that also. I think that'll be a very good day when we can go in as peacekeepers as opposed to what's going on right now with everybody being killed.
Will they have U.S. backing, those troops going into Ukraine? Will they have U.S. backing from U.S. troops?
Well, we're going to have a backing of some kind, and obviously the European countries are going to be involved.
You convinced Vladimir Putin to accept the European troops as peacekeeper, would you think?
Yeah, he will accept that.
He will accept
I've asked him that question.
Yeah, we talked about it.
I've asked him that question.
Is France going to lift the block on the...
Because he's not, look, if we do this deal, he's not looking for more war. He doesn't mind, but I've specifically asked him that question.
Donald Trump saying he asked Vladimir Putin specifically whether or not he would allow European peacekeepers in Ukraine. And according to him, Vladimir Putin is absolutely big time into that idea. Totally no problem. He doesn't want to keep doing the war. Why would he want to do that? Let's see what Vladimir Putin had to say same day on his discussions with Donald Trump. Do I think Trump has ADHD? That's a good question. He certainly has some sort of deficit. I'll tell you that much. I think we can all say that. I forgot I have to do translations. Alright, take two. Ahem. During the phone conversation and the meeting in Riyadh, we certainly touched on issues related to the Ukrainian crisis. However, it was not discussed in essence. We only agreed that we would approach it. Huh. That being said, of course, we are not rejecting the participation of European countries. Not only the Europeans, but all other countries have the right and can participate in the peace talks. We treat this with respect. The sitting president has said that he wants to achieve peace as soon as possible, just as we do.
Immediately, if not sooner.
However, the current head of the regime, President Zelensky, stands in the way of achieving this goal. The regime. The Ukrainian regime. We could reach an agreement with the U.S. We have no objections. This is a good idea. The U.S. would reduce it by 50%, and we would reduce it by 50%. And China could later, if it wishes. Huh. Okay, so it sounds to me like Vladimir Putin is almost rejecting Donald Trump's suggestion that they had agreed that European peacekeeping forces would be on the ground in Ukraine. You know, he's not completely rejecting the idea of it, but that he and Donald Trump had only had cursory discussions regarding Ukraine and nothing in great detail. Donald Trump explicitly suggesting he definitely asked Vladimir Putin this question. So I don't know. It's strange. There seems to be something of an inconsistency going on here. I don't know what's wrong with me. I just don't seem to get it, I guess. Alright, let's see what the general sentiment on the ground in Ukraine is right now. Here's global news from yesterday. Unbreakable nation. Ukrainians defiant on third anniversary of Russian invasion. Ukrainians marked 3 years on Monday since Russia launched a full-scale invasion on Ukraine in February of 2022. Peace from the position of a victim doesn't suit us. There's no way. That's not what we fought for. We haven't buried our best comrades for this. To now trade with territories, rare earths, our sovereignty, or something else. We're not going to sell any of it. Ukraine is not the country you can conquer in 3 days. The Russians couldn't break us in 300 years. They tried, but they couldn't. We will withstand. I think the circumstances will be such that the one who wanted to conquer Kyiv in 3 days will be forced to flee from the Kremlin in 3 days to whenever he is allowed to flee. The Russians won't get Kyiv neither in 3 days. They will never get Kyiv. We are strong. We are absolutely unbreakable. So they shouldn't dream about Kyiv. We have stood and we will stand. We have to do our part. Yeesh. Well, similar to Palestinians, it seems like Ukrainians don't super want to leave their land or to give up their land to someone else. Or their freedom. But Russia's pretty determined to make that so. They're continuing more attacks in the region. And these strikes, if I'm not mistaken, were in like the west of the country. Here's France 24 English from yesterday.
Well, we're going to cross then to Kyiv, talk to our correspondent Emmanuel Shaz, who joins us from there. Emmanuel, amid all these political wranglings, if you like, Russia not letting up on its attacks.
Absolutely. What it shows is that Russia continues to attack Ukraine daily and nightly as well. We've had several air raid alerts overnight and as well as this morning. In fact, I wasn't even sure I could come outside for this live. And you mentioned that this latest attack, it didn't seem to have caused significant damage. There's a reason for it. It is because Ukraine has sufficient air defense system for now, but it's simply not sure it can continue on defending its skies because for that it needs air defense equipment. And when Russia night after night is sending waves of drones, simply the question will be, will there be sufficient air defense in the long run for Ukraine to continue preventing more?
Now, some of the strikes that happened in the west of Ukraine, I read a story earlier today, I cannot recall who it was from, but the strikes caused alarm in Poland enough. So, I mean, they're on the border, right, of Ukraine, and these strikes from the west of Ukraine. And so Polish fighter jets were, like, what's the word? Like, sent out to potentially interrupt what was believed to potentially be an attack on Poland. It was later, they were later called back, but I mean, this almost created a multinational situation. Let's go here to Associated Press. I put this out of order, I feel like. This was from yesterday. This is in Bulgaria, where people took to the streets to show their solidarity with Ukraine on the 3rd anniversary of this war, of this Russian invasion, which has, as has been said recently, caused so many people to die and so much money to be spent. Not that they even come close. I mean, just to be clear, I don't see human life and money as being equal. I don't know, I was just adding that in as a fucking detail. Sounds kind of callous when I think about it. That's not what I meant at all. I need to take this again because I just realized I have to read the subtitles in this video. There we go. Our struggle continues. We know that our Ukraine will survive with those who support us. This is the Ukrainian ambassador to Bulgaria. The truth is on our side. We will surely win. Glory to Ukraine. Glory to the heroes, and long live Bulgaria. Glory to the heroes, and long live Bulgaria. We need laser beams? Okay. Bulgarians showing their support along with the Ukrainian ambassador to Bulgaria speaking at this event. Let's go here now to CNN. This is from about 20 hours ago. I think this was John Bolton. I'm pretty sure. I can't remember. Was it? I'm pretty sure. This title sort of makes me think it is. I can't remember now. It feels so long since I watched this one. I watched so many videos today. But this is, yeah, CNN 22 hours ago. According to the ex-Trump National Security Advisor, we are on the path out of NATO.
On this, the third anniversary of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, we watched in New York this morning as the United States at the United Nations stood firmly on the same side as the Kremlin against a resolution calling out Moscow's aggression and demanding an immediate withdrawal of Russian troops. At the same time, in Washington and the East Wing at the White House, we watched as a delicate new reality of American relations with European allies was on full display as President Trump welcomed French President Emmanuel Macron, and the attempts to be friendly were juxtaposed by an extraordinary moment in the Oval Office when the French president fact-checked the U.S. president in real time.
Okay, just so you understand, Europe.
Oh shit, we already watched this.
Money to Ukraine. They get their money back.
I want to watch it again, I'm not gonna lie.
In fact, to be frank, we paid 60%.
It's still just as good. Hold on, let me just move this forward. It is John Bolton. I was right. Okay. Let's see what John Bolton has to say about NATO.
Security advisor. The former ambassador, John Bolton, joins me now. And Ambassador, I mean, you could see Trump's face in that moment as the French president was saying that they're not getting paid back for the money that they provided to Ukraine. He also said, though, next to him, that made a point of saying Russia is the aggressor. What did you make of that exchange?
Well, I think it's Macron trying to maintain his own position without pushing Trump over the edge and losing any chance of bringing Trump back to reality. I don't think that Macron will succeed. Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister of Great Britain, is coming this week as well. I don't think he'll succeed. I think we are now close to as close to Russia as an ally we've ever been in a hostile environment. It's a huge embarrassment, but I think most significant of all is that vote in the UN today was a clear marker. We are on the path out of NATO. Trump
clicked that a little too soon, but there we go. That's all of the John Bolton I'm going to subject you all to. John Bolton, former National Security Advisor for Donald Trump in his first term, who is now sort of on the outs with Donald Trump for saying mean things about him on the media. Saying we as a nation are being made an embarrassment by Donald Trump. And that we're probably going to be out of NATO any minute now. Bolton should be in a gulag. Well, see, that's why I only listened to a minute of Bolton. Yeah, I have plenty of problems with John Bolton. I just thought it was, worth hearing him sort of give it to Donald Trump once again. Let's go here. Here was Caroline Levitt speaking about this deal. I can't remember. Was this a CPAC? Cannot remember. No, this was back in the White House press briefing room. Okay, hold on. There we go. Go, Caroline.
Could you give us an update on the negotiations around the Ukraine minerals deal, and when is President Zelensky going to come visit?
So the president talked at length about this yesterday, the critical minerals deal with President Macron, and in the more than hour-long press conference he gave all of you in the Oval Office himself.
God damn it. Why are you doing this to me?
There hasn't been significant updates since the president's remarks last night, but I will just reiterate his position. It's critical that this deal is signed. He expects President Zelensky to sign a deal. This is to recoup American tax dollars that have been funding Ukraine's national defense. And it's also great for the Ukrainian people who have been put through hell because of this war. And it will create a lasting economic partnership as Ukraine will need to rebuild their country because of this brutal war.
And just to follow, is Steve Witkoff delayed his trip to the Middle East so he can concentrate on this minerals deal?
I don't want to comment on Mr. Witkoff's travel plans or read anything out just for obvious reasons, but he, remains very much working. That man is working around the clock.
Working so hard. Thanks, Caroline. So yeah, she is saying Donald Trump is determined to get that minerals deal done, and that his best buds are out there ensuring that we can take all of Ukraine's minerals from whomever it has to be. Ukraine, Russia. That's the important part of all this, is that the United States gets all those minerals. Okay, that's it for Ukraine talk. Let's move on to Israel and the Middle East, generally speaking. I think that's where we're going to end today, because I don't have any Asia news in here. It was just that one Chinese landslide and all the talks of China amidst all of this. Certainly mentioned a few times. But yeah, we are going to end in the Middle East. We got a bunch of videos to get through on this, but this is our last topic. Start here. We talked yesterday, no, Monday? What? No. Sunday? God, it's already Wednesday now. Talked Sunday, it was probably Monday morning at this point. But if we talked about how the IDF had seized more parts of the West Bank. I mean, it's already completely occupied, but they drove in tanks, something that hadn't been done since I think 2004. I want to say. Just a show of force here that is incredibly disturbing and leads one to believe that my, predictions about the potential annexation of the West Bank, something which people like Elise Stefanik call Judea and Samaria, was going to happen under this administration, and this seems to only confirm that. Here's France 24 English from 2 days ago. Israel confirms that its army will stay in parts of the West Bank for the coming year. So the whole year.
There are a number of developments in the Middle East in the past few hours. In the occupied West Bank, first of all, tens of thousands of Palestinians expelled from refugee camps, with Israel intensifying military operations there. The Israel Defense Minister, Israel Katz, saying troops would remain there for the coming year to crack down on, quote, terrorist militancy. We're talking about refugee camps in Jenin, Shams, Tulkarem as well, cleared of residents.
So this isn't a territory grab. How can you
authorities around?
Here's a question: how can you watch these videos and say that sentence without at least for the bare minimum pointed out that this seems like just a territory grab? This is just an annexation. What do you need? Why do you need a bulldozer for a military operation? It's idiotic.
As well, cleared of residents. Estimates from Palestinian authorities around 40,000 moved. Palestinian authorities accusing Israel of attempting to force the complete annexation of the territory. Let's go to Noga Tonopolsky, our correspondent in Jerusalem. Noga, bring us up to date with what's going on there today.
Good evening, Gavin. Well, we have two developments that may be connected here today. In one, as you said, for the very first time, the Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz has said, basically confirming what we have been reporting for a few weeks, that 40,000 Palestinians have evacuated. He said they're not coming back anytime soon, and that their locations, the places where they've lived, are, quote, emptied of their residents. In addition, he said that the Israeli army is preparing to spend at least 1 year there, and he proposed a very radical proposal, which is for the Israeli army to put up basically checkpoints in the middle of all of these refugee camps in order to stop anyone trying to return back. I have the spokesperson for the Israeli
checkpoints to stop people from returning to their homes. It's also called forced displacement. In case you were searching for words to describe that. It's illegal.
Illegal.
But it's happening. Let's keep talking about that, but in a saner place than France 24. Let's go to Democracy Now!
Democracy depends on a free press. Please support our independent journalism at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. We turn now to the occupied West Bank, where Israel's deployed tanks for the first time in 20 years as part of an intensified military operation that's already displaced some 40,000 Palestinians. Israeli forces have continued mass raids across the West Bank, destroying homes, roads, and buildings, with UN Chief Antonio Guterres expressing grave concern by the rising Israeli violence. Meanwhile, the Israeli Defense Minister, Israel Katz, said Palestinians living in Jenin, Tulkarem, and Nur Shams refugee camps will not be allowed to return to their homes. On Friday, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu visited the occupied West Bank, was photographed holding a meeting inside a Palestinian home that had been seized by the Israeli military. This comes as Israeli forces on Saturday shot dead 2 Palestinian children, one 12, the other 13 years old, in separate incidents. For more, we go to Ramallah in the occupied West Bank, where we're joined by Mariam Barghouti, Palestinian writer and journalist. Her recent piece for Novara Media is headlined, "Days into the Gaza ceasefire, Israel declared war on the West Bank." Can you explain what's happening, Mariam, as you speak to us from Ramallah, from the occupied West Bank?
Thank you, Amy. So what is happening right now in the West Bank is not just Israel conducting what it dubs as Operation Iron Wall, a large-scale military invasion of the West Bank. But what we are seeing, in fact, is a green light of annexation. So what is happening right now in the West Bank is de facto annexation of lands. In the north, you have the Israeli army conducting its raids, displacing more than 40,000 Palestinians in the span of just 35 days. In the areas of Tulkarem, Jenin, Tubas as well. And what we're seeing in the center, areas like Ramallah, Jericho, and in the south, areas like Hebron and Beit Lahem, are armed settler attacks, also trying to force Palestinians outside of their homes. So we're seeing a joint military armed settler attack that is happening in tandem and at once against Palestinians. And it is lethal. We've had at least 57 Palestinians killed in the last 35 days alone, 8 of whom are children. And this is not counting the injuries that are being sustained either from live ammunition or physical beatings, and the mass arrests that are happening, including field interrogations by the Israeli army. So what we are seeing is an intensified campaign aimed at annexation of the West Bank.
As we talk about this, can you explain what is happening in Ner Shams, what's happening in Tulkarm, what's happening in Jenin, and the fact that Israel said they're going to stay for, what, a year at least?
That is correct. This is what the Israeli Minister of Defense is claiming, that in the coming year, the Israeli military will remain stationed in the refugee camps of Tulkarm, Nur Shams, which is also in the district of Tulkarm, and Jenin refugee camp. And now this comes after a massive depopulation campaign that really happened within the first 2 weeks of Operation Iron Wall, where they forced Palestinian families outside of their homes at gunpoint and then pursued to bomb or burn hundreds of homes in Tulkarm and in Jenin. So essentially, Israel...
This shit seems so fucking... Just like, I hate to say it, just like, oh, fucking hopeless. If the Biden administration wasn't going to listen to us and our complaints, you think Donald Trump is going to listen to our complaints about the annexation of the West Bank? His UN special envoy, Elise Stefanik, waged the campaign against student protests on campuses, right? You got, you know, like, just a myriad of horrifying opinions on this, in this group of people on this situation, and I don't see them doing anything to stop what's happening here. Makes me feel real shit. I'm sorry. Sorry for bringing down the talk about ethnic cleansing. It's my bad.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
Was not just waging a war on the families, it was changing the landscape of Jenin refugee camp and Tulkarm. Now, within the third week of Operation Iron Wall, what we began witnessing and seeing was the Israeli army was putting up signs in Hebrew of renaming streets inside Jenin refugee camp. So this is signaling that Israel does not want to leave these areas. And you need to remember that Tulkarm, Jenin, Tubas, these are all border areas in the north. They are the only districts left between what is now Israel and what is left of the West Bank. So they're critical and significant geopolitically for Israel, especially in its attempt to annex the Jordan Valley. They're border states with the north of the Jordan Valley. And let's recall that Benjamin Netanyahu has been calling for the annexation of the Jordan Valley since 2020. So this is
illegal.
Not new, even though we're also witnessing the use of tanks, the deployment of tanks. Again, this is not the first time in 2 decades that Israel uses tanks. It has actually been using them against Palestinian Bedouin communities in the last 10 years to force them out of their land. So what we're seeing is a formal and official and a public declaration of war on Palestinians, despite these tactics have been happening for the past 10 years.
Now, this is going on as this ceasefire deal, we'll see, is delayed or is being negotiated. The families of hostages, Israeli hostages and supporters, gathered in front of the Begin Gate in Tel Aviv Saturday, calling on Israel's government to reach a deal with Hamas that would see the return of all of the captives still in Gaza. This is Nama Weinberg, whose cousin Itai Sversky was taken hostage and killed in Gaza.
We hear there is a proposal for completing phase 2 in a single move. The Americans want to bring everyone home at once, as does the majority of the Israeli public. The hostage families are demanding it. Yet, Israel's government is trying to drag us back into war against the will of the people, and in stark opposition to the best interests of the nation. Netanyahu, who demanded the deal, be executed in phases and not in a single move is again dragging his feet and causing delays. He is trying to appease his extremist partners at the expense of the hostages.
So that was Nama Weinberg, who is a relative of one of the hostages who died. She is blaming Netanyahu right now. They want to see the release of all the hostages. But can you explain what happened, Mariam? There was this deal, as has happened each time recently, that the Hamas would release prisoners, their hostages, and then Israel would. Israel was going to release more than 600, but they haven't.
That is correct. The Israeli regime is not adhering to the agreements of the ceasefire. Now, we need to recognize that according to Netanyahu's government, the reason they're delaying the release of the 600 Palestinian detainees is because, under the pretext of what Netanyahu is claiming, he does not like the way the Qassam Brigade and Hamas is releasing the Israeli hostages. Now, you need to recognize that it's very well documented how Hamas is releasing the hostages. They're carrying out ceremonies upon their release. Now, if that seems to be the reason why Netanyahu does not want to release Palestinian detainees, we need to ask, would he prefer that Hamas release the hostages in the same fashion that the Israeli government is releasing Palestinian detainees? And that is with their heads shaved, that is with bruises on their faces, that is with skin disease, that is dumping bodies out of a truck into an open field. So we really need to recognize that tactically and strategically, the way the Israeli government is behaving is like an angry teenager. And yet the problem with that is that the repercussions and the consequences on entire populations is severe, and it's quite tragic. So again, it shows you the impunity, it shows you the emboldenment, and it shows you the lack.
Yeah, she's absolutely right. That was Miriam Barghouti, Palestinian journalist, who I did not feel I should interrupt really at all. You know, she certainly knows much better than I what's going on there. But these are all things that we have been talking about here as well. Whether it's Israel's violations of the ceasefire, or the fact that Hamas has been incredibly systematic in these releases, these ceremonies. And I think I mentioned at one point that I thought they were doing it because their concerns of having the legitimacy of these handovers questioned. I mean, that was never explicitly said, but I think I said it. I don't think they ever explicitly said it, is all I'm saying. But let's continue talking about the West Bank. This one is more of a happier story than that, although in the context of all this, it is still tragic, somewhat. But let's go here to Associated Press from a day ago, because apparently Coca-Cola has been getting boycotted in Palestine, specifically in the West Bank, and an alternative, locally made Palestinian Coke product is taking over the market.
The
scope of the boycott is very clear to people. The first thing people ask is whether the product supports the boycott or not. Chat Cola, Palestinian company, had the largest share after the war in general. The consequences of the war gave Chat Cola a big role in these things at the end to support the Palestinian products. We don't want to support Israeli products at all. Buying Israeli products give them support to buy weapons. They trade in our blood and money. Chat Cola. Chat Cola trying to bring to Palestinians something that they love without the terrible implications. BDSing right at the source. Okay. Let's keep this going. Now, in the midst of all of this, Israeli invasion of the West Bank, apparently Israel is setting up inside of civilian structures, inside of people's homes, using them as army outposts, something I'm pretty sure is a crime. I think it's against the Geneva Convention, at least. Which, yeah, would make it a crime. So, yeah, let's go here. This is TRT World from yesterday with the story. Whoops, didn't start.
Abu Zaineh couldn't believe his eyes when he entered his home in the Far'a refugee camp for the first time in 11 days after Israel withdrew. His home had been severely vandalized and soldiers had defecated all over it. It was another devastating blow after his 16-year-old son was executed in the street by the army, according to the family.
They even took my young daughter's clothes and threw them out the window, along with photographs of my wedding day and important documents like my marriage certificate. They vandalized the photos of my son here, drawing stars of David and offensive things.
During their large-scale attack on the Far'a refugee camp in Tues, Abu Zaineh and his family were forced out at gunpoint. Along with many others in the camp, Israel used his home as a military base to sleep, eat, and station snipers.
They used my living room as a detention center. They brought people they arrested to my house. I found a number of handcuffs and people's personal phones here.
The Israeli army's attack on the northern occupied West Bank began in the Jenin refugee camp on January 21st, before spreading to other cities, including Tues and Tulkarem. Tens of thousands of Palestinians have been forced out of their homes in the largest operation of displacement since 1967. Alia Sabah's home and small supermarket were taken over in the Far'a refugee camp. The army forced the family out, including her disabled elderly mother.
They left bottles of urine in our house. We returned and found everything destroyed. They even burned the clothes of my 7-month-old nephew.
Whenever Israel conducts an assault on an area it occupies, its soldiers repeat the same behavior. While the Israeli army pulled out of the Far'a refugee camp a week ago, many residents have still been unable to return to their homes due to the severe damage and vandalism caused by Israeli soldiers. Zaina Tahan, TRT World, Tues, occupied West Bank.
Woof. It's fucked up. And I'm pretty sure it's a war crime, although I need to brush up on the Geneva Conventions.
Carrying whatever belongings they can
I know
manage.
that it's certainly a right that you have in the United States to not have your home occupied by an occupying force, or the army of the United States even. If I'm not mistaken. Okay, yeah, considering all this stuff that's been going on in the West Bank, the UN chief came out to say some things about this, and according to this France 24 English story from 20 hours ago, he was gravely, or is gravely concerned about what's going on here.
Carrying whatever belongings they can manage, these Palestinians fled their homes in Jenin refugee camp as Israeli tanks rolled into the area. The deployment of tanks in the occupied West Bank, a first in 20 years, is part of an extensive Israeli military operation launched on January the 21st. Benjamin Netanyahu says the operation, dubbed Iron Wall, aims to, quote, defeat terrorism. The fighting is taking a heavy toll on the local population. According to the UN, some 40,000 people from several refugee camps have fled their homes.
زيت
This is some olive oil, and here are some clothes to wear, because we had nothing when we left.
Israel's defense minister has said that troops will stay in parts of the territory for the coming year, and that residents who have fled cannot return. Since the October the 7th Hamas attack, violence in the occupied West Bank has surged. According to the Palestinian Health Ministry, Israeli troops or settler attacks have claimed the lives of at least 900 Palestinians, including many militants. The UN Secretary-General has called for calm.
And I'm gravely concerned by the rising violence in the occupied West Bank by Israel settlers and other violations, as well as calls for annexation. We are witnessing a precarious ceasefire. We must avoid at all costs a resumption of hostilities. The people in Gaza have already suffered too much.
According to the UN, dozens of Palestinians, including several children, have been killed since the start of the operation, as well as several Israeli soldiers.
All right, we got 2 stories left. We've made it all the way through the videos, as promised. Hey, please hold. That's very rude. Gotta give you some round of applause for making it to the penultimate video. Great job, everyone. You made it to the very end. Let's go here to actually the United States, but this is regarding regarding Saudi Arabia, as Defense Minister Khalid bin Salman of Saudi Arabia took a little visit to the Pentagon to hang out with old Pete Hegseth.
What?
Yep, it's true. Totally fine that they did all that stuff. Who can even remember what it was? Oh, right. Illegal assassination of journalists, among others.
Ready, cut.
Wow, got enough vehicles here for the foreign minister of Saudi Arabia? Jesus Christ. How many vehicles are in this goddamn caravan? It's like a 20 vehicle caravan for one dude.
Present, off! Weather's perfect.
Look at these two guys. They're just having a great time. Couple of bros. Couple of bomb bros. Speaking of Pete Hegseth, I figured we would end it with this. Now, this just has to do more broadly, I think, with U.S. foreign policy. I left it here just because it felt like a good way to sort of wrap this all up. With all this discussion of different sort of military agreements, but also conflicts going on simultaneously. The U.S. being at the forefront of these supposed peace negotiations, but also saying a bunch of other crazy shit. With no clear understanding of what U.S. military is going to be doing in the next 4 years. This story really gave me a lot of concern. This is CBS News from yesterday. Apparently, Pete Hegseth has fired several top military military attorneys. JAG officers, people who were essentially there to rule on the legality of decisions on the battlefield. And they're gone now. Why would you do that? Good question. I wonder, why would you not want somebody to tell you when something was legal or illegal as it relates to military actions?
Major changes are happening at the Pentagon after a string of firings over the weekend. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth fired some of the military's top lawyers, cutting the Judge Advocates General for the Army, Navy, and Air Force. Before meeting with his Saudi counterpart Monday, Hegseth offered his reasoning for the firings.
So ultimately, I want the best possible lawyers in each service to provide the best possible recommendations, no matter what, to lawful orders that are given. And we didn't think those particular positions were well suited. And so we're looking for the best.
Let's bring in CBS News senior national security correspondent Charlie Daggett. Charlie, of all the changes in the Pentagon over the last few days, what do you see as the most significant, and what impact will it have on these branches of military?
Well, the people that I've spoken to, Lindsay, say this may be one of the more significant. You know, in many ways, we're expecting the Joint Chiefs of Staff to be dismissed. We're expecting Chief Naval Officer Lisa Franchetti to be dismissed, Admiral Lisa Franchetti. But this may be more about messaging about U.S. policy in the short term, opening it up, as the Secretary suggests. He's looking for more like-minded individuals. But, you know, I spoke to a think tank advisor who expressed her concerns that relieving those lawyers would encourage lawlessness, or maybe, you know, tolerance of lawlessness by the forces, because these are the people who sort of advise military commanders on the ground of what is lawful and what is not. You can see the repercussions of that. So some critics say, look, if you're about to break the law, get rid of the lawyers, right? These are the watchdogs.
Yeah, if you're about to break the law, get rid of the lawyers. These people that were just fired by Pete Hegseth are the watchdogs of the battlefield, essentially, for the United States, to keep the United States from running afoul of international law, and or to provide consequences in the cases of those things happening. Since we aren't a part of the International Criminal Court, we basically police ourselves. Now we're getting rid of the police. It's also great. Everything's gonna be fine. Well, looks like we got through another stream, chat. It was quite long and also difficult to get through sometimes. I wonder what it's all for. But then, I remember you all. Yes, that's right. Thankfully, we had each other tonight to get through all of this. But that's gonna be it for me. So till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Calibrating, Decipher, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoib, Scouts, Tracy Eva, Nadia, Choki, Mrs. Jen, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X. Evan from Portland, Impeccable Living, and McGoggles. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show, which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month.
and young and lovely. The girl from Ipanema goes walking, and when she passes, each one. Young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking, and when she passes, each when she passes goes when she walks, she's like a samba that swings so cool and sways so gently. That when she passes, each when she passes goes
Just look at that yellow sun. And way off in the distance, those lovely little white clouds.
Get a drink, have a good time now. Go to paradise, paradise.
Você me vê sorrindo à toa, se você me vê
Bye.